right now, you are ready to see the best in the world of Dota 2.
It's gonna be the best Dota we've seen here all week. It's gonna be almost the best we've seen maybe the whole year since 27 months, because what's really better, there's nothing that can top Dota with a crowd on a stage. So happy to be back. Let's get ready. It's grand finals time here for the Stockholm Major!
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Finals of the ESL Stockholm Major. That is right, my beautiful crowd. This is the one to remember, my friends. Now, everybody at home, they are asking themselves, they are wishing, begging that they could have been here. And I want them to feel the experience now. Please, Stockholm, give me everything you got. Are you ready for the Grand Finals? Woo! We are back, baby. Fantastic. We are about to get underway for the greatest Dota that you have seen this season yet. But before that, let's take a look at this beautiful piece.
At this point, we don't really care who we meet in the finals, because I mean we already beat everybody. So like, yeah, we don't care. We're super confident that we can beat anyone. I think the atmosphere in our team is excellent and we play pretty good, so I think we're very confident.
Thinking, has his ultimate available, but Saberlight with the black hole and the death onto 2. Beautifully done from TSM as they are looking to go to the Grand Final.
When we lost to TSM in the playoffs, we learned a lot from those games, so the version that TSM will be facing will be much different than the first one.
Duraccio up on the high ground. What else are they looking for? Oh, the big avalanche after the shackle. Do they have enough damage to bring down the monkey? They do! And just like that, they turn it again.
At this point, there's no stopping us.
In the black hole again.
Play against these teams, it often feels like they're playing kind of slow. Then we're just like smashing one team after the other.
Their strength is that they actually play more together than a lot of the teams here, but I don't think that will be enough for them. They need to play better as well.
Being spotted out, there's a Blade Fury from Skeeter. Wukong's Commando, Yuragi, OG are here in numbers.
Of course we're prepared to beat them.
We're winning this entire thing. You guys have no chance.
Alrighty, folks, the time has come. Please put your hands together for the last hope of North America in this NAEU Grand Finals. You know them, you love them. Will OG beat them? Never, ever bring them out! TSM! And their opponents, my friends, what would a major be without the underdogs coming to claim it all? And this team's done it so many times. That legacy lives on now. Can anyone stop them? We're about to find out. Bring me out OG!
best of 5 ahead of us between two teams that have already faced each other way back. But both of them say, different teams. OG is saying, we've learned a lot since then, Jenkins. What have they learned?
They've learned a lot. I mean, it's hard to break down because what they're doing is so crazy. Like, it doesn't look like anything else that we've seen, which I feel like is a staple of OG, right? You look at this team and it's like they're completely breaking Dota. It started with Thompson. Now it's these new guys. You got Amar the fucker going Midas on offlane Razor. They really like his real name. Moonshard in the quick buy. I mean, these guys are crazy. If I could break it down, I'd be up there. I'd be playing against them.
Yeah. I mean, they were literally tweeting at each other that they're going to beat each other. They in the interview say polite, like no one's going to beat them. So there's going to be spicy tips, going to be spicy all chat. This is going to be an intense best of 5.
And the craziest thing too is that they've got that OG winning spirit on the draft as well. No Tail's coaching them. Seb is there. That is the thing that's so good about them historically in their tournaments. They learn, they get better, and they're going to be able to use that to potentially outdraft TSM. It's going to be tough.
Yep, and of course, the original OG, Moon Meander, was actually on that OG. He did the same thing going from lower bracket. He has some of that fire as well, T.
And it's good because Moon Meander actually, in his pubs, today at least, he's been playing some of the Windrunners and Enigmas. Look at him!
Yeah!
He needs to, he's realized that in a best of 5 grand finals against OG, you need to be able to play some of the best heroes that they got. He's preparing for that Enigma pause 4 potentially, stealing away that Seb Windrunner. He's getting him in.
We got some TSM sticker out right now. All right, okay.
I will say, both of these teams, all this energy in this arena right now, they'll take it and they'll implement it in their game, right, Purge?
They definitely should, and they probably will. I mean, already these are players that are crowd interacting before the match. They're getting set up. Everything has to be perfect, and they're amping everyone up. It's so good to be here.
It is incredibly good to be here. I do want to talk a little bit about the nitty-gritty Dota stuff, because that's also why we're here. We want to see some top-tier Dota to be played, and it starts with the draft. And yesterday, when we asked Crit about what would you do about this Wind Ranger, and he's like, well, you gotta choose your poison. There's a couple ones, because it's not just Wind Ranger T. You've also got the Razor, the Timbersaw. Who are you gonna
ban? Monkey King
The
now.
Monkey King, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? There's potential scenarios where you can give away the Timbersaw, but you pick the Monkey King yourself. That allows you to ban out the Windrunner. I think this will be the true tell. Game 1, how do they approach it? There's pretty much 4 or 5 heroes that you need to think about. You can only ban 2, and then you have to try and play for the other 3. So this is, I'm just excited for the draft in Game 1.
I mean, on the flip side, you now have to worry about an Enigma coming out from TSM. That looked insane. Yep. You've got, the Dubu Enchantress. You've got the TA, which has looked really good when Tomato's been playing it. A lot of these heroes are decently popular among teams, but we're not talking about the Pugnas and the Storms and these common openings that we saw for the entire tournament. Both of these teams have such a deep hero pool that you need to ban out, that it feels like it's just not going to happen. We're going to get to see a clash of the best heroes from both of these teams.
I think maybe the only hero that TSM's using right now that looks really
good
for them.
I like that one.
The one that OG isn't picking is probably Doombringer. And a lot of their series, they're picking it in their opener. Some teams, they skipped it as well, but that could be a hero that they try to use to exploit to take down OG in some teamfight advantages.
Yeah, and don't forget that Yuragi, he's got the biggest hero pool of the tournament so far. I think it's 16 heroes and, however many matches. It's disgustingly big, and that a deep pool of heroes, especially when you get to later portions of the draft, it could potentially surprise TSM when you're starting to pick up heroes that you haven't even played in the entire major yet.
So when we're looking at this series, is there anything in particular that you're going to look out for, Jenkins, in terms of player matchups? Because we have seen quite a few games where very early on in the game we have a 3v3 in the mid lane happening, so that is a little bit of spice. Any matchup in particular you are hyped for?
I do think both of these teams really value going for runes, so I think we will see the 3v3 in the mid lane. Of course, TSM coming from the NA region, they're constantly playing against Quinn from Quincy Crew, who, if he stands on a rune, it spawns there. So they're used to basically sending their supports to that lane, and they just played with him. So of course that's going to be some influence there. So yeah, I think mid lane, I think any lane Amar is in, I think that's a guy you need to look to shut down and potentially abuse. Maybe get some Batrider versus the Timbersaw action, something like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Game 1 of this best of 5 OG and TSM draft has begun. So let's see what these two teams have in store for each other. We got the standard bans coming out.
Razor.
Timber Razor. They're going to be playing from the Radiant side in this first game, and they'll also have first pick, meaning OG gets overall last pick in Dire side, and they are thinking about what to ban next to the TK.
Make a statement, TSM. Just first pick OG's windrunner. You know, enter the grand final, just bam, take it from them.
That's a scary position to be in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Most tournaments where that happens, the team that develops the prevailing top meta hero is usually the one that goes the longest with it, because they've had the whole
First pick the Enigma. I love it. I love this. They looked so good with this hero. Saberlight went like 0-6 or something on lane with it and still completely hard carried the game. Like this hero looks so good for these guys, and I also feel like the counters to Enigma, the traditional counters, they're not that good.
No.
What are you gonna pick? Silencer? Like
Winter Wyvern's not so hot.
not so hot. Like you're gonna
Warlock,
have
you didn't even mention it.
Warlock is not. I mean that's
not a hero.
Not a hero.
That's not a hero. So I mean we'll see. It is OG. This is the team that Windrunner was also not a hero prior to this event, and now it's first phase. So
Only for one team, though.
only for, I mean they
For
made
now.
it to the grand
For now.
finals. I see the numbers going up in pubs. So there's a lot of pub running going on out there. Thanks for that, by the way, Seb.
All right, they get some nice AoE, which can set them up against the Enigma, all prior to Blink or BKB, while giving them a good lane. And then their second hero, what will it be?
I mean, the thing for OG here is the second pick, right? So this Kun could be flicked between mid and carry. This Enigma for TSM, we've just shown that Moon has been practicing it on the 4, so it's a 4-3 flex, but it's going to be primarily in that lane. If Kun is in safe lane, poof, clear up the Eidolons, you don't care, right?
I was thinking this is probably more than likely a Yuragi Kunga, just to clear the Eidolons.
And there it is. Unbeaten, undefeated hero in the hands of Seb.
So the value of Windranger right now is certainly the shard, and what they do with it is when they invade their opponents, normally when your smoke breaks, you're like, boy, I hope I have a blink dagger so I can initiate, but now they're just like, oh, I'll just counteract all of your movement for 6 seconds in a giant AoE, and that almost always guarantees them getting at least one pick off.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that ability is that whenever a fight starts, it just takes all of the backliners that would normally be safe, that are in good positions, and pulls them into a horrible position with the frontliners. So these Grimstrokes and Lions and squishy supports are just feeding. They're just getting mopped up in the fights.
It's almost like they're solving their need to dive the backline with a 5-position hero and a 1,400 gold shard. That's insane value. You don't have to pick Storm Spirits, Void Spirits, whatever. You just push them out of position, you win your fight.
Yeah, TSM response though, overwhelming team fight now. You mentioned how at mages, at LAN, you want to have the big spells, because when you get the nerves kicking in, having that insurance policy of the Rolling Thunder or Black Hole, it is going to be that security policy. So they're going to be pretty happy. You know, Brow, especially on this Pangolier, he's been popping off one of the best Pangoliers at the event so far.
And they ban out the puck, a nice counter against the Pango, so that should allow him to play a much better game. If he had to deal with like Dream Coil and X combo afterwards, that would be really scary for him.
Yeah, before the series earlier where OG played Bloodseeker offlane, I'd argue TSM could have avoided banning it, but because that they've shown it in the offlane, I think maybe they might look towards that hero as well.
That sounds pretty good. Back to your theory about team fighting, I also think like naturally in very stressful environments, think about the pressure that's going to be on you if you're in the first LAN in 2.5 years on the stage in the grand finals. Like you feel this immense pressure, and what do you do when you feel pressure and anxiety? It's like you go to your teammates, right?
Yeah.
And if you're going to run at your teammates, that's where the team fighters are massively powerful compared to these pickoff heroes, because everybody's 5-manning.
There's always a chance of a comeback as well. It will always have you give that hope in the back of your mind. Like, don't worry, even if you're down, one good Ravage is all it takes to come back.
Yeah, this is the 50-50 hero.
Yep, absolutely.
They continue to ban out some of Mamar's heroes, with the Viper getting banned here. He seems like the player of the tournament to me in terms of his ability to just always win the lane in a huge way, and then find these moments where it kind of looks ambiguous about who should go fight, and he just starts charging in. And just that initial being ahead of everyone else in the game moment gives them the ability to get kills, take towers, take objectives. So I just feel like you do have to keep banning his heroes. He wins lanes, and he just leads his team into victories.
Yeah, he like directs the game if he wins his lanes, and he tends to win the lane because he has 1,000 games on all of these heroes that he likes to play.
But the key thing here for TSM at least is when Amar doesn't win his lane, his ability to then come back into the game isn't like other offlaners, it's mode farm. Get the Midas.
It is mode farm.
AFK on one side of the map, you might kill him a couple of times, but he wants to get to his item timings. So if TSM punish him there, then they have a big window to start punishing the fact that
His
he's
team is
ready.
OG though. This iteration of OG seems very good at enabling that though.
Because
like
Uragi's sacrificial in the
Uragi
carry.
can play sacrificial.
Like
Exactly.
if Mars having a tough time, Uragi's the one TPing mid on some CK, punching the mid lane with, and then just going from there.
Yeah.
They're taking a little bit of time now. Are there any of the usual suspects other than the Bloodseeker still in the pool that we should be keeping on our radar here?
I mean, the Cuddle is going to provide really good counter pressure against towers, and then Enchantress is really good at setting tempo and taking towers as well. So maybe OG a little bit worried about things that are going to accelerate or slow down the game in extreme ways.
Maybe Tidehunter. I'm thinking about Amar heroes. He's usually plays the same things. He's got his favorites. There's do we still have, is Mars still in the pool?
Mars is also
Mars
still
is still in the pool.
Yep.
All right. I mean, it's not so good against Pango, but neither is Tidehunter. You know, both of those heroes don't like the magic immunity that Pango brings and the, you know, constant stunning. Like Tidehunter can't crack and shell that off, but still, it's overwhelming team fight versus overwhelming team fight. A Tide would be fun at least for us.
Yeah, still Slardar too, but not looking the best right now.
I think for TSM, you could easily go for like a Treant style 5 and just kind of keep the lanes pushed out, just AFK, get your items, and then you can win the game. Because for OG, they're the team that at minute 7, they're happy to go as 5. So you either have overwhelming fight for the minute 7, or you just keep the towers alive so when they start skirmishing and coming, that you're already ready to kind of repel them.
Maybe that's the plan. You win the game before Wind Ranger can buy the shard physically.
That's so smart. That makes a lot of sense.
Unless they like double Roche really fast so they can get it.
I think
It's Shadow Shaman, right?
Yeah.
drafting your entire team to beat a 15-minute timing for a 5 position is definitely really solid gameplay.
It doesn't feel good.
They will go for the Rubik. It will allow them to steal the black hole. It will be definitely a crowd favorite game here with a lot of plays.
So Taiga still gets to play Enigma. That's
Yep, he still does. They ended up banning out the Bane in the last phase there, of course, TSM. They haven't shown yet where they're going to put that Enigma, but Moonmeander and Dubu, both, especially Dubu, both good Bane players, of course.
The nice thing about being able to flex the Enigma is that they can pick it first phase, and then they can still expend all of their bans for like non-Enigma counters. Because if you have a 5-position Enigma or a 4-position Enigma, and you just hold one guy, and you don't get it stolen because it's in a skirmish, not a team fight, it doesn't matter as much.
They go back for one of the patch favorites, the Pugna, for some damage reduction here. It looks actually pretty good because OG is pretty spell damage based at the moment. And then Wraith King, in terms of laning stage, he's pretty happy too. It'll be fine, and he's going to be happy to jump that backline and kill Rubik.
Yeah, especially when you have heroes like Enigma and Pangolier, you need heroes to go in first for you. So in that mid game, Wraith King will be the one that will be entering the fight, getting the vision, understanding where heroes are located, so that Saberlight is able to get those good black holes off.
Yeah, this will be their first Wraith King that TSM
He's been trying for like 3 days.
Oh my god.
There's the Amar Underlord.
And now, because you picked your Wraith King early, you get this Underlord response, and Wraith King really kind of hates playing into Underlord. Just skeletons never really get to hit
This
the tower.
lane sucks, yeah.
Underlord just free farms.
Well, it's like the skeletons respawn, and then you get more damage for killing them a second time. Yeah, this is a free farming Underlord sort of game right now. There's not really much to counter him here.
At least the lane looks fine for both of them. I don't really feel like either's going to get a huge amount of kills necessarily, so that can be some of the weaknesses when you pick Pugna, is that your carry sometimes struggles because you don't really have a good ability to get kills, you don't really have a good ability to defend yourselves other than Nether Wards, so I think both teams will be okay with TSM safe lane and OG's off lane.
You know, for TSM, Brile has not played it in a long time, but I do remember during a lot of the tours of DPC when Bat was really strong, he was playing it at that point. It looks like a really good Bat game. It destroys Kunkka and the Underlord as in the core-to-core matchup, or, you know, Leshrac is like a, you know, a scuffed version of Bat Rider. It's the same thing. It's like these heroes have physical tankiness, but you just cannot take the magic damage.
TSM don't have overall last pick in the draft, so to do this, they're then flexing the Pangolier to like off lane Enigma 4, picking their
That's
mid.
what I was thinking, yeah, that's what I think they should do.
This, shout out to the one guy that hates me saying this word, this casual Kunkka pick that is being flexed to the very end of the draft, it's gonna hinder TSM a little bit.
For sure, they removed the BZM Invoker first of all.
Would have been pretty solid mana drain against Wraith King. Can get you a couple of easy kills. It's easier to pick and choose fights. You can chain disable Pango to stop him from rolling if you initiate first, and until Enigma gets BKB2, he's also going to have to be careful when he tries to go in. So I think it would have been a really good hero.
You probably voice for it as well, if for OG at least, for mid lane. A hero that can just quickly cut to the backline. I think it's a great matchup against Pugna. You can never really stand still and kind of decrep and, you know, life drain.
They still end up removing the Shadow Shaman, just in case they were thinking of ending early with a lot of Roshans. Who knows? But there's of course a lot of flex on the side of TSM.
10 seconds remaining.
And they are respecting it.
It would have definitely accelerated the game a lot more in terms of killing towers, because right now they've got Eidolons and they've got Pugna a little bit, but they don't have the best tower hitters in the early game before they have BKBs, because OG's just going to be landing boat combos, landing Firestorm, pulling them back into the Firestorm and the Pit of Malice again. It just feels like it's going to be difficult for TSM to commit to killing towers.
Using all of the reserve time at in the last ban. It's tough because you don't know what's mid or what's carry.
Yeah, it's so difficult for TSM.
They're gonna run out of time as well. One other mid-hero to be banned, most likely. Of course, again, Kunkka being a little bit flexed, but we are still expecting it to be played by Yuragi, right?
I assume so, yeah. I mean, they picked it right away in response to the Enigma, but Batrider would have been pretty powerful too. Pugna can't really stop him from killing him or his friends other than by reducing damage, and could have been scary for Pango. Definitely Enigma has to worry about that if he wants to defend himself. He's got a black hole in a lot of cases. And there's that ban against TSM that did sneak out often in some of their first phases. No Doom here.
No Doom here. There's the Death Prophet. That is still a lot of extra pressure coming out for those towers. So if you look to set a high tempo with that,
yeah, but they're also keeping it a little bit ambiguous, right? This Death Prophet, we've seen it have much more success in the mid lane, but still easily could be in a different role. And now Pango, Enigma, and DP all kind of up in the air.
Yep.
So this last pick value from OG, it kind of goes down a little bit. I would probably argue you want Kunkka now maybe in that carry role, and then you pick up a different mid lane to deal with DP.
Yeah.
I like that hero so much. I mean, with BKB or Yules, he protects himself against a lot of the disables that are really annoying out of the OG side. Shackle Shot's still a problem, obviously, but he's going to do percentage-based damage that heals him against an Underlord and against a Kunkka. And until Wraithback comes out, they're not really reducing that.
there's a Lina at the end of it all.
That's a solid pick. I was looking at BZM's hero pool from the major so far, and none of them would do well against this potential mid DP. But a casual Lina, you put in the mid lane, you can easily scale to be a carry. You get quick BKB, you can take the fight, you can actually defend the sieges when DP hits 6. It's going to work out.
Yeah, for a long time I remember Lina was considered to be like the DP counter because she's one of the few heroes that you can actually burst the DP after she's ulted or before she's ulted. Because with DP, it's like if you let her survive for more than 2 seconds, she just heals the full HP and then kills your entire team. And so you need to burst her.
And it's a rare mid hero that can bring carry potential, so it allows them to put the Kunkka against the Enigma like they wanted to kill the Eidolons, and they still get a normal mid hero, and they're going to have enough carry potential to bring that T1 sort of style of carry from the mid.
And if you just black hole the carry Kunkka, there's still a Lina that can carry. Like having a single core, in the game against Enigma feels horrible. You just hole them every time.
I have avoided asking this question the entire day so far, but do we have a favorite after this draft?
I'm not cursing anybody. I'm not cursing this one. I'm actually not going to.
All right.
I don't know.
No, we don't know. That's good, though. Nobody knows, and that's good. Otherwise, we didn't have a great game of Dota on our hands. And we do have a great game of Dota on our hands, made extra great by Odie Pixel and Fog.
Yes, hello ladies and gentlemen, hello Stockholm, and welcome to the grand finals here as we're getting ready for TSM FTX to go up against OG. Fog, we've just had the draft. What do you make of this? Again, we're seeing that win ranger get through the draft, but on the side of TSM FTX, every reason to believe that they've got a really solid lineup, and ending it with this Death Prophet could allow them to really apply some early pressure and match sort of the pace that OG's been taking over the games against some of the previous teams.
Felt like it's something they needed at the end of the draft there. No ways to really take buildings, no way to take objectives easily, so cleaning it up with that pick for Saberblade at the end looks like it could be pretty good. Lots of skirmishing I think is going to be going on in this game. The picks, faster cooldowns than usual on the side of OG, not really relying on any of those long durations, while TSM a little more focused on that big team fight that could come out later on.
Here we go as we get ourselves into the action. Already TSM FTX starting things off with a smoke.
And a nice little tip, of course, good luck friendos. It's a very friendly bout right here. A lot of trash talk was going on the Twitter and whatnot between them, but it's friendly bants.
Now, one of the reasons why it's going to be so much fun seeing these two teams face off against each other in the grand finals. We've heard the confidence in-game and out-game from their players. Both teams absolutely with the belief that they have what it takes to become the champion.
Very curious to see how much damage mitigation. I know it's something we talked a lot about in this tournament, but looking at the drafts that we have from both sides, right? We have Shield Crash, we have the Pugna, the Nether Ward, we're probably gonna have Wraith Pact, side of OG, Atrophy Aura, Kunkka Rum, Fade Bolt, Reduction, lots of different ways to just stall out these fights from both sides. So yeah, we're in for a treat.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the potential for black holes to come out from both sides this game, which is always something to look out for. And it's those sort of big, impactful ultimates that can make the difference when it comes to crunch time in a grand finals. See, around the runes. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get a grab on each other. So looking at the lanes that we're going to have set up.
OG's got 3 at least.
Oh, they didn't.
A little slight advantage.
They are going to have that little bit of a bonus. And in terms of the matchups, who are you most concerned for? You know, with the last few picks coming in towards the end of the draft, do you think anyone's going to have a tough time early on?
Gotta be honest, I kind of like OG's lanes across the board. All 3 look pretty solid. They just have to watch out how they play with the Eidolons top, in particular versus the Kunkka Cleave, of course. Bottom, also, just careful how you summon your skeletons versus the Underlord, just because he can build up that damage. It could get a bit problematic, so I think all 3 lanes look pretty good for OG.
And we'll see how well Bryle can do at the start, where he's never too much fun being a melee hero against Alina, especially when it's in the hands of a strong player such as BZM. But Bryle, he has been popping off on his Pango before.
Not a traditional hero for BZM, though.
No, for sure. A bit of a change up towards the end. I mean, OG must have seen sort of the strength that this hero can have sort of in the overall game. I mean, what do you sort of feel that Lina does offer as a hero in this sort of draft that OG's running?
They had to have something that's going to be able to burst the DP, and if they did put the Death Prophet in mid, have that good lane. Of course, TSM, they did switch things up, making sure that the Pango is going to be mid, throwing Saberlight top. It's going to be this advantageous matchup for BZM, and he's going to just always be able to burst DP, and I think just like Panel was saying, secondary, third type of core that OG tends to go for. So it doesn't matter if one person gets black holed, if they focus on the Kunkka, he'll be able to provide some damage as well.
See down bottom, some good harassment here thrown the way of Tiger. Over, of course, on the other side of the map, Moon. He's going to head towards the jungle. Is this top lane sort of an area where Saberlight is going to feel pretty safe in on his own, or could he be a threat of dying?
I think he could definitely be a threat of dying. Torrent connects, they have enough chase and control to be able to get him if he does step up too far. It's a bit of a speedy hero, of course, the Death Prophet, but yeah, just that much chain stun. Tons of damage between these two as well. I think this is the right choice, though. I think Moon, like we were mentioning, has to be very careful. Doesn't want to be feeding Eidolons to that Kunkka.
Absolutely. In OG, they do have that good vision around near the tower, so they'll have a clear read of when, you know, Saberlight is a little far out from the tower and away from any potential backup coming in to help him. So he's got to be careful. So far in the mid lane, 12 for 1 on Bryle.
He's doing great. He's got his bottle already finished up, so he'll get water runes. He'll be able to sustain through the spam. And bottom, they're doing an excellent job of just really spamming their abilities. Like, look at Tomato and Dubu. Completely out of mana to try to pressure OG. Taiga and Amar do have full mana, though, and quite a bit of regen built up.
And this is sort of a lane where, you know, at what point does the Underlord become a bit too much for the Wraith King to farm into, would you feel?
I think it starts getting a bit harder at level 3. Yep. They have the double, you know, level 2 Fade Bolt plus the level 2 Firestorm, or if he does get Atrophy, it can make Tomato have a bit more difficulty. But so far, I mean, Dubu doing an excellent job. We saw, of course, there the consumables that were spent, bringing tons of regen and mangoes.
Top lane, a little bit of a setup here, but Saberlight's got the 2 points to the Cypher, so a good amount of heal coming out as he's able to back off.
He's going to be impacted by this. You see already his last hit 7-1 because Moon is jungling, but this does feel like the right move for Moon Meander at the moment. Even taking bounty runes, denying them away from OG, since he's playing into the enemy jungle.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see on the CS, sure, it's not lane creeps, but, you know, neutral-wise, the amount that Moon's getting, it's a good amount. This is going to be a solid start for Moon to get some good early items online on the Enigma.
And it's always really important when you see up top Saberlight, he has a double creep wave pushing into him, so now he's going to catch up on those last hits very nicely. So far, so good for TSM in this laning phase. And Pango not beating Alina, but coming out even versus Alina is pretty significant. Also, definitely have to point out that they did block the small camp, OG's small camp that is, so Lina won't have that to be able to accelerate her farm, while Bryle does.
And we'll see over in the jungle, of course, Seb, he's headed over to try and push Moon away from this point that he's been taking away quite a lot of the camps with. Here's Courier also taken out here, Seb. Has to be a little careful, of course. Once he does have the Wind Run outside of that, the damage from the Eidolons does add up against him.
Checking runes. Bryle will be able to get the top one. And he has the shackle, they
can. Have the setup. They've got enough mana for the Light Strike Array. Has Bryle got anything to get out? They've still got a Fairy Fire and a Water Rune, so he should be fine here. In fact, he's thinking about turning. He's going to jump back in. He still has the Fairy Fire if he gets
what a play.
There it is. Bryle gets first blood, the Fairy Fire as well, allowing him to walk this one off. excellently done that. I mean, saving that very far to the last moment as well, really trying to sell OG on the idea that they could get him, but at the end of the day, they could not. He gets first blood and he gets out.
BZM just did not have enough mana by any means. Did use the stun instead of using the nuke, so Brian will be able to play around that one. Very nicely done. That is the dream. A Pango doing this well versus Alina getting a first blood. He's going to be off to a corrosion. So having this type of early advantage as a Pango versus Alina also is going to be impactful later on because he's going to be able to get on top of her easier. It's going to be a lot tankier. So very important for TSM FTX that this is happening right now.
Yeah, very impressive. Laning here from Brawl in the first 5 minutes. Over in the jungle, they will try and do something about Moon, and with that sort of setup, they'll definitely take him out. BZM is able to swing across, he'll get the benefit of the kill. I mean, but yeah, Moon knows, when he's in this area, eventually he's going to get taken out. And it does take quite a bit of focus where you have 3 heroes from OG moving over to get rid of the Enigma.
Even putting a ward down, right? Like Seb just keeping tabs on him, putting the ward too. Things being expended just to deal with this Enigma, which means, look at Saberlight. He's kind of free farming.
He's having a great time.
Almost
having a great time. Indeed, that solo XP is getting out of the lane as well. So it's going to be a pretty big death profit. And as you said, with OG's focus, they're trying to draft heroes that would be able to burst him. If he gets a good start, it will be hard to 100 to 0. In the mid, they'll hold back Brawl with the Light Strike Array BZM. Thanks to you can't lead in with the Rolling Thunder. And a good job as well that Brawl was able to get that connection. Highly likely that the two of them would be able to run down the Lina.
It's pressure on 2 fronts. Now, Saberlight's actually TPing mid to back up this push and try to go for mid tower.
I mean, OG's going to try and defend. They're turning up in the numbers, but they're going to have to deal with the pressure of this Exorcism.
Catapult's still alive.
This is going to be a serious amount of damage. Seb at the side already being pushed back by Moon. Jump forward with the shield crash. Brings Seb down low. I mean, OG, they're watching, but not a whole lot they could do to push back TSM FTX. And 6 minutes in, it's going to be the tower going down. They will be able to blow up Brawl with the combo. Laguna Blade drop to take down the Pango. But this is an early Tier 1 tower here for TSM.
That is one of the fastest, if not the second fastest Tier 1 I think I've seen.
I think the fastest was around 5 minutes 50, so this one being just 20 seconds slower. An incredible speed here from TSM FTX with that first movement. And pretty much enabled by the fact that they'd set up that top lane so well. Moon making sure that Saberlight got the free farm, got the levels, hits that 6 at a good time, and is able to come in with that sort of early play.
Yeah, it's very remarkable. And also they're getting the greed, right? Like Moon's able to get some farm. Sure, potentially going to die here as well, but...
I mean, they're really putting a lot, the 3 of them, they're going for Moon. They should get him, but you can't help but feel that he's been quite the nuisance here for OG. It's taking a lot of resources to deal with the Enigma.
Space Main, right? So much attention being brought in. Like, taking a look at a lane that we haven't really ventured too much. Amar, we are seeing him doing very well, but also Tomato not getting pressured. Even with the Pugna rotating so much from TSM FTX, he's doing great in that 1v1 matchup. And look at the speed. They're now making the way toward top. Don't know if they can kill Yuragi, unless they have Bryle in particular there.
But move down bottom Moon. It's going to turn up and... yeah, they're probably not going to get a kill out of this one. 3 points in the passive, and Mars more than fine. Obviously that timing you have to watch out for. 35 seconds for the next Exorcism. And you can absolutely imagine that Saberlight's going to be going straight for another tower.
No natural way to push on OG. They have good ways to deep push with the Underlord and with Lina and the Rubik, but besides that, they don't really have good ways to hit towers themselves. They kind of have to just win a fight to be able to do that. And we're seeing TSM, as we mentioned, kind of kicking up the pace, checking these runes. OG.
It's going to be an Arcane Rune top. Brawl with the Rolling Thunder out in time. Yuragi will be the one to grab the Arcane Rune. Was a little concerned that TSM FTX would be able to get it themselves. It does mean that BZM won't have that to play with.
Have to control these water runes early.
Under attack.
Now that timing, as we talked about, the ult's back up. OG, they've got to be prepared to turn up for defense on this tier 1 top lane. As mid gets the setup, they've got the burst with the Laguna. Bryle shield crashing away.
Not enough.
That is not enough indeed. Last charge of the bottle will save him, and Bryle's able to get back to base.
And immediately top. When they see anything used, they're going to go for this tower, and it's going to drop too fast for OG to react.
It really is, and with BZM already using that Laguna in the mid, there's no sort of big ultimate to try and turn up and burst through a hero like Saberlight. So this increased pressure that's building up for TSM FTX is proving to be a bit too much for OG at the start. They're having to look for other options. They're going to try for the trade in the mid lane.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
OG not really reacting too much, though, to that push in particular. Still just farming, so still seeing the net worth reflect that. But good moves from TSM, and also now they're going to swing mid and contest. They are healthy.
Yeah, of course, as you said, it's a lot slower for OG's lineup at this stage to try and take towers, take these objectives. So the tier 1 mid will be held alive. Bottom lane, Amar, with the continued space that he got with Tomato leaving the area, he will manage to take a tower. So OG finally able to get a tier 1 down bottom.
he's going to be a carry. Like we said, this is the way that OG tends to play, this triple core to be able to transition. I'm curious what this item build is, because I mean, we've seen a couple times from these Underlords, you know, the Treads, the Atos, BKBs, but Amar and a couple other players have kind of transitioned into these carries. He's got crit queued up later on.
Right.
So, I mean, he knows what he knows what he wants.
I mean, you have the potential to hit incredibly hard as an Underlord in the midst of a team fight. And no surprise there at all. Saberlight with that early 6 and with those first 2 towers, an incredible amount of building damage done by this Death Prophet.
Dubu.
If there's going to be any chance of saving him, Bryle, he's considering helping out, but he knows there's nothing to be done. Dubu burst by BZM. As OG now continue to rack up the kills, and they do hold the gold lead right now. 1K advantage.
Just continuing to split it up. Underlord still bottom, Seb starting to get some levels top. The 3 of these were sticking together for some kills. Looks like they're going to maybe potentially go for more. Yuragi does have 17-1, so should have the mana. Saberlight, he saw it coming.
If they catch pretty much most of these heroes in an X mark, they should manage to take them out, especially if they're out and on their own. They'll get a ward down into the tier 2, those stairs. They'll see any access that TSM FTX tried to get to the jungle. But Bryle and Dubu are smoked up.
Both teams saw each other's smokes, so it should be avoided. Taiga might actually be the one who gets caught.
He's going to turn, but instantly with the silence and the thunder coming in, there's not a chance for Taiga. TSM, they'll take the kill. And now with the position that they have on this bottom lane, they could start to bring it round. Exorcism is back up. We'll see if Saberlight wants to try and pressure for another tower.
Bottom is a bit harder to go for, and it doesn't really give you too much, so I don't know if they'll I don't think they'll fully push for this one, especially this is Amar's home. The Underlord, he's probably the best one that they have to go for deep push, so don't really think that TSM will pressure too much here. Maybe Saberlight will just flex it on his own while Bryle peeks in over here.
Yeah, OG bringing in the numbers around to this bottom area, knowing that TSM FTX will look to poke their heads into the triangle. They want to ensure that that continued safe space for Yuragi exists and they can get him this BKB as soon as possible.
Everybody just being so efficient. Dubu's helping Saberlight hit some neutral creeps, nuking each other's waves with Fade Bolt and Firestorm. Just trying to clear these waves as fast as possible. How's the timing? Is Bryle done with it? So he's getting closer and closer to the defusal. The rune battle.
There's going to be an arcane.
Oh,
Bryle's going to be very happy with that one. We'll have Thunder back in 10 seconds. Almost certainly ready to look to make another move. Tomato, arm-wise, how's he doing? Armlet complete?
He's doing good. He's doing very well. Both teams just have so much vision of each other that they're kind of perfectly avoiding each other. So this slow game that I feel like we did not expect to have here after such explosive games from both sides earlier in this tournament. It's only 4-2. Very farm-heavy game.
Yeah, very close to having his item done though, Amar.
Yep.
The Atos, once it's there.
Yep, holding skill points just because nothing's happening, so he always wants to hold that point if he needs the Fiend Gate or if he does need Pit. And he's about to have Atos, so I think they can start turning up the fight a little bit more, OG, when he does have that completed. They can join him in this lane.
Yeah, they have excellent follow-up. You know, every single hero on OG's lineup having an opportunity of lockdown. They get the setup here for Dubu. Dubu will drop the ward. Bryle jumps in from the side. The bow comes crashing into Dubu, takes him out. Bryle will be able to get the Rolling Thunder off. He's going to look to try and control Amar here around the stairs. Jumping forward, have they got the damage to bring down this Underlord? The Siphon's there for Saberlight. Amar getting Brawl Lone Moon. He'll just commit the Black Hole. Lock down Amar. Take him out. TSM FTX, they'll hold their own around their jungle, only losing themselves Dubu. In return, they get that big kill. Amar was incredibly farmed. They can bring him down.
The Rum plus the stolen Nether Ward definitely playing an effect to stall out the death there. Big commitment, though, from TSM. That's 3 ultimates just to kill him. So OG might have a window now to go for something. And the lanes just keep getting shoved in, both sides. It's literally just the most spam I think I've ever seen.
You've got to imagine that around that 15-minute mark could be a bit of a peak for OG to fight around. Look at that shard picked up on Seb.
Right now they have a, like we said, big window. There's still like 2.5 minutes left on a lot of these ultimates, 90 seconds on the Death Prophet's ult. So this is probably OG's time to shine. TSM can still fight because the Pangol's ult is back up. But just have to be careful of how they get caught from the chain stuns. And Bryle has defusal, so very scary.
Now Moon. Try and get the jump in on Seb, but not the best amount of control really outside of if Bryle wants to commit with the Rolling Thunder to lock down a Wind Ranger. So Seb's fine. BZM bots, of course, into the BKB next for him. And smoke from the rest of his teammates.
OG.
In fact, Tiger, Seb, and Amar, they want to try and see if they can find some action around this Rod of Atos that Amar has now completed.
Eyes on Bryle, really, for TSM in this fight. If he gets caught and killed at the start of the fight, it's going to be disastrous for them.
Well, they can start here. They're going to look towards Yuragi. Bryle, he's ready to get the Thunder off. He's straight into the river, but the boat combo will come crashing down onto Moon Meander. Bryle continuing to hold back OG. A great silence as well comes out, so OG won't be able to continue to commit in onto the Enigma. Moon's able to step back to safety, and looks like neither team will find anything with that. OG trying to strike from the low ground, but TSM FTX were prepared.
Perfect roll from Bryle, kind of just stopping all the aggression. And that's going to buy them time to be able to get their big cooldowns up. Death Prophet ult back up in about 10 seconds. Yeah, BKBs are going to be out very quickly for both sides.
Radiant are scanning.
Bryle and Dubu want to head up and see if they can get some vision down around the triangle OG.
Yuragi, very far forward.
He is on his own down here.
These are 2% based heroes, and the Exorcism's back.
Yeah, they're going to commit with it straight away. There's going to be TPs coming in. They're trying to get over to help Yuragi, but it looks like there's no chance for this Kunkka to escape. Bryle slides in to finish off the kill.
A massive kill. Wasn't the level 2 Exorcism, so it's not going to be as strong when he pushes it forward for this tower, but a massive move.
I'll see how much of a chance Saberlight does get to beat into the tower, and if we have OG looking to defend, Amar has got the TP ready if he wants to arrive and hold back, but as it seems, Saberlight's backing off for now. Bryle and Dubu still looking for kill action around the mid.
Way too much deep push, as we were mentioning. Taiga now has Crypt Swarm. Seen him having it a couple times. Double nuke. Pretty much impossible to push this bottom tower. But again, Pango ult's back up. Enigma ult is going to be back up as well. So OG, it's probably a bit difficult for them to go for an aggressive play into all these.
Incredibly close stuff so far.
Close.
16 minutes in, 4-5. A very refreshing start between these two squads. So we've had quite a few recent games where one team starts to barrel out of control very, very early. This time around, this game one of the grand finals, not showing any signs of that. It could absolutely still fall either way here.
It's going to be very similar timings on all the BKBs. The Linus is about to be finished, the Kunkkas is about to be finished, Death Prophets is about to be done. Deso and Tomato as well, taking the top net worth finally.
And once sort of all those BKBs are taken into the equation, you know, which team with the lineup that they currently have do you think is going to have the tougher time when it comes to execution?
They have easier ways of like initiating the fights on TSM FTX because they have this tanky Wraith King and they have the Pango who can just start the fight by rolling in. So for them, I would say it's a little bit easier, but OG, they can tank through a lot of it, as we've been mentioning. You know, there's a lot of different ways to mitigate the damage that will be coming out here.
Yeah,
particularly the ROM, probably the biggest one.
Bryle's been doing a really good job as well
He
at
is.
making sure he starts the fight off with the Rolling Thunder from the side. So it's very, very hard for OG to ever really catch him and stop him from getting that ult off.
Yeah, I like that he's going for the blink, because I think he's recognizing what his job really needs to be. It's just get on top of the Lina, cause panic, cause disruption so they can't just chain combo one person down. All right, here we go. BKB starting to come online. Pace should start being accelerated quite quickly.
They're going to try and hit them with the smoke from the mid. 10 seconds until Exorcism, but the black hole is up. Moon can be looking ready to jump. He's going to go for Seb first. Over to the side, Yuragi and BZM will watch. They're not going to be able to get him before Seb goes down. As Seb falls, Yuragi will drop the boat combo, but they don't want to get stuck in on this, at least not at the moment. They'll put a Fiend's Gate down.
They have to get
getting over. TSM
They have to stay ready here.
They're going to go for the Roshan. Of course, with the Exorcism, this level 2, they're going to have good damage to take this out. OG, are they able to contest this 4 versus 5? We'll see who's able to get stuck into the pit first. Yuragi, they'll let the Torrent out over towards the Wraith King. Over to the side, Moon, he's been able to get the jump over towards Amar. Saberlight's in on top of him. Amar in trouble. Bryle commits in with the Rolling Thunder. That's Amar gone. He's out for 45. No buyback on him as well, so they cannot bring the Underlord back in to try and contest this Roshan. As TSM FTX continue to try and finish it off, Yuragi, he's going to look to step forward, but it's already fallen. Bryle gets the Aegis, and then
Black
Moon,
hole!
he's in! It's a 3-man Black Hole, a perfect one for Moon! Dubu tries to keep him alive, but Moon does die, but he got the job done! He gets in, they've taken out 4! BZM will TP out! But a fantastic fight for TSM FTX there around the pit. And Moon,
what a play,
getting them on the escape there. OG realizing they have to back off, and Moon, he's not letting them get away.
And it was perfect the way that they took all of this, right? They immediately kill one target before the fight starts. That could not have been better for TSM FTX. Tomato up to 6 Deso stacks now.
A brilliant fight. It already looked like it was going to be risky for OG after they lost Amar around the back of the Roche pit.
It's tough for them, like we were mentioning, it's tough for them to initiate the fights. They have to just walk in with their bodies, and it just allows TSM FTX to get these initiations. Like, look how panicked they are just trying to walk in.
Yeah, you know, Uragi feeling that maybe with the BKB he can get in, but he sees the Aegis already picked up Moon so quick there with the jump. And there's no chance, BZM not having the ability to put a stop to it with the Light Strike array on cooldown. Back in action, you see Tomato, he's getting gone on here by OG.
He's strong.
But they'll have to take him down the twice, Dubu. It's actually going to be able to protect his first life for now here with his Decrepit Fire and the Light Train. Bryle, he's considering getting involved. He's going to jump in with the Rolling Thunder, goes straight up towards BZM. Tomato steps back up, takes out Seb. Mumianda in with the Malefice over towards the leader. Bryle is in trouble, BZM. BZM can't escape this. He's been surrounded the BKB. He's trying to turn. He's got the Light Strike on towards Bryle. Bryle goes down at once. BZM will live for now. He's going to hide in the trees. Have they got any damage to take him down?
Oh
he's
my
out
God.
for VP. BZM will live, but Amar goes down, not able to escape through the gate in time. TSM FTX, they'll still take the fight.
OG just has to kind of run in every single one of the fights. They can't fight into all this damage, and that's without Exorcism, without Black Hole. The Pango's just causing way too many problems.
Yeah, Bryle is crushing it. He really is. These Rolling Thunders each and every time catching OG by surprise. I mean, I think for BZM it's fortunate. I think his BKB pretty much only just came back after that last team fight, was able to save himself. But TSM FTX starting to get the lead now. 11-6, 3K up.
They're starting to pretty confidently dominate this game, dominate the map. Tomato, massive. 80-second cooldown on his Reincarnate, but I don't think OG can punish this because TSM FTX has Exorcism back up. They're going to be looking for the fight themselves.
Absolutely, they've got the Arcane Rune as well in the bottle for Bryle.
Oh boy.
So he'll have spells plenty to throw out at OG in the next fight.
Almost has his shard done too, so more control is going to be coming out. Also hits level 15 after that fight, so that very disruptive Rolling Thunder lasts even longer versus these BKBs that are going to start ticking down. They're really catching their stride right now.
I'll see you around the mid. TSM FTX, they're ready to go for a jump, Moon.
It's a bit deep.
He's going to try and force out reaction. Stabilize steps forward. He has got the BKB if he feels threatened. He's going to pop it and pop the Ghost as well. They want to try and take this fight again, TSM FTX. Gale Force comes into play, but Bryle, he's already in with the Rolling Thunder, goes straight over towards the backlines, catches Tiger, back over towards Amar. Amar going down. TSM FTX having the perfect amount of damage here to bring down this Underlord, and TSM FTX, they're ready for more. Backing onto Seb. Seb caught out by the stun. Another kill for Bryle. As OG, they seemingly cannot deal with the pressure that TSM FTX is applying right now. Multiple times, Amar, for all the farm that he has, he still dies to the heroes that TSM FTX have.
They've just focused everything onto him and so many % base damage, spells that just rip right through him. This ward is crushing them too. This ward they have up there, yeah, right here. They have no idea where it is. They're pinging, trying to find it. They can't. It keeps us seeing everything, giving so much information for TSM FTX.
Absolutely, yeah, pretty much saw the setup that OG was trying for themselves, getting into the tree line around that tier 2. TSM FTX seeing absolutely everything. Now 6K lead, Tomato starting to step away from any other core in the game. He's going to go for that Blink Dagger next. So they'll have this incredible amount of jump. We've seen already, Bryle each and every time straight to the backlines with the Rolling Thunder. When he has Tomato ready to follow him up on that sort of jump, you're just going to see heroes on OG die in an instant.
Even though they have damage mitigation, they're starting to feel very squishy because of how farmed this Wraith King is. And TSM just continue to get all the jumps themselves. They're the ones getting all the perfect initiations because of Bryle. On top of damage mitigation now, also a Wraith Pact for TSM FTX, who they've been dominating these fights without this. Now throwing this on top, it's going to be another element that I don't know how OG deals with. They're already having massive damage problems.
They really are. It's tough. And, we saw the intention from Amar earlier to go for some sort of carry build. This game, it's going to be tough for him to carry. He's fallen behind massively on the net worth. It's getting to a point where Moon, he's about to take him over on gold.
Quad core for TSM FTX. OG, even though they were playing this greedy farm game for the entirety of the first 15 minutes or so, TSM FTX has won pretty much every single battle that they've got into. And causes them to pull ahead. Yeah, 4 cores.
Radiant's bottom tower.
See the Shadow Blade now done on Uragi. Maybe you can try for some sort of setup to catch TSM FTX by surprise, but they've been playing so well at just not getting caught out. Very few times have we seen TSM have a hero going out too deep on their own and OG being able to punish it.
I think he's trying to maybe just be able to sneak around a little bit, and also just it gives him one of the best damage that he can, and they just really need damage on OG right now to clear through, because Dubu is a problem. He's getting to free cast in the back lines because of Bryle.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of trying his best to save the heroes that go down. Even that last fight as we had, Moon, DD's in. Goodbye, Seb.
Didn't even need to pop the DD. Might have been almost a one-shot.
I think it would have been with a DD. Indeed, holding it for the next move.
As
OG.
TSM, they're down the mid lane onto the tier 2 tower. You've got to be
still have
careful.
this vision.
Yeah, Saberlight's maybe seeing if he can catch someone here on the back of it all. Over on their half of the map in their jungle, Moon is going to take a boat to the face, but OG, they know that as soon as they show their hand, TPs are coming in. Back in the mid, the tower goes down. So they get the objective, and they also make sure that they don't lose Moon on their half of the map with the TPs coming back sufficiently.
So high level as well on TSM. Saberlight level 18, level 3 exorcisms already online. He has a shard too. They're so ready to fight. I'm lacking ways to see OG winning a team fight. They have to just try to get some type of splits going around the map and try to get a pick off, but TSM is never giving them the opportunity.
And they're staying right in the faces of OG. 4 members of TSM, just no need to back off. They don't feel any sort of fear right now.
They see everything. Look at this. This ward just stays the entire duration. The bottom ward on the cliff as well.
He's gonna step into it immediately. They're in with the jump, steps out.
All right, this ward is kind of winning them the game, gotta be honest.
Full basher done on Bryle. These items just continue to fly out for TSM whilst OG are attempting to scramble their way back into the base. And we're really seeing what for the first time that we've had, a team turning up and absolutely just having an answer to this Seb win ranger that OG has just felt so comfortable with again and again. This game, he's having a real struggle at getting to play as they're just jumping him every single time. So BZM
BKB
has to, in order to get out here.
It's down to 6 seconds now. So, as we mentioned before, the Rolling Thunder, it's already been a problem even though they had BKBs, just because he's getting on top of them. Now it's going to be able to kind of crush them because of how low these BKBs are getting.
And they're trying their best to itemize for this high ground defense. BZM, of course, going all in on the right-click build, the Dragon Lance into the crit. They need that damage to come out from somewhere. Also, I believe Seb, he had the Maelstrom queued up earlier. Yeah, he's going to be able to pick that up, and we'll see if he wants to get that or the Blink Dagger first. But trying their best to get these items that will allow them to delete a hero at the start of the fight.
Every player is kind of playing for themselves at this point on OG, just trying to find any answer to what TSM FTX have been able to do so far.
I mean, you see it with sort of Amar as well. He did pick up the Ogre Club towards the BKB, but now he's saving up the money, so we might see something drastic be picked up. Seb, again, dealt with very easily by Bryle and Moon. As in fact, they're going to catch him as well, Bryle!
A menace.
He knew that he was trying to get out in the trees. It's just going to be another kill here for Bryle. 17-7 this game.
He is a monster.
I mean, he
Bryle.
is.
7-1-8, 15 of the 17 kills.
Yeah.
Kind of won the mid lane, you could say, in a way, versus the Lina. He is absolutely on fire today.
He's looking fantastic. I see Yuragi with this build up. He's going to try and get the Silver Edge into the relic. We'll see what way he wants to go for that.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's
just
a long way away.
Trying to get as much as possible. And they do need, of course, that nullifier eventually, but even then, you're really starting to feel OG just falling further and further behind in this game.
I mean, how are they going to deal with this Wraith King? How are they going to deal with Tomato twice in a team fight?
How do they deal with Saberlight? How do they deal with Bryle? Look how tanky everybody is.
That's the thing, all 3 cores at this point in such a position that it's really going to take everything from OG's heroes to bring just one of them down or get even close to bringing one down.
Love the itemization too from Saberlight, buying a halberd to this game, just knowing he can just run into the face.
They're going to try with the smoke.
Take up.
See if they can take one out. They're going to look towards Bryle, but he's already out with the shard. Tomato to the side. He caught Seb again, just dying immediately. To the full brunt of damage that TSM FTX bring, and Saberlight, he's ready to try and go for more. He's in with the BKB. They'll run over to the other side. Moon!
The black hole!
With the black hole. He's caught Yuragi, he's caught Tiger. Both go down. 3 dead now in OG, and with the ghosts up from Saberlight, they can push onto the high ground and look to take the tier 3 and possibly more.
OG can't even attempt to take a fight. They try to go for a pickoff, as we said they need to, but Bryle just clicks roll up. He just exits it perfectly, and now likely Brax just going down this early on.
Maybe even more.
Probably the game.
Top lane, the tier 2's already been taken, so they could look towards a second set. We'll see how aggressive TSM FTX want to play it here in the grand finals, or if they'll play it cautious. OG, they'll have the respawns coming in.
They still have all this vision. Both cliff wards still up for the majority of this game. So yeah, back up, chill out, Roche back, they can kill it, and there's no way that we can see OG coming back into this one. And look at Saberlight.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Gotta check it out. The mantles are cute, he's got it ready.
He's ready to give Amar a bit of a taste of his own medicine. We'll see this play once again. They smoke up for this move, OG, but as we said, that any of the cores that they go on at this point, it's almost impossible to catch them and take them down.
They need the absolute perfect chain stun, right?
And even with the BKB out in time there, he still dies very, very quickly.
Skate into the Roche pit.
Okay, let's see if they can catch them by surprise. They're looking for Moon.
See if they can bring down the Enigma. They're trying their best to chase him down, but Saberlight with these siphons, he's
gets
down low. They do get the drag back with the X marks. They'll bring down Moon. A buyback's had to come into play from Tiger as OG. They're putting everything into trying to make this team fight work.
They're at full retreat. Amar, he won't be able to get away. Bryle, beautiful swashbuckle when he's trying to TP out, gets the bash. You can feel the desperation. OG Fiends getting into the Roche pick. They know they need to contest it, and yeah, Saberlight gonna give him a little tip.
And it doesn't work out, and now with Roche at the ready, TSM, they should be lined up to get this one for themselves. No chance of OG having a say about this one. Once they had that Aegis in the shard, they'll be ready to go straight away for another set of racks.
Exorcism back in 20, 50 seconds for Black Hole. Yeah, they're fully ready to go to end this game, close it out.
We're pretty much got the full Abyssal as well on Tomato.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, sorry, on
Bryle, I think it was.
Yeah, Bryle, actually. Yeah, he's the one that's got the money to get it done. 30 minutes in, one of the more farmed Pangos you'll see. That's OG. I mean, within this sort of position, what is the plan? What is OG waiting for? What are they looking towards that could give them a chance to turn?
Taiga stealing a Exorcism and then a 5-man Black Hole while he has Exorcism running, because it just actually feels like they have no way to win a fight. That's how ridiculous it's going to get to be.
And we've seen, I think, sort of both times we've had the Black Hole from Moon. He's made an effort of catching the Enigma. Sorry, catching the Rubik, so there's not been a chance for Taiga to do any sort of play.
OG. Saberlight just blinks into them.
Tiger straight out to the side. He gets very scared there. It's over in the mid. Amar, who's trying to get up, but he's been caught by the Abyssal. That's going to be Amar probably going down here in the mid lane. And again, another bash from Bryle. Amar's out. They're bringing in the mid. I see Tiger. He'll
just Black Hole him.
He's going to drop the Black Hole. I mean, he knows that they're at a point this game where they don't need that Black Hole for the team fights. They're that far ahead. He'll happily drop it for Tiger.
Yeah. Absolutely, and already look with just the constant vision. They know everything that's going on. They see BZM top, attempting for the setup. Bryle on his way. No bash.
That's the thing with the bash in play. You can BKB and try and TP out, but the bash is likely to be there. BZM will try and stand his ground. Bryle's going to have backup coming in. There's not going to be any chance of BZM taking this. Tomato comes in with a big old crit, takes him out. As OG really feeling the heat here in game one for the first time in quite a few series. We've seen countless times in their run that they've made to the grand finals. They've been taking down teams with ease, but in this game one of the best of 5, they are struggling.
And look, TSM just literally popping ults by themselves, running down OG. They know how strong they are. Onto the racks too now. Quickly gonna get brought down.
40 seconds without BZM. He has got buyback. Jump forward from Tomato. He's ready to look for kills. They'll get in on towards Amar. Seb trying to blow them back with the Gale Force. Amar, he's going to get jumped again. They're in on top of him. He's out of action. Dead for 50. He'll buy back. But the Rack's being taken out here by TSM FTX. This top lane, see if there's any sort of defense Soji can put together. They will manage to push them away from the melee in time. But Tomato, he's ready to go back in. He'll turn with a stun on towards Seb. They've got the root control on the Wraith King. Jump forward for Saberlight. He's ready to get straight in on top of the Wind Ranger. Seb getting feared. Taken out by Bryle with a swashbuckle as that Seb out of the game. He'll buy back. They'll look for the X-Mark control onto Bryle. They do catch him in the Torrent. They'll use the Gale Force to blow him back under the Tier 4 tower. They've locked down Tubu, but Tubu decrepifies himself, turns with the life drain. He's keeping himself alive. Bryle swashbuckles out to the side. He's still alive. Finally he falls, but he's got that Aegis. He's going to be back for another round. Tubu standing against Amar 1-to-1. Finally cut down by the Underlord. Over towards the Tier 4s with the BKB pop. Tomatoes ready to try and take them down one by one. He does fall, but he's going to be back for that round 2. BZM trying to have another chance at him, but there's no chance here for the Lina to take a kill. They'll try and scramble back towards base BZM, but TSM FTX take him down. There's no buyback on Amar, no buyback on Stab. GG is called. TSM FTX turning up with an incredible Game 1 victory, folks. They stopped them. They made OG look completely different to the OG that we've been used to seeing in the series that they were in this run towards the grand finals. This game one, and they do it as well. They let that Seb Wind Ranger in.
They do.
They say, we don't care. And understandably, Seb did not get to play this game. TSM FTX, they had the answers for everything that OG tried in this game one.
Perfectly executed. Bryle, definitely the MVP for me. Him and Saberlight was phenomenal. The way they rotated around the map, took the towers early on. They knew how fast they could play versus this OG lineup. And OG, they had no responses. Actually never could even take a single fight that looked like it would go their way. They got their timings with their BKBs, attempted a fight, and it was absolutely disastrous around that Roche.
What an incredible opening to the Grand Finals here for TSM FTX. The test now for OG is going to be, can they pick themselves up from this sort of loss at the start of the series? They probably got rather used to winning game after game after game. We'll see if they can pick themselves after this one, because this was a rough start for them. TSM FTX crushing OG in this game one.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
smackdown in our first game of the best of 5. TSM, they had OG's number, and that was a rough one for them for sure. It's only game one of a best of 5, plenty of time for OG to recover and of course come back, but indeed TSM FTX coming in, swinging in this grand finals. I'm joined by Purge, T-Guff, and Jenkins. Jenkins, this game, TSM had OG's number.
That was good shit.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. I want that injected right into my veins, bro. That's just good Dota. Enigma action. I feel like we're not going to see it again. Like, it just looked way too good, even when it's Moon playing it, not Saberlight. Like, it was... That was good stuff. That was a good game. I hope this goes to 5 games. That's all I care about.
It was a really good Enigma game, but I feel like the important here on that match was actually Death Prophet. It kind of accomplished everything they wanted to do. They kept the Enigma away from the Kunkka for most of the laning stage. He gets the 1v1 versus a tanky strength hero, which means he's going to do more than fine. And then he had a really perfect solution against the Wind Ranger. You're normally so survivable because you just press your R button, you run away, everything's fine, you're survivable with Wind Run. If you just silence her, she's just a crappy support that doesn't have a defensive item. So it literally accomplished like 4 boxes and just gave TSM the easy win.
But also taking the mid tower by like minute 6, then going back top taking that tower as well. It was kind of like the game was in super even balance. And then Braille, we haven't really mentioned him. Every time OG wanted to invade, Braille was there with the Pangolier, rolling through them, annoying them, and then it kind of got to that 18-minute point at the Roshan where, you know, TSM, they force it, they wipe OG out the park, and that from that point, it's just them moving from map to map. You see it here. Like, you can't fight into this. This is a DP with Exo, a massive black hole from Moon Meander.
And then Dubu also saving as well. Like,
yeah.
The saves from him were just absolutely insane.
The thing for me in this game is the value of BKBs from TSM. When you put a BKB on the Wraith King after Armlet Deso, when you put a BKB on a Death Prophet who has Exo, phase boots, that is so much more valuable than a Kunkka that has BKB. You're kind of running away as the Kunkka. So TSM, they just saw this advantage in timings, they waited for it. When they hit that, they just blew OG out the park pretty much.
I wanted to bring a point up to you guys about this match that I was thinking about. That, tell me if this is stupid or not, but I was thinking like Pangolier, how do people play around Pango? He pops ult, and then you basically like do evasive maneuvers until the ult is gone, right? And so sometimes that involves like weaving in and out, sometimes that involves just getting hit by it and like saving the guy. But if you put Pango on top of 2% HP damage heroes, if you multiply the amount of seconds that he's distracting in the fight by the percentage HP damage that's being done, it's like 150% of anybody's health. Like, how many times did Amar go down that game because he was just getting rolled on over and over? He's like, I'm fine. Oh, I'm hit again. I'm fine. I'm hit again. And then all this time, the percentage HP damage was just absolutely melting through him.
Yeah, it felt like OG didn't get their opportunity to actually set up their fight with the Sables. It was always them reacting to it while Saberlight's popping Exorcism, chain healing. Taiga, who was supposed to steal Black Hole, he didn't get the opportunities either. Finally, when he does get cast Black Hole, he's retreated entirely because he's like, okay, this fight's basically over.
Yeah, for OG, this was a rare game where Amar, he was actually like the same net worth as Enigma at like the 27-minute mark. Normally Amar, he's up top leading the charge. Normally he'd have BKB by that 18-20-minute Roshan fight. He was shut down even though he had good top net worth because of those early fights at Braille. And then yeah, TSM once again, they saw a window, they punished it, and they rode that throughout the entire game. They didn't make any mistakes after.
Yeah, was there not a chance for OG to come back at some point? Because I felt like, okay, TSM doing really good, that is great, but we know OG, they can make those comebacks. What made them unable to do so this time around?
It was harder this game because they didn't have a conventional carry. They were playing Lina in the mid lane, and that can sometimes work. That's more of like the T1 style. They lost much earlier in the tournament, had a good start, but without a conventional carry, eventually Wraith King's just going to be way stronger, and he's going to start picking off heroes with very little setup.
Yeah, Tomato just played with relentless aggression. Every time he saw a window to jump, he was going in. You compare that to the Kunkka, he had to play on the back foot the entire time. So, you know, props to Tomato. He 1v1 the Underlord for a little bit, went jungle, and then popped out with all the farm necessary just to carry his team. So, I don't know. Yeah, TSM, this first game, I thought it would be a lot closer, but this was just a bit one-sided.
The lesson for us is Enigma, then?
It's hard to say. I mean, the Enigma looked really good, and I think definitely, like, that's probably the #1 lesson. But, like, even Dubu, like, if you're banning these heroes, you let the Pugna through, and in almost every single fight that we saw, it was set up. It was started with Dubu, like, miraculously saving somebody on the Pugna. His positioning is just perfect. Like, this hero is squishy. He dies. I don't know if OG, like, wasn't focusing on him because they're too focused on the Enigma, and maybe that's the problem, but I just kind of feel like Dubu, he just wasn't in vision half the time. He was just there saving his team all the time.
Because they had amazing vision themselves, right? Remember that one ward they had in between the top tier 2 and the mid tier 2 that stayed the entire time? That allowed them to have like 2 or 3 great smokes to fight into their jungle with aggression. OG, unfortunately, when you're under the threat of, you know, just all-out fight, you can't really get the clean D wards off. It didn't happen, and yeah, so unsung hero is Dubu on the support. His vision enabled everyone else to have somewhat flawless games.
It really did. TSM, of course, coming in here, swinging in this grand finals. I'm sure the crowd is, well, I know that there's a lot of people rooting for OG, but there's a lot of people very happy that TSM get this first win in the bag. Let's see who Slacks found in the crowd with that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sheever. I'm here in the crowd. One guy, thank you. All right, yes, I'm here in the crowd. Hello, crowd, as we're in between games there. Quite the series, my friend. What were your reactions? Who were you hoping to see?
I want to see a 6-game series. So either one, this is a good start. I think that Seb and No Tail picked Wind Ranger. They were waiting for someone to do this, and finally it happened. So
I hope we get to see a 6-game series. Does that mean you were hoping for a technical issue, or how exactly will we get 6 games?
yeah, I want there to be a technical issue. I want the last game to cut out midway and they have to redraft and start all over again.
The hell is wrong with you? That's nobody wants that. Banana Man! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Banana Man. He's at every single one of these. I remember I interviewed you at ESO Hamburg, right, Banana Man?
Many years ago at this point.
What are you thinking about this series? What did you think of TSM?
I think Seb's windrunner is an arse and we won't be working with her again.
Oh, take it easy, Banana Man. It's pretty good. That was the first time they ever lost on it. TSM, what are your predictions for the series?
4-0.
Okay, you guys are not good at math in this crowd. No worries. All right, my friend, we have a very big OG fan right here, and he said he wanted to give some special words to OG after that heartbreaking loss as Seb faces his first Wind Ranger defeat. Sir, what would you like to say to OG?
Good luck.
The hell does that mean? What did you just say?
Good luck.
Oh, good luck. What a speech. Thank you so much. Incredible. You know, this guy's a streamer. Thank you. What is your stream? It's time to sell out. I can't understand a goddamn thing this guy's saying. All right, well, thank you very much. A great crowd out here. Not so good at math, but they're great at loving Dota. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm sure everybody here is great at loving Dota, and that's why we're all gathered here today with the grand finals here of the Stockholm Major. Now, of course, we're all enjoying the Dota, and that's great, but there is something else that you should know.
We're live from Seattle, the Battle Royal Hall for the International Dota 2 Championship.
Oh, this could be a total disaster. Thank you, man. Ravage on everyone.
They're gonna do it.
Alliance wins.
Chow-In, another Blake, another kill. Newbie, Sumail holding on and down the black hole.
He's gonna be rushed, but wait! No, take it! He's gonna get the last one!
Liquid are close. They are close. Will he get another absolutely Yatoro?
I can't wait. Oh my goodness. I mean, we got an SEA International TGov. That's fire.
I mean, I've never been to an SEA event, but I know you guys have been talking about how the crowd's amazing, you know, so yeah.
It's on another level. It really is. Everybody there absolutely fiends and loves Dota. There are so many huge fans in the area, so it's going to be an exceptional crowd event.
How come nobody leaked that? Did you guys know this? Did I not get told? Was I supposed to know?
Turn your notifications on.
You just got told.
When I saw the city, I didn't know what city though. I don't leave the house. I mean, everybody here knew though.
Did they? Did you?
European education right there.
Yeah,
that guy knew. He knew it was
yeah.
Singapore. Hell yeah.
There have been a couple of tweets coming out recently, of course, from the Dota 2 Twitter. And if you looked closely, you could potentially recognize some of the sites that were like in the background.
Fun, Shiva.
It was a puzzle. Some people might have solved the puzzle. Some people got the solution right now.
I did see on Reddit the very first tweet. The top comment was like, "Oh, this is some place in Singapore," and it's like. How do you know? You just throw
like one leap had that, like bang.
Yeah.
Like, what?
They knew already. I didn't believe it. I wasn't ready for that yet.
Well, you're ready. You should be ready for it now because it is confirmed. The International 2022 will go to Singapore. Amazing Dota crowd, amazing food as well. I feel like if you're talking about Singapore, you have to talk about their food. It's actually insane. It's like a great trip for all different kinds of reasons. Great people as well, of course, and great Dota that's going to be had at the International. These two teams will actually play at the International with 99% certainty, I believe. But for now, they're still playing in the Grand Finals of the Stockholm Major. So let's get ready for a second game of this best of 5 series. We'll see you after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manta Dodge Challenge. I'm here with Moon Meander and Tomato from TSM. Moon, you spent a lot of time Manta dodging?
No.
Okay, great.
I don't buy this item ever.
Well, we'll see if your skills are easy to pick up here. It is a custom game mode, and you will get many spells thrown your way. You must Manta dodge at the exact right second. Are you ready?
Yes, I used to play Mega Man. This is easy.
Okay, just like Mega Man. Start the training and begin. All right, here come the Manta dodges. Get ready. 1 minute.
Hammer. What the hell is this? Invis Meteor Hammer.
Dude! That bad. It said bad, but you'll be all right. Meteor Hammer.
No, channel.
Oh, bad.
God.
All right, here we go. No problem.
Oh!
Here we go.
I'm gonna level you.
Boom.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Golem. Where's the golem? I didn't even see the golem cast.
You've got
I'll get one, guys. JK.
Here comes Invoker. This one's easy. Sunstrike.
This one's actually easy. Oh
bad.
my god, what is negative mean? Too early?
1 more minute.
Oh, I messed up. Tidebringer.
All right, Tidebringer. This one's easy.
So this is, I'm too slow.
All right, here we go. All right, this is a lineup here.
Boom. The minus is too fast. Roche.
All right, here we go. Roche up.
He's on stump. Oh my god, so close.
All right, you'll get one more. Last one. Tomato, jump on in.
You gotta do better than me. I'm too boomer for this shit.
The expert arrives here. We'll see the comparison.
Wow. What? This guy, man. Oh, so close.
Oh, what? It always looks like it's a second too late. God damn! God damn,
baby!
This guy's pretty good.
That's why he's my carry.
Of course.
I don't buy Memphis stuff for a reason. Dang, that one's hard.
Clear winner here, Tomato. Would you recommend people actually do this and practice Manta dodging? Is it a useful thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, I do this every day.
Every day?
Yeah, I know them all by, I know which one comes after.
Wow. And that's how you got so good, huh?
It helps a little. I mean, it's not like you get to Manta dodge very often, but it's like, if it does happen, it's nice to do it. It helps with reflexes a lot.
Moon, are you going to practice?
No.
Okay, great.
What kind of 4x Phoenix Manta stuff?
Ooh, Phoenix Manta! You'll see it in your next post. Thank you guys so much for watching.
The Grand Finals of the Stockholm Major continue here with Game 2 around the corner. The first game taken by TSM FTX in dominant fashion here against OG on the main stage of the Hovet Arena. I'm joined by Jenkins, Tigov, and Purge. And for Game 2, I want to talk about adjustments because we talked about the Enigma, really good. We talked about Wind Ranger basically failing for the first time. Purge, you mentioned Death Prophet being a big factor of that. What is the result of all that going into Game 2?
I think TSM basically they outdrafted OG without a doubt in that game. They opened Enigma, their opponent said, okay, here's the counter, it's Kunkka, and then they were waiting for that gotcha moment later on where they could swap those heroes out, get this hero that was going to match up well in lane and also match up better. So it kind of like undercut them in multiple ways. It also hurt the Wind Ranger, so it was like the perfect hero for that circumstance. I think if you run back the draft to like 60% of the way through and they ban Death Prophet, I think it's a very different game, personally.
Yeah, don't forget that this opening from TSM, it was an opening that OG used earlier in the tournament. It was the Enigma and the Pangolier. Sure, last time OG used it, they were double stat picking it. But, you know, TSM, they take both of the heroes. And I think for OG, the fact that they weren't able to muster a lineup to counter their own opening, that's a little bit worrying.
It is, but I do also feel like, you know, going into a grand final, there's obviously going to be some ideas that are big ideas that are going to be brought out where it's like, okay, obviously, you know, the meta has evolved like this. Let's just try something like totally different. Like this Enigma, for example. We've seen it occasionally throughout this tournament, but first phasing it, I mean, that's some crazy shit right there. Like that's a totally different draft. So I do think that like maybe a hero like Wind Ranger, for example, just doesn't look good in this very quickly evolved meta that is the grand finals of a major.
Yeah, a best of 5 is definitely very different from a best of 3 in that sense that you have a little bit more wiggle room, Purge. Enigma first phase, we heard Crit say yesterday that he just thinks that hero should just be banned every time.
I mean, he's right in a lot of senses, but few teams were trying to bring the Enigma against them. So I think that's one way to undercut it. You can't let them have all these secret picks that they can use, and you have to ban them all. You have to integrate some of them into your playstyle to undercut it, otherwise they always get what they want.
Indeed, in which team will get what they want. I wanna highlight the mid matchup a little bit from the previous game we've had, because we had the Lina versus the Pango. A little bit of help coming in, of course.
A lot of help.
A lot of help.
That was a lot of help.
Yeah. But it was kind of, we talked about it in the pre-show that this lane was going to be a very important one. Jenkins, you mentioned how important it was going to be.
Yeah, both of these teams really value runes. We saw a lot of those do a lot of work. You know, Brawl picking up an Arcane rune, for example, and all of a sudden he basically has permanent Rolling Thunder. You know, he uses it, and then by the time everything resets for the next fight, he has it again. So there's absolutely no punish to using that ability, which we saw every time he used it. It was like in a river or some enclosed area where he was just bouncing constantly, getting the percentage damage, and just absolutely tearing through OG.
Yeah, that mid lane definitely, I mean, Brawl getting a big head start there. I see the players putting their headphones on. I believe we're close.
So is the fun part, because you know, they hear everything we say.
Yeah, they do.
Well, that's why they put the headphones
yeah, they're like, oh, quickly get them on there.
I don't want to hear what they have to say. I want to talk about a part of the series that we haven't talked about at all, and I believe we've not talked about enough this entire major. Sixth man, we got Misery on the side of TSM, of course, coming in relatively fresh, Purge, as a coach for TSM, because they did not have a coach, or they did not have Misery as a coach for a large portion of this season.
Yeah, that is true, but I think he's a great Dota mine, and he's been around a very long time, so he's got tons of experience. Certainly having him on the stage in a Moon Meander jersey is going to be helpful to their ultimate goal, which is doing super well and getting to CI.
Yeah, no, the important thing for TSM, you know, Moon already mentioned in his interviews before that he wanted someone to be able to bounce back his ideas from. If you bounce it with your team, then it's potentially hurting your team, because if let's say Tomato brings up an idea, but then it doesn't work out, or brings up an idea and it works, like there's that friction, so you need to have that extra voice, and you know, like Purge mentioned, Misery is that kind of Dota mind to help with the Dota side.
I remember that interview, and he said that basically like Dubu was that guy for him. It was a bounce back between them, but he felt like Dubu could focus a lot more. Right? He wanted Dubu to focus on just his gameplay and just see where that would take the team. And I mean, that's a very hard decision to make, and a smart decision. And it's panned out. I mean, Dubu, I think he hit like rank 5 or something like that right after that. And now it's like we're seeing insanely good individual performances from him.
Yeah.
And a lot of the 5 positions in this tournament, individual mechanical performances from them have mattered. It's not like this role that's just a captaining / drafting role anymore. If you're positioning perfectly in every game as Pugna, it does have genuine impact.
I would really agree with that. I think Dubu is definitely one of the standout 5s in that sense, that he's consistently making amazing plays, surviving on low HP, really min-maxing things.
Smile, smile.
The boys.
That is a smile. What are you talking about?
It's a slight smile. I've seen bigger smiles before.
It's a pretty good smile still. Definitely. But yeah, to your point, Dubu has played fantastically this first game especially. We really get to see his play taken to a higher level, and I think it's so important to have a coach. I mean, especially at a major like this, and especially if you're thinking about group stages, there's so many games at the same time. You're really going to ask one of your players to basically do the two. Hey, you're doing 2 jobs.
Yeah, they're too busy fiending Reddit when they're winning, so that's the issue. You need the coach to keep everyone grounded.
Yeah, that's important as well. I mean, that's one part of the job for sure. On the other side, of course, we have got No-Till as the coach. Now, I do know it's not just No-Till. Every time after a game, they pick up the phone and they get Misha on the line, Shuvash on the line. They're helping out as I guess the 7th and 8th man purge. That's an advantage.
They definitely have a lot of manpower, and there's a lot that goes into being a pro team, especially at earlier stages of the tournament where there's so much stuff going on at the same time. You have to keep an eye on all the different strategies, plan like 2 to 3 matches ahead. It's really difficult to do that. When you get to these later stages, probably still really helpful because you can just put so much brain power against these really difficult late game draft or late tournament draft decisions. How do we solve these problems, etc. I'm sure that they've been really fiending, trying to figure out what happened in game 1 as well.
Yeah, but what separates the teams that can do well at majors and the ones that can win at majors is taking that prep and in the middle of the draft being able to kind of understand what's happening and not have to rely on it. Be able to kind of in your gut feel kind of read what's happening from your opponent when things start changing up. Like when OG suddenly puts Viper to a support, that's something that you can't prep for. You need to be ready for it.
We got a draft.
We got a draft. The Enigma does get the ban, the respect ban it deserves, and we do have another Pugna picked up. We did say that the Dubu on that Pugna was something else.
Which means Storm is now let through the pool, so potentially if OG picks like a weaker combo, could just lead to a Pugna Storm opening from TSM.
I just think that first game mattered so much for this best of 5 because not only did they get a win, but now there is a tool that OG themselves are forced to ban. It's going to completely change the drafting for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and it's something that OG themselves could play. So I imagine for the rest of the series, unless there's some crazy draft shenanigans coming out, it will be the Enigma getting banned for whatever team doesn't have first pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious though which new hero will be thought of, because we mentioned it before during especially LAN Grand Finals with a crowd, you want to have one of those team fighty heroes that can be your backup if all else fails. So if it's not Enigma, then who?
Maybe Tidehunter.
Storm's a budget version with the Axe, right?
Kind of, yeah, it's true. It's true. And I imagine here you probably want to aim to get like IO or, oh, never mind, okay. Not a Storm combo. Just a good hero.
Out.
Slightly surprised they picked that early with CK being banned in the pool, but is that
that is a big balloon.
That's a good hero.
That's a nice stalker. That's actually a hero that they've been owning with.
They might play this, yeah.
It's so good at hitting backlines. Saberlight on the hero has been looking incredible. Goes shard pretty early, just dominates. But I do think that the Snapfire is really solid here because that's one way you can exploit Pugna. Beat him in this, get this really strong dual lane and beat him in the lane.
Instant puck pickup. They already know who's going to go mid with that Storm Spirit, so instantly picking up a hero that they're comfortable putting up against it.
Yeah, I think it was T1 earlier in the major where they had this Puck Storm matchup. And when Puck hit 6 earlier, just because of out-denying his opponent, with one rotation, every call was instantly killing Storm. Storm had to, of course, then go for the BKB rush. So you have like a 20-minute window where you always get to kill off this hero that's somewhat pesky.
It's a good backline jump, too, for the Snapfire. Like, you just hold the silence, and it's really easy to just orb past the entire team with absolutely no threat to dying yourself and silence the Snapfire ult.
Yeah, and I like against Storm, having a mid hero that can also mirror the rotation. Storm, naturally, when you have 6 with Rune, you want to TP the side lane when they're close to the tower. Puck also can quickly TP, orb, coil, so both heroes can kind of play into each other. Whoever makes the moves first, you expect the other mid to follow that rotation.
OG's turn to ban.
Not to mention they can force the fight around Netherward a bit easier with the Puck ulti. So I think it's a great opening for TSM, but OG still has a lot of good potential here to exploit their offlane.
Indeed, we got TSM. They're going to focus a couple of the offlane heroes, of course. Viper is a flex pick for OG, as we saw in the previous series as well. Taiga does sometimes dabble with it, but I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of Amar heroes on the banning side of things for TSM.
And I think on the flip side, we'll see Saberlight heroes being banned for OG.
All the offlaners.
Like, yeah,
all the offlaners.
This already looks like an amazing Night Stalker game. It's great against both the Storm and the Snapfire. You jump the back lines, but also Puck is a type of hero that likes to go in and out of fights constantly. And Night Stalker with the vision lets you basically choose when to get in and out. It's one of the strongest combos with Night Stalker. So I would be very surprised if they let it through.
The vision game in the previous game definitely was important. Obviously, they did it with a couple of wards, but if you have a hero that can solve that issue, that would be very good as well.
5 seconds.
Shadow Shaman ban makes a bunch of sense too. They banned it against TSM in the previous game, would have given them some really good lockdown against the Storm. Plus they have no tower push coming from their mid laners, so would help solve that problem a bit. Now they're going to have to address it more heavily in their carry.
OG hasn't played any Snapfire so far at the Major.
It is interesting, actually.
I was going to double checking it, because I'm sure I've seen it before, but no, yeah, this is the first time from OG. So that kind of opens it up where, what roles are going to go to? Obviously not offlane. I don't think I've ever seen a Mar touch this hero.
I just feel like I'm confident that it's going to be the 4 most likely. Obviously they could pivot to 5, but I just think it's their reaction to Pugna. They've had this plan, oh, if Pugna gets picked, this is the hero we're going to spawn, we're going to crush it in the lane. It's already going to combo with the Mars playstyle anyways, because he loves dominating those off lanes, so this will work perfectly.
He plays the big beefy boys too, which, you know, you love getting cookied in. Yeah, he's getting all of the beefy boys are getting banned out. I mean, they're still Mars. I wonder why TSM both games they don't seem to care about Mars. Like they don't think it's a good hero. They have a counter to it.
I don't like it this game though. Against Puck, it's pretty difficult to latch him.
I mean,
you catch him to a tree.
Mars Snapfire, like that's a classic combo.
Yep. It is. It'll be really good for the lane, definitely.
The Wraith King gets banned out by OG. Respected Samato's performance in the previous game.
I think I heard somebody say recently that maybe on a panel, they said, you want to pair Wraith King, this is probably Crit that said this, you want to pair Wraith King with a Pugna in the lane because it's a really strong carry that offsets Pugna's weaknesses in the lane, so that's why they're banning that there, I think.
Which other beefy boy does TSM not want to face?
You're still saying Mars, right?
It's got to be Mars. It's got to be. If it's not Mars, there's like something they have against it.
So the previous couple of times that Mars got ignored, it was because there was a Pango on the other team. They will this time ban it out because, of course, no Pango on the side of TSM.
Okay, Amar has been banned out. What the hell do you pick now?
Still got Slaughter.
Yeah, for OG right now, you kind of need your offlane to be that kind of point-and-click initiator, right? Like you start the fight and you allow Snapfire Storm to play into that. And when you look at his hero pool, what's left? It's like Slaughter, Tide, or Centaur. And
definitely not Centaur.
Definitely not Centaur.
We had a Bloodseeker earlier today. That worked out quite well.
It was like a perfect Bloodseeker game, though, right? He was against a Pango, so there was like extra reasons for it to be good. Again, he's going to be flexible in what he can play, but he's going to want to stick to his comfort if possible. But
they're also going to see 2 more heroes before they probably have to pick his hero, so maybe it becomes a game that it works out, but yeah.
I don't know, a lot of his heroes have been banned already.
There still is both Io and Slardar. You could get that combo and then run the snap as a 5.
That'd actually work out quite a lot because, again, you mentioned how Pugna is quite a weak laner. You need to have a carry somewhere independent. You put an Io Slardar there, you're going to easily 2v1 that carry.
This looks like a Slardar.
Yeah, no, this is
with the
Medusa Slardar. Oh, no,
isn't it still very countered by just decrepify? Like Io Slardar, all their damage is right click. So
yeah.
Well, there is the Wind Ranger again. It did not work out previous game, but still quite a good track record.
I think Puck is actually really good here in the same sense Death Prophet was. Silence is so good against Wind Ranger because it's not a very expensive disable to use. It has pretty high uptime. You don't always need it for other heroes. You silence her. If you catch her before Wind Run, she just dies.
Well, Witchblade also gives you the True Strike, so
yeah,
like,
really good
you're killing her through it.
Oh, and there's
all right. Get some rat action going on today. All right.
So not gonna grab the Doom against the Storm. That looks great.
And now we look at the offlaners, I guess the Doom covers a potential Tide pick as well, because maybe Tide into Furin. Tide is one of the better offlanes to deal with the Furin carry, but now you got a Doom to cover it.
Bro, Nature's Prophet has like the 3rd highest win rate versus Tide. That's one of those debate matchups. Like
you need like 2 layers. You need Tide +1 normally.
Yeah, you could probably do well against. I mean, you deal with the trees, but like they go for the next.
Okay. Look, this has got to be a good Amara hero. It's like very similar playstyle.
It feels like it's got to be a good Amara.
Do good in the lane, and then you go crazy on the map.
You can eat Ancient Creeps with a shard. That's like literally farming.
It's a carry. I mean, it's a carry. You get damage with the ult. So I mean, he's more than happy.
And it's great for scouting teamfight initiation. That's going to be what TSM wants as well. Puck's looking for that. Doom's looking for that. If he just drops his ulti, he's going to spot enemies. It's going to make Storm's life easier too.
But their early ability to kill off the Puck and then stop the tower siege is kind of linked to Storm having a good lane or Mortimer Kisses being available. Because like Night Stalker, he has great vision, but he's not really that kind of defending an objective starter, but he needs everyone else to use his vision until he has BKB and items like it.
Storm Night Stalker is a nasty combo, though.
Is.
Like
once it's online.
Yeah, the Night Stalker silence, you can just jump right into that and focus whoever the Night Stalker is focusing with the Storm, and there's no way to kill the Storm.
Doesn't this make the game way too hard for Nature's Prophet right now? I feel like playing against Storm's already difficult, but NS as well, it just seems tough.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like every time we've said that on panel, it's been wrong. I mean, we've been watching like mostly BetBoom play that hero, and it seems like, yeah, there is a window in the middle of the game where you are weak to these like ganking pickoff heroes, but you have such high tempo in the early game that you can snowball on them, and then in the late game, Dota 2 right now is just insane in the late game. Like, Nature's Prophet with the leash talent genuinely outcarries a lot of heroes in Dota, and it's very good against Storm. I would actually wager that the win rate of Storm versus Nature's might be Nature's favorite right now because of that leash talent.
Do you really feel like TSM has the right heroes to win those early ganks, though? Like, I feel like they've got great team fight. Once Doom is 6, that's great.
They
don't
need more.
Have this. They don't have this pre-6 skirmish thing that's going to unlock towers very easily.
You're
That's
right.
why they're
They need
banning
more.
the Beastmaster, right? Like the OG, if you put Doom on 4 and you pick up some overwhelming push, it simplifies everything we're talking about, because OG already is somewhat weak early on until they get one item on each core. In that window, if TSM just take a couple towers pre-10 minutes and just occupy the map, that's when they're going to be comfortable in this matchup. Having an Orchid on Fury and then getting BKB level 20, you're going to have the game from there.
Yeah, I think TSM needs like a 0 or 1 item hero to play with right now, where like they can actually fight in the early game, which would be either Moon Meander or Saberlight's hero we're looking for.
Yeah, so what's still in the pool? I mean, in terms of Saberlight, we still have the Brewmaster and the Tidehunter coming out, maybe?
I love the idea of Brew. This is something that SVG said, like, I don't know, some major that resonated with me in particular, because, you know, but Brew, basically, like, you want a hero that anchors the fight for Brew, because if you can just get a fight where Brew does things and people aren't just running away from him, Brew will win any team fight in the game. So a hero like Puck is perfect for that, because you literally just say, here's where the fight is, right here. And Disruptor, that's another great hero with it for the same reason.
I like the DP ban as well. Mirrors into the Beastmaster, you get that quick BKB and they go for the fight. Depends if TSM want to go all for the pushing heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, their bans indicate they think TSM's going to play Doom as a 4 this game.
Exactly, yeah.
So
the thing with Brew here is that it kind of sucks versus Storm and Night Stalker.
With these two bans, my brain's like, okay, Dark Arch, all right.
It's a Saberlight
Have we
special.
seen that yet?
He loves that hero. He's going to have a melee 4 position who's going to get a mana aura.
Is this also a hero that is just really good in terms of team fight that you can always rely on?
I mean, it's the first time we've seen it at the majors. Unpicked so far, but we get to see it in game 2. And it's going to give them just that all-out fight when... Oh god, this is going to be a fun draft to watch.
This hero doesn't lose late game. The quadruple wall with Refresher Orb, which is the build that everybody is doing, is just insane. You legit have like 4 of the enemy carry doing 120% damage each. It's insane.
Yeah. OG, they secure themselves with Monkey King. It gives yourself some laning, the Jingu, and you can stand your ground, of course.
Yeah, you can outrange the Iron Shell in lane, so that's nice for them. Should have a pretty solid lane.
Yeah, I don't think there's any surprises in terms of who is going to play what, with Moon Meander taking on the Doom in the position 4 as we talked about.
The mana aura with Darkseer sounds like something that I'm surprised hasn't been abused yet. That sounds really OP.
And just giving Iron Shell on Doom, and you're like, all right, go destroy their support by yourself.
Yeah,
he's going to run him down. Iron Shell damage, mana burn, it's going to be good.
Monkey interfering, though, that matchup, it is pretty much Monkey favored. So I think it's now on the rest of the cast, right? The vision from the Night Stalker, how they assist each other, the Storm jumping, covering Monkey King. On the flip side, I think TSM's draft feels nicer to like snowball with. So, again, these drafts, they're always kind of close. There's not like a clear favorite.
It sounds like an action-packed game to be. And who better to listen to with that than OD Pixel and Fogged?
Absolutely, Sheev. Cannot wait for this one. It's going to be a whole lot of fun in this game too, for sure, between TSM, FTX, and OG. Folks, some interesting stuff happening in the drafts, especially sort of around the
New heroes.
Right, exactly. The amount of bans that we had that draft against Amar was quite incredible. He goes for the Night Stalker, something that we haven't seen him play for quite some time, and then Saberlight himself switching it up with something a bit different. The Darkseer coming in as that last pick.
Like you said, all the offlaners were banned, so I think both teams maybe were even looking for that Night Stalker themselves, because I think it did look pretty good, even if TSM did want to go for it. And Saberlight, big fan of the Night Stalker. So yeah, it looks interesting. Looks very aggressive. I think this game, we should have more than 6 kills at 12 minutes. Let's hope so.
Yeah, indeed. Last time around, it was a bit of a slow start, but when it ramped up, it really did for TSM FTX as they pretty much cruised through that first game against OG. OG having no chance of slowing them down. We'll see if we can get something a little bit closer here in this game 2 as we get ourselves into the action. So overall, what are you liking from both teams with the approach that they've got coming into the second game?
TSM FTX, they have more of like this, when we pick a battle, we're probably likely to just win this one with the Darkseer, Puck, and Doom. OG, though, have a really good way to maneuver and pick their fights as well. They have a lot of vision that's going to be coming into this game with the Monkey King and with the Night Stalker, so I think it could be a little difficult for TSM FTX. They have to be very careful how they do use these long cooldown ults. Looking at the preparation already, playing versus Doom, we've already seen this so many times. Look at the wards. OG just blocking out their jungle, getting information to make sure that they can see what creep that Doom gets in particular. Because if he gets the mana creep, we've seen what happens. They tend to just crush the lane. And I'm really curious to see what Saberlight's going to do. It's a hero that he's very, very dominant with, as you see. Master tier, it's one of his favorites. And I'm just curious what this hero is going to be able to do in a match like this, when a lane could be a bit difficult. Versus the Monkey King with that built-in sustain. Versus double melee as well.
We'll see if we have any attempts here around the bounty rune. Saberlight won't stick around to try and grab this. Actually try and make a bit of a go onto him. They'll take away half his HP. And overall as well, sort of from game to game for these teams, we saw last time round, as you were pointing towards, TSM FTX, they did such an excellent job of having that sort of vision advantage against OG. When you're playing these sort of grand finals, between game 1 and game 2, do you think OG would have had a chance to sort of look at that and be able to sort of take that into account in this second game? Or is it likely that they might struggle with the vision setup that TSM FTX was so good at getting against them?
I think they definitely did. That one ward in particular that was in the dire jungle for the entirety, it kind of crushed OG for 6 minutes. So I really do think that they went back and did their homework. I mean, they're all watching, so they know what was going on in the game. And they did adapt a lot this game, rather than going for a bit of a... You could say that last draft did look a little bit weird because it had Kunkka, Underlord, and Lina. No straight carry in particular. This time around, they do have that in the Monkey King. Sure. So adaptation was made from OG, but TSM FTX, they've completely changed the way this draft has been too. More like the pressure that they're going to be going for still is a bit similar. Sure, they don't have the Death Prophet, but they have the Nature's Prophet carry that's going to get involved very early for tower pressure.
We're getting a little bit of an XD out here from Tomato on that bottom lane. Some tips as well, going back his way from Amal. Friendly stuff, I'm sure. And so, yeah, from the carry matchup, you know, Tomato on the Prophet. Has this ended up being a game where the Prophet's going to feel pretty strong? I mean, what's he most scared of out of OG's lineup?
It's a bit scary. Night Stalker, Storm, and Monkey King, 3 heroes that can gap close on top of him. It's going to be a bit difficult for him, but if he tanks up, if he has a good lane, which he should have with this double range versus Night Stalker, he could just be too tanky for them to deal with when he gets his early itemization.
Top lane.
Top.
Good body blocks here from Seb, trying to trap Moon, but the Surge is ready. Saberlight making sure that Moon's able to safely escape. You can continue to keep the pressure on this top lane.
Means Yuragi's going to miss a couple last hits when they go for those aggressive moves.
It's not going to get any easier to commit, especially once they've got the second point in the shell. High chance that unless Yuragi can build up that Jingu and get that burst heal out, the overwhelming damage from a couple of Iron Shells could be a real nuisance for a Monkey King in the laning stage.
Definitely. I mean, level 2 Ion Shell, level 2 Scorched Earth, when they have that online, the damage that rips through is pretty ridiculous. So yeah, they will have to find some way to sustain through it. So Yuragi probably gets that Jingu next, as we expect. Saberlight trying to pull, but the creeps are there. He's gonna have to surge away.
That will mean that OG can maintain control of that. And then over in the mid lane, we saw last game, Ryle, he had a ridiculous time on his Pango. Each and every team fight, being able to get the jump. I imagine as the Puck, he's going to sort of have the same focus, right? He's going to look for those backliners, and it's, you know, Seb in particular, he's going to have it out for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, absolutely. Great control for the Storm, even for that Night Stalker. Night Stalker does not like to be held in position. He likes to be able to like weave in and out of the fights constantly, so versus that Puck, Ryle could get a lot of work done. Seeing both of the mid laners trying to stack up their small camps, Ryle will be successful with his.
See top lane Saberlight.
Saberlight.
He's got the Surge on cooldown. He's probably in trouble here. There you have it. First blood.
This is a tough lane to play. The double melee versus the Monkey King. You're already seeing it build up quickly. Moon has to leave the lane. He's looking for a creep. Can't find the Dream Creep, as we do know. They blocked out a lot of those camps.
And they've been doing a really good job on this denies top. You see that so far. He's only been able to get 5 CS out of the lane on the Darks here.
Yeah, struggling a lot more than the Night Stalker, who's getting a couple last hits just with his Void. Can't really bully Ammar out of the lane. They are impacting his CS just because of those double range harassments, but he's got double Bracer. So yeah, tough for Saberlight and Moon. Gonna have to see how they recover up here.
And sort of this time round, would you imagine we'll see Moon hover around the top lane a bit more, or again, is he going to try and leave this lane to Saberlight on his own?
I think he should stay around the top lane a bit more. Already though, he's gonna get ganked.
Yeah, BZM waiting around the tree line for him. Seb's ready to help out as well as Moon. He'll try and get out of here. He'll let out a tornado, but he won't be able to turn anything around. OG, they take him down. Kill for BZM.
Not something you'd expect. Level 4 Storm. Walking over to check the rune, ends up getting a kill like that. It's gonna continue to make Saberlight have a very difficult time. And it will get easier actually, because now Yuragi, he's got the point saved up, so if he sees opportunities for 2 points in Jingu, he'll be able to completely offset the damage that does come between the two of these.
Now, bottom lane Tomato. Oh my goodness.
TP's out on Intred.
Yeah,
wow, whoa.
Living on the edge there, he will survive.
Much more aggressive lane this time around with the Snapfire in comparison to that Rubik. But still see Tomato free farming.
Now we'll see that TP again, see how low exactly he did get. 2 HP!
Apologies, he didn't even have the treads. They completed when he back to base. I was like, oh god.
A 2 HP there on the escape. It doesn't get much closer than that.
Stack those branches, people. That third branch made the difference.
Now he's picked up more now. He's got 5 branches to play with.
He had two in his backpack when he was... I think he started the lane with, what, 5 branches and a Blightstone, so just high stats.
See if they can try and get Saberlight. He'll try and surge away, but the shackle's there from Seb. Saberlight in trouble. Boundless at the ready. OG continue to well and truly deal with the top lane Darkseid. They're sending out the tips as well. Over to the mid. Ryle tries a bit of setup here with the Dream Core, but TPs are coming in. Moon, he's got to back off.
Shackle.
They get the shackle again. Seb's hit. Grabbing the Siege Creep into the Doom. Locks down Moon Meander. And OG, they are striking back hard here in this game too. 4-0. And already having a great impact across the lanes.
It's really problematic as well too, because now Doom, if you saw Moon when he entered that fight, he was level 2. So it's a level 1 Scorched Earth doing very little damage, kind of tickling BZM, and that's also going to impact, as we said, Saberlight, only level 4 right now. It's going to be a slow start for the two of them.
They're going to try and look towards him. They have got the control. He's got 10 stick charges and a Fairy Fire. He's going to have the backup from BZM as well. As BZM heads over, Tiger will go down. See if BZM and Seb can get some kills in return out of this. They can. They take out Moon again.
Another rune too for mana. Can't continue to go for anything else. But Nighttime has been hit too, so Ammar now will start to even bully Tomato a little bit down here. So lanes look to have gone incredibly well for the side of OG.
Top lane.
Saberlight.
He's going to be able to keep the distance with that last bit of surge duration that he had, but has to be cautious, especially with the phase boots done on Yuragi.
I was about to mention these phase boots as well too, because most of the time, especially for Monkey King, we always see treads built up, but he's playing versus Nature's Prophet. We've seen the problems come. You get sprouted, you're stuck with phase boots. You can just cut the tree. When the shard comes out, you can just walk through that tree, and so it's an adaptation we've seen a lot of players doing.
Absolutely, and one of the reasons why you're almost certainly going to see him go for that Battle Fury build this game. And he should, he's off to a good start on getting it at a decent time. Second highest on the net worth, just behind BZM Storm.
BZM is massive.
See Seb, he's got to cut his way out of the trees with the power shot. TSM, they'll turn up with the numbers. 4 heroes have a look towards taking down Seb. They'll get him out of their jungle.
And Moon does find the creep, as we do see. So he's got the Dream Creep. Now he can potentially maybe look to get some impact. Top, though, is just still so difficult to lane versus this Monkey King. Saberlight is getting some levels, though, so that Ion Shell damage will start adding up. They might have to make a rotation, though, to slow down this Monkey King's farm.
Yeah, Yuragi getting the Void Stone first to make sure he constantly has mana to pretty much spam that Primal Spring every time the creep wave comes in and clear out those Iron Shell creeps very easily.
Lane's having to be broken, though, by TSM FTX. Tomato, he can't lane versus the Night Stalker, has to jungle a bit. Definite problems for them in this
Gonna
early
see the shackle from Seb connect. If we look around the Power Runes going to end up being down on the bottom side of things.
Both teams, the last game, literally were just playing around Power Runes. Almost every single one of those fights we did see around the river around them. So tons of emphasis on it. 2K lead already for OG.
Yeah, BZM and Tiger. Let me see if they can find something on TSM FTX's half of the map. So far, BZM having fantastic involvement in the action. Already 1-0-2 on the mid-storm.
I wonder when they're going to be able to use Saberlight, because he's got Arcane Boots, he's got the level 6 now, but the only person to really carry his Ion Shell this game is him and the Doom. And Moon being so far behind is unbelievably squishy.
Dire's top tower is
4-position Doom, not tanky. Has to buy any type of small item so he can actually carry that Ion Shell in fights.
And again, just the continued space that Yuragi's having. No pressure at all on the Monkey King. And we're going to see that maybe change now. TSM.
They need ults to be able to do things on TSM FTX.
Bringing the numbers top to see if they can take down Yuragi. They'll start things up with the Dream Coil, lay down the wall. He should go down here. They've got the burst. They'll take him out. A well-needed move there from TSM FTX. They had to slow down Yuragi.
Can they transition it into anything, though? Ideally, they want to try to hit this tower a little bit, but it's a bit difficult. He's already back up in 15 seconds. Probably scared of rotations, too, because Amar, he's gone for a greedy skill build, but he's holding a skill point as well, too, in case he needs Dark Ascension to come join, or he needs the Crippling Fear.
Yeah, Moon's got to be a little careful around how he shows in the mid.
He's so squeezed. He's level 4.
Here's BZM at level 8. They'll be ready to dive him if they see a chance. And it's got Tomato by his side.
Whoop.
Whoop. That's going to see BZM turn towards Tomato with a slow now. Go back with the Vortex onto Moon. Moon very, very dead here as OG continue to feed off the dude.
We'll get some top tower damage, though. Likely to even bring it down. So good move from TSM FTX to use that. You know, use Moon's death to at least get something big out of it. Bottom, Amar.
He's going to get on top of Dubu. It's a crapper fight, slowing down the punches for now, but there is more from OG. Tiger making his way down to help Amar out. Amar, he doesn't even need it. He's able to do it on his own, taking out Dubu, taking the tier 1 tower.
It is such a good Night Stalker game. This is going to be a huge thorn that TSM is going to have to figure out to deal with, because he can just kill, he can get on top of like almost any of these heroes and kill them by himself. His Crippling Fear versus the Nature's Prophet versus Pugna versus Puck.
And OG, you know, this game is them that's getting the fast towers.
Yep.
The second tower taken down in the mid lane. TSM FTX did manage to finish off the one top. OG having the tower advantage. The gold league growing as well. Top lane. BZM, he'll make the jump here for Saberlight. And he's got enough mana to chase down the Darkseer. Saberlight cannot run.
Solo kill. And now top, the coil's used. Do they have any follow-up, though?
Shackle not going to latch. Brow's going to still continue to attempt to commit onto BZM. But he does not have the damage alone. Dubu and Tomato not quite able to get in position to get any punches in.
They have to be very careful how they use these ults on the side of TSM FTX. If you look at their draft, it's really all relying on ults to be able to catch anybody. OG, they have plethora of stuns. Boundless Strike, Shackles, Cookies, Vortex, etc. TSM, it's literally just really the coil early on. So each time that these do not lead into a kill, it's a lot of downtime where OG just gets to sit back and farm and continue this advantage.
I mean, they're looking towards Amar bottom. Tomato is going to have to back up a Moon and Saberlight. They're going to go straight forward. Drop down the Doom, the wall as well, to try and catch him in the slow. They'll jump forward. He's trapped in the Sprout. He should go down here. No chance for Amar as TSM FTX use their ultimates here to guarantee a kill on a big core. Ryle. Does all been to this. They've got the control and the damage from the kisses. Ryle.
Trouble.
He's going down for that one. OG tripping him up there around the triangle as they see him jumping in with the orb.
It's just easier for them to make these moves when they have just tons of control, ults that they can throw from a distance, power shots, etc. And ooh, look at that stack. I didn't even see the enormous stack that OG does have in their triangle right now, too. Hard camp more, but...
And unlikely to see TSM and FTX be able to get over here and do anything about BZM farming this one, especially with Bryle dead. This is going to continue to push the cause of OG towards some good BKB timings. BZM queuing it up next. Of course, as we saw from Amar, he's pretty much got the gold for the Mithril Hammer. We just need the recipe. So they're going to hit this timing where the BKBs will be online. And obviously around that magic immunity, not a lot of damage that TSM FTX can do at this stage of the game.
I'm quite worried for them. I don't think that this is the way that they wanted to come out of the lanes at all. I think they were the ones who wanted to be the aggressors with Tomato potentially setting up on towers, but they're at a tower disadvantage, and they really do feel completely cooldown reliant. So OG just farming it up. Anytime they see a hero, potentially just going to be able to commit with them without having to do any big commitment of spells.
Trying to push out this bottom lane.
Bye-bye,
They'll easily get the kill out of this one. Yuragi with that as well. Pretty much got the Battle Fury gold done. In fact, yeah, it's done. So we're seeing a 13-minute Battle Fury here for him on top of those smaller items, the phase boost, Rave Ban. This is a very, very quick start for Yuragi.
The chorus too, looking at the levels, level 11 on Storm, level 11 on Monkey King, and 10 on Night Stalker.
Yeah, and OG know that TSM are really struggling to deal with the pressure as they immediately smoke up with the three of them. Tiger, Seb, and BZM on the hunt. See who they can catch out of this, TSM. Be sure to stay close to the tower. Do still have Bryle far out on his own. We'll see if he's able to play elusive enough to get out of there. The TP just in time. Before OG was able to spot him as he heads back to join the rest of his team, and they'll actually look to go for a smoke up themselves.
They've got Doom back up, so now, as we said, very cooldown reliant. When they have those, they can look for these plays. Have to find something big.
Yeah, good damage as well with Bryle having the Witchblade complete.
They have the Treants pushing mid too, so if they do get a decent catch, they could transition it into a tower, which they really need.
See what they can get, Seb. Catch up with the silence.
They don't want to commit.
They don't want to use the ult. They'll have to commit in the end to get the kill. Now OG's been able to have the time to turn up and turn things around as Dubu will try and run. They'll get the grab back on Moon. Dubu attempting to heal up with the life drain, but they're in on top of him with the cookie in the spring.
And Bryle.
They'll lose two. Bryle creating some distance here with the Waning Rift. He'll have Orb back up in a second. And Ma, he's going to have that ability to chase, close the gap.
No mana though.
Bryle, regen rune at the ready as well, so he'll heal up, and Ma won't manage to chase, but still it's OG taking down two in response of just losing Seb's Wind Ranger.
You could see how hesitant, how reluctant he was. He did not want to have to coil the Wind Ranger. They need to save those for the bigger targets. And OG just keep responding. Now they have Nighttime as well too. That was Dark Ascension used by Amar. Now the next few moments, he's still going to be able to turn up to the fights easily. And BKB is going to be done for him in a second, also for BZM.
And of course for Tomato, he has to get that BKB done before he's ready to sort of TP in and fight back against OG.
He'll just die if he doesn't have it. They have so much nuke damage that can just be thrown onto him. And it's nothing that, like we've mentioned, it's nothing that's like this huge committal either. It's like they can just like scatter blast, power shot, avoid, so many different things that they have. They do have a blink now on Saberlight, so he can get a bit more involved with his teamfight presence.
And again, coil back up, Doom's still ready to go.
You gotta find something. They have to slow down this farm of OG.
Tiger wouldn't be the biggest of catches. They'll settle for him. Tiger.
Oh, they're just, they really don't want to commit any of these spells.
BZM in the mid, he baits out the Dream Coil.
Oh.
He goes straight down the mid lane there, and Bryle tries to react with an ult. Won't quite catch him.
Might be able to turn this into a tower though. So a good move from TSM FTX. Even though they did use that coil, they still have Doom in case something does go down. And Saberlight, he only had to commit Vacuum for the kill for the snap, so they can still look to keep hunting.
Yeah, being able to get out and onto OG's side of the map whilst they are down as a team, TSM FTX is impressive. They're close to having the Blink Dagger money for Moon, so multiple ways to get that instant jump. Obviously, the top priority being the core heroes, especially the Storm and the Monkey King. A stage of the game still where if either of those get doomed, they're almost certainly going to die.
Absolutely. Moon needs to find a Centaur. This is where a little bit of the game dynamic can change for TSM FTX. Once he has a Centaur creep, he's Ion Shell, they have Vacuum. They have an extra way to fight easier without a big ultimate as Dubu.
He's got the pick pole.
He's tanking it up.
They're going to drop the kisses to try and finish him off. We'll see how well Dubu can dodge these. Nice little bit of sidestepping as he won't get out though.
Oh, he did get brought down.
And at the same time, also losing Saberlight here. Seb.
Bryle.
They're on top of him as well. In with the silence. Amar, he's ready to commit with the BKB. Stay on top of Bryle. Bryle will attempt to get out of there. He's got another orb, but the punches from Amar's Night Stalker. Too much for the puck to withstand. There's 3 dead on TSM FTX again. The remaining 2 just having to retreat. Yuragi even thinking about chasing on for Moon there. So OG continue to grow their lead. 15-6, 5K up.
Hard for TSM FTX to run in there. The reveal of the BKBs so early on from OG, as you mentioned before. Pretty much nothing that TSM FTX draft besides that Doom can really do versus those BKBs early. We do see the shard picked up though. Nature's Prophet Tomato is going to start to whittle down these towers.
Just sort of the struggles for TSM, that the other 2 cores starting to fall behind a little bit. And Saberlight, he's had a tough game so far as Darkseer. Very slow start in the lane.
Almost a 3rd BKB done now too. Yuragi's about to have it. Fights are going to get very complicated. They need to get some type of Dream Initiation, a Vacuum into a... I think Moon can't find... I actually think he just killed the Centaur. Okay, didn't have Devour up, but he really needs to find the Centaur creep I was mentioning. Yeah. Just having this follow-up stun or any ways to initiate besides just Coil.
Sure. Because yeah, at the moment, the coil really being the only thing that can capitalize on a good vacuum.
And now they have BKBs, so it's like they can just walk out of it. So they need some type of actual control because it's just not there. Their whole lineup doesn't have anything like that.
Yeah, Moon's got to be able to get his Doom off every time. If he doesn't Doom a target, I see little ways that they can win a team fight against OG.
Here I am. Even if they get the Dooms off, I mean, they really need to start getting some big connections with those ults because they're starting to fall pretty far behind.
Yeah, Tomato doing a good job of keeping up with the farm of Yuragi, considering Yuragi got such a quick timing on the Battle Fury.
But Yuragi has better core matchups. That's the thing. Tomato's core matchup can be pretty difficult this game. BZM.
It will pop the BKB there. Doom is going to be thrown down, but they won't be able to do anything with that. At the least, it will stop BZM from being able to chase them down, give them the space to back off. But that is the Doom on cooldown.
At least the BKB was used. Some type of silver lining there for TSM FTX. Perhaps could use something to find the storm afterwards now.
We're gonna see this.
Uh-oh, top.
We're gonna see if they can keep this puck locked down. Stun into
Decrep.
Decrepify though from Dubu. Dubu will allow Brian to escape.
No, he gets
by power shot. Oh, Seb! What an angle there. Getting him right at the edge, and now with the Gale Force, he's even gonna look for more. Tomato has got the BKB, has to pop it to have a chance to survive. He'll try and stand his ground against Seb, beating into the Wind Ranger, cooking off to the side, but Seb does fall. Tomato opts to TP out with the range of the BKB. So Tomato at least able to bring down Seb and get out of there in return.
Big jump.
Oh, he's looking for stable like BZM, he's in. Look at the grab, Moon, trying to have over the barrel. Oh my goodness.
And now Tomato, he rejoined.
Through them, he's trying to get in, but now his BKB's on cooldown. They're looking to dive him. They're past the tier 3s. You know, Amar, he wants to keep going. The kiss is coming in. Dubu doing his best to try and save Tomato, get Tomato back to base. But Amar, he'll just turn, take out Dubu beyond the around the fountain here. See if Amar's able to get out. He should be fine. He's still got BKB.
He's got it, and the TP.
TP's ready as well. Amar, he'll get out of there. They cannot punish him.
Oh, what a play. OG really starting to run away with things. Tomato does live, but does cost Dubu his life again. Having to bail out his teammates.
I mean, probably feeling like, you know, in that lane, they still have the tier 1, the tier 2, the tier 3. He felt that he was in a safe spot to be, but as you can see, when OG gets ahead of you, there's very little places on the map that are safe, even inside your own base.
So much chase. Monkey King plus Storm plus Night Stalker can just relentlessly go for these, and yeah, look at this. The power shot on the side of the screen does clip Ryle.
And right on the edge there, Seb. He's been allowed his Wind Ranger, and he's landing those sort of shots. You know, we've seen it from the Shackles, but he's showing us the power shots can be pretty darn good as well.
I'm really surprised Moon still hasn't found a Centaur, or just opting to not go for it.
TSM FTX will hit back with the smoke. They're trying to make this move. Some of their ults still on cooldown, though. They'll get the jump straight away.
Great back.
Catch. They managed to burst through Seb and Tiger. They quickly catch the 2 supports. They're taken out of the game. A good move for TSM FTX as they get straight back in.
They need to threaten. Ooh. Okay, nice little Centaur. I think they have to threaten Roche. Yeah, they're pinging it out. I think they have to try to get something out of the fact that 2 heroes are dead. It's daytime as well. No Dark Ascension.
Okay.
They have to go for some type of big play.
Has been caught by the scan. And BZM, I believe he just picked up an Arcane Rune.
Oh, he's zipping.
He's
zipping.
It's a long zip.
It's a long one.
He's going all the way. Woo! Okay, they tried to see if they could catch him, but it was a zip TP, so BZM's fine. He'll refuel. He's going to go for round 2 down the mid. I mean, that zip alone has scared TSM FTX. They're slowing down their efforts around committing for Roshan. They're going to see if they can get kills instead. As they go towards Yuragi, but the BKB's out from BZM. He's straight onto Dubu. Wants to get rid of the Pugna. The kiss is coming in over towards Stable like BZM gets the double. We've got Doom in trouble as well. Moon cannot escape this as OG take down the 3 of them.
And now they'll get the Roche themselves. Oh, devastating for TSM FTX.
They do still have Bryle.
He
can't at the moment, but it doesn't look like he's going to try for a steal. Backing away, Tomato as well, also wanting to have no part of this one. He's working on the bottom lane, trying his best to get that next item done after the BKB. He's looking for the AC.
They had this small potential window to try to get for this Roche, but OG respond with full force. And now Dark Ascension's back up, so they're looking to fight themselves, OG, and with a Roche and Aegis now and Yuragi heavily in the lead.
Yeah, the items continue to fly out for OG. Seb's got his Blink Dagger done. They've got to be prepared for those shackle shots that we've got so used to seeing from him.
And look at BZM, just perfect targets this time. Getting Saberlight as well as Dubu. Even though the ward is there, they don't care. they're that much stronger now at this moment.
No, it's definitely going to be the move from OG. You have to go for Dubu first. We've seen how good of a player Dubu is on the Pugna. The last game, countless times with the save. Even in this one, bailing heroes out like Tomato in that instance where OG was diving. You've got to get rid of Dubu first. Otherwise, he's going to be having the potential to turn the fight around with those saves.
It's a lot easier for them this time, too, because they just have, like we said, multiple heroes that just gap close, get on top of him. Dubu, not even with the Glimmer Cape yet, very poor.
They'll start to show themselves up top against TSM FTX. OG, they'll certainly want to take a fight out of this. Seb tries with the jump, but he's going to get caught in the sprout himself. Gets vacuumed back. Seb in trouble. They'll try and cookie him to safety, but the Nature's Wrath comes crashing through. Tomato takes Seb down.
It was a BKB from Tomato, and BZM's in.
He's still trying to fight this. You see Dubu again attempting to save Sableye, but the scatter blast down onto the two of them. BZM continuing to clean up the kills.
And this is all before 25 minutes, Owen. Those nulls are about to kick in. Level 19 now in this Storm, 24 minutes in.
Well, 7-0-10. He is having a fantastic time in this one. Last game, it very much was Bryle stealing the show. This time, on the side of OG, BZM leading the way.
And looking like it could potentially be smooth sailing as this continues too. A full Aghanims now for Yuragi. They're all so farmed. And the levels too. Level 21 on the Monkey King. It's 24 minutes in. Nearly keeping up with the game time.
Tomato is very close to having the AC. It's going to be very handy in helping deal with the amount of physical damage that Yuragi's going to be able to set up across the team fight when the Wukong's command goes down. And he's, again, sort of amongst all the chaos, Tomato keeping it on par with the farm of Yuragi. It is impressive, but in terms of how easy of a game it is for a carry Prophet against a carry Monkey King in this sort of scenario, it's not easy at all for Tomato. He's really got his work cut out.
It really feels like all three of the cores kind of counteract him. Sure, the Sprout Leash is going to be effective versus the Storm in some instances, but it's still not enough. But somehow Tomato is still 2-0-4. It's actually really impressive that he hasn't died yet this game.
OG, quite able to catch Sableye. This time around, Dubu also might just be safe here. Bryle jumps back in. Seb trying to get Dubu back in position. He's able to run it against the wind, get back to the safety of the tier 2 and the rest of his team. How long have they got left on the Aegis still? Yuragi, a couple of minutes that they can look to play with this one.
Nighttime as well, so it does feel difficult for TSM FTX to get out on the map. And this game, as we mentioned last one a lot, it was a vision control. This time OG has been dominant on that one. TSM FTX only have one defensive ward at the moment. And when it's nighttime, it's very spooky when you're playing versus Night Stalker. You have no idea which angle they can come from, even versus Monkey King too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So here on the wars destroyed this game round, Tiger doing an excellent job of shutting down the map, shutting down the vision that TSM FTX are trying to get out against the pressure, the control that OG's been able to have here as there's no real safe spot of the map. You see TSM FTX trying to clear their triangle. They have to do it as a 5-man.
Yuragi.
Oh, he's going to jump in. See if they can poke anything out of him, but he's playing it cool with the Aegis. He knows that it's not really too much of a risk of going down twice. They'll drop the wall. See if they can even take him down the once with the Dream Coil again. And the illusions. That'll be the Aegis gone. But already, with the time that's passed, OG, they've been able to turn up and back him up. So Yuragi more than fine on the second life.
And now they know there's no
about
coil.
To go in a minute anyway.
Yeah, and now there's no coil, there's no wall either, so OG probably gonna sweep the map. Just don't let them farm, just look for these kills after kills. As they have vision too, Bryle has to be careful right now.
And now BZM with that Lincoln's much tougher of a target for Moon to try and find those opportunities to get the Doom down on the Storm.
Great Lincoln's game. It's either Doom or Decrepify Sprout. Like there's pretty much all the big things that could trip up BZM. I say the Sprout because Tomato getting close to 20. A very good Lincoln's pick up. Oh, Tomato has to BKB immediately.
BKB CP, Tomato making sure that he continues to stay alive as long as possible. You say still yet to die this game. Tomato really keeping his cool in a very, very difficult game so far.
Another sweep, OG. I think they're likely to just even run into the enemy ancient high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Tomato, no BKB. TSM FTX cannot fight without it. Moon still has not gone for... I'm actually very surprised he did not go for Centaur Creep. I'm going to keep reiterating, because I think with the combos that you can do, it's the way that you can trip it up versus those BKBs, but really just wanting this mana aura.
It can be very nice, right, to have that sort of AoE stun to follow up when you get the lead in on a hero like the Storm, right? Especially once the Storm has the Lincolns.
It's something we used to see all the time. It was one of the priorities for those Dooms when it was picked so prevalently in the past. As bottom, it's an Arcane Rune for BZM.
He's going to be happy with that one if he sees it. It's just on the edge of the vision, though, so might have seen it there with the pass by of the Zip. OG. The smoke here from Tiger, Seb, and Jiragi, as they know that TSM FTX has started to make their way back out on the map, and they are relatively split up. Already they were seeing the TPs back to base.
Yeah.
They know as soon as they've given that sort of information up, they can't hang around. They know that OG will immediately make that sort of move towards them.
They can't, like, Amar just shows his face because he's the tankiest one on the team, so they can't really commit on him either, because if they do throw anything, he just BKBs and resets. Jiragi off
They're going to find Dubu stepping forward. Brao's going to try and help out here as he'll jump in with the silence onto Seb, but they've lost Dubu. Seb should tick out pretty low. No, he's actually going to live. Saberlight gets him with the vacuum, but he couldn't quite catch Seb. Amar, he's ready to fight. He's in under the tier 2, committing him with the BKB. He'll turn over towards Saberlight, take out the Darkseer. Dubu's brought back. TSM FTX, can they really punch back in this fight? Bryle forward, he'll get caught by the Scalabus into the Cookie Tiger, locking him down. Dubu trying to heal up the puck, but Amar's in on top of him with the silence. Bryle goes down, Zip 4 from BZM, they have the control on towards Dubu. Tomato plus the BKB, trying to get out, but the bash is there. Triple kill from Amar, Zip over from BZM towards Moon. OG, they get the team wipe.
Whoa. The BKB bought for the puck to attempt to defend himself versus these silence, and he still just can't. And definitely seeing that Arcane Rune come into play. Jiragi, a perfect positioning to miss the Boundless Strike at the initial start of the fight, but Wukong's completely surrounding Dubu.
We'll see it again here, Bryle. I mean, locked down perfectly by Tiger, and Dubu really trying to do his best to save the heroes around him, but only so much he can do. And Tomato, for all the farm he has, the difficulties of being a carry prophet, especially once a Basher is online on the Night Stalker, is very much showing. There's just no way for him to stand his ground and try and carry against the heroes that OG have farmed up.
It really does feel like the impossible game for the Nature's Prophet versus those 3 cores. And now with the supports being so farmed on OG as well too, you're seeing Taiga with this blink near a BKB. They can also get into the face of these heroes. More control, more follow-up. Yeah, looking harder and harder. As I'm gonna take a glance, you know, this win probability, it's kind of how you'd expect it to be. I think we can show this one. It's 98% right now for OG.
Yeah, they've got to look for some real big brain moves here for TSM FTX. They want to turn this around. Look for chances where maybe OG slip up, let a hero out on their own. But so far in this game too, those sort of scenarios just haven't occurred. OG coming back very well composed after an incredibly rough game 1 against TSM FTX. This game 2, it's just been completely flipped on its head in comparison.
31-11, I mean, easy for them to set up those kills. And the thing is, like, sometimes you can count as this Darkseer to bring the game back for you because he has a good matchup versus the carry, like it's a Medusa or Terrorblade or something like that, where the illusion's gonna be amazing, you know, your punch, your wall. He's versus a Monkey King. It's not really that great. You know, this Monkey King's not gonna really care about it. It's also just gonna die almost instantly versus the build that this Monkey King does have. Level 25 already on Jiragi with a Nullifier now.
See the smoke here from TSM FTX. Another bad team fight could mean that we'll start seeing them drop in the Gs. We'll see them attempt to get in onto Seb, but Seb turns with the shackles. Saberlight jumps in and with the vacuum control on Jiragi, but the BKB's out from Jiragi. He'll look to try and run down Saberlight. Saberlight pops the BKB, but they're in on top of him. They take him out. Dubu's caught in the pit. 2 dead on TSM FTX.
Bryles is dead too.
Shackles there, locking down Moon. It's going to be 4 dead again on TSM FTX as OG overrun them.
Look at the damage from Amar there. Plus 264 on the Night Stalker. He literally just killed the puck through the BKB. Just one bash into another hit. Tomato has hit the 20, so he has the Sprout leash, but does not feel like it's going to do much of anything. Also a base ward.
Yeah, it's got to be so careful. They're their own base at this stage, not even a safe spot here for TSM FTX. You know that OG, they'll be ready to jump in, whether it'll be off a tree from Jiragi or a Zip 4 from PZM or Amar just heading straight in with the ultimate.
Really feels like a flip from that last game. No way that TSM FTX ever have a chance to fight and win a 5v5 team fight while OG just dominates every single one of them.
And I think, you know, Amar in particular, he's going to be feeling very good about this game. He was targeted so heavily during the draft phase. Goes for his Night Stalker, something I believe we haven't seen for at least 5 months. OG play with Amar on 9-1-5. It's just been the perfect hero each and every time, getting on top of Bryle on Dubu. They just can't cast a single spell. Dubu, they'll try and head out, but immediately BZM's on top of him. Saberlight as well. He can't run. Moon will get in with the Doom, but the BKB's already out on Jiragi. There's going to be no chance of any follow-up damage to threaten this Monkey King. Moon will manage to live, but again, it's just 2 heroes down, and TSM FTX unable to take anything in return from OG.
And that's, yeah, Doom used. And they're massive. A full Aghanim's Blessing for BZM now, too. So those fights, I mean, it's going to be even more of a mollywhopping, really, if he does get on top of them and get the multi-vortex.
The OG, they can look to hold back for the next Roche.
They're cruising now, Owen. This is just, you know, this is smooth sailing. TSM FTX, it really feels like there's not much of anything they can do.
Yuragi. Look at the jump on Bryle. He has got BKB and an orb up. And the blink. Will be away in time. Also,
Coil's off.
Dream Coil. It doesn't catch him. Of course, no further stun here. So Bryle, he'll make it out alive this time. Target. We'll see the Roshan. OG, they can look to move over for this one. The question is whether TSM FTX will be able to challenge this at all, or if they've just got to wait for the fight to be brought to their base.
No way can they challenge that Roche fight. They can't even leave their base at the moment.
Seb just chilling on the cliff here.
He's been there a while. Over a minute. Enjoying the view.
And he knows as long as TSM FTX are kept held on the high ground, very little progression is going to be happening at all from any of their heroes.
And Dubu can never save anybody ever again, too, because there's double nullifiers now on the side of OG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to try and make their way out, see if they can get some sort of control back in their own jungle.
Go get an outpost. Okay. But on to Roche. And it's a freebie.
Yeah, they'll know what's going on, but no chance of making a move over towards him. They'll just have to do their best to prepare for the high ground defense. It's not going to be an easy one, as we've seen already. I think, like, 15 minutes ago, OG, they were already diving the base. Now 35 minutes in and with a 25k lead in an Aegis, I wouldn't be surprised if we see all 5 of OG collapsing into the base and fighting TSM FTX all the way back to their fountain.
And it really always says something when, even when it's daytime, the TSM FTX has no way to potentially be able to fight versus the Night Stalker. Now it's night, level 23. It's go time for OG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Saberlight in a very
look at the jump.
difficult spot.
Bash into the shackle, not a chance for Saberlight to live. Out for a minute and no buyback available. Short on the gold after he spent up for that BKB. So a big window here for OG to get the push going. They brought the mid lane and the top lane coming in.
Could be 2 Raxes here. 2 sets, that is. The Darkseer is kind of the most important tool for their team fight right now.
With how farm their cores are, the base dying in a matter of seconds. The mid is cleared up. They'll turn towards the top, take the tier 2. Riley has got the coil dropped down onto Seb. They can finish off the Wind Ranger, at least they can, but Amar and BZM will make sure they get the revenge here for Seb as they take out Bryle. Moon, he'll attempt to run, hide up on the cliff, but they've got vision on him. He goes down, godlike for Amar. As the rest of OG, Yuragi working on this top lane.
He doesn't even have to go back. 2 teammates show, or 3 teammates show on the opposite side of the map, and he's just still able to hit towers like this. 3 dead. Tomato has to be so careful how close he goes.
When they're going in, Tomato will stand his ground with the BKB, turn towards Misha. Misha able to jump out in time with that cookie. Not even he will fall here to the damage of the carry Prophet.
Misha? Misha turned up.
That Tiger. Tiger, of course, represented him here with the hashtag. And now, this top lane, this top Rax, they'll have Moon back up in 15, but no puck. Holding onto the buyback here, Bryle. They'll let a second set fall to OG.
And Moon did, now, 20 minutes later, he did find the Centaur creep, but at this point, the game is impossible. It's been impossible really for the last 20 minutes.
We'll see if they can land one combo.
Let's see.
Maybe
they need
one
a 5-man.
final ride here for TSM FTX. See if they can get the vacuum into a hoof stomp. They're down 34k. Let's see what they can do. Look at the jump in, the punch onto Yuragi. Let's see if they can burst through in the once. The kiss is already coming out from the side. Yuragi is going to start healing up off the illusion. Turns with the boundless strike onto Dubu. Dubu falls to the kisses. Yuragi will continue working on the barracks.
They're way too far.
They'll take the nether ward out. Bryle will jump in with the BKB over towards Tiger, but there's the zip forward straight away on towards Saberlight. Buyback comes out. BZM has been caught. There's the jump. Moon will be able to get him with the stun. They've taken out BZM. They'll turn their attention over towards Yuragi. He's also surrounded by the Sprout. He goes down the once, but there's a dieback from Saberlight. We'll see with the remaining 3 members, they can take out Yuragi a second time, but no, the BKB's up. Amar and Yuragi get straight on top of Moon. They turn towards Tomato.
Oh, he is so dead.
But the bashes are there from Amar. Tomato out of the game. GG is called as OG. And this game too is showing very well that they can stomp just as hard as TSM FTX did in that game 1. Once again, this was not a close one.
No, it was not. This was I mean, a total beatdown, really. TSM FTX, it felt like even after the laning phase, the game was over. There was limited plays they could do. They were still trying to make the moves, but a couple times it was like, oh god, this hero's gonna get away with 1 HP, and they'd have to throw the coil. So a couple times, yeah, it just felt bad for TSM that they had to commit these spells that they wanted to hold on to for the bigger kills. OG, crisp this game. 12-1 and 10 on Amar, 14-1 and 17 on BZM.
I mean, that's
popping off.
That's the thing, yeah. Game 1, we had Bryle showing off from the mid, and then this game 2, BZM Storm, phenomenal. 14-1-17, and Amar, as I said, I think he's going to be the happiest one coming out of that one. He's going to say, right, if you want to do that against me in the draft, take out all my heroes. I'll show you that I've still got more up my sleeve. As SSA brings out the Night Stalker, something we haven't seen from him from a while, and he has a fantastic time, 12-1 and 10. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever happens, we're not getting a 3-0 Grand Finals today. OG, they take game 2. It stands 1-1 at the moment.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We have a tie. It is a 1-1 in this grand finals between OG and TSM FTX. And just like game 1, game 2 was a bit of a one-sided affair. This time around for OG, they smashed it out of the park. I'm joined by Jenkins, Tigov, and Purge. Purge, I think we got to start with this Storm Spirit.
He did typical Storm Spirit things that we've been afraid of the whole tournament, basically. He was the hero we were scared about as the tournament started. But he's kind of coming back, at least in this series. And it not only was great in-game, but it also undermined their opponent's strategy. They picked Pugna first, they stole the Storm away, and then he just got so many kills on the map.
I feel like typical Storm Spirit things is... like, this is typical because of BZM. I remember right at the start of the patch when they did the null tallies change, like he was everybody was still going like Orchid in the old kind of build, and he was the guy that was like, nah dude, like 5 null tallies, like this is the way to go. Not with the Arcane Blink this time, but you can see like how much mana, he's using barely any of it and still zipping and doing so much damage. Also, something about the Aghanim Shard on Storm, if you go for this, you do so much damage in the fight, but you don't need items in your inventory to do that damage, you know? So it gives you those slots for the null tally. So even without a Pugna or a Coddle or one of these like mana batteries, it still seems really good. Like I can see why this hero, as much as we memed about it at the start of the tournament, I can see why this is a first phase ban hero, or first phase pick hero.
Especially with a Fairy Trinket.
Yeah, I mean, you always roll the dice, you get that one. But yeah, for OG as well, you have ATF, you know, Amar on the offlane Night Stalker. In game 1, he struggled a little bit, but in this game, he had a free lane. He's then pivoting that advantage, playing with BZM, who's also popping off. And then you have these heroes like Darkseer, Fury, and Doom. They kind of need a little bit of time and space on the map to get online, and then they just didn't have that. It was just all-out aggression from OG. They gave them no room to breathe. I think he was even diving, you know, what was it, past tier 3s at some point, get a quick kill, and then, you know, it did help that Mortimer Kisses came in after, but...
diving Fountain at a point and surviving with the BKB-TV, that was insane.
But he didn't drop a mantle this time. He did. He's showing some class in the grand finals.
I mean, but imagine the flex of like, every single ban is dedicated to you. All of your heroes get banned out, and you still run over the game with like the last one that nobody's watched you play in like 20 games. Like he just doesn't play that. He always gets another hero, but he just runs over the game anyway.
Yeah, we have a highlight clip of that as well, as we, I mean, we like to relive moments like that, right, Purge?
Yes, maybe not for TSM fans out there, but it did feel like a lot of their rotations just didn't quite pay off, unfortunately. And I feel like a lot of that was maybe Darkseer was shut down a bit in lane. The Monkey King was a great pick for that. It gave them the ability, if they did spot Darkseer, they could jump on him really quickly. The Doom Darkseer was okay. The wall replica stuff was okay, but it wasn't super incredible. And they were playing from behind in net worth for a long time this game. They made it even harder.
Yeah, and unfortunately for TSM as well, they just didn't have that wombo combo with the Darkseer. So even in these highlights, when they hit the big back wall, they're relying on Doom to have the Centaur creep to then layer a stun. The Furion, unfortunately, isn't the best carry to layer into that. TSM, they relied on having better lanings to be able to dictate the game. The Darkseer wanted to be the initiator, go and blink shard, taking the fight. But when they're reacting in their engagements, their lineup isn't that good. Even though they have some team fight, it's not that good defensively.
It's just not an Enigma replacement. Straight up, like it just didn't work. Alone, it's not an Enigma replacement. I think that's what they were going for. They wanted some like crazy wombo combo in the late game where they're not going to lose, because if you do get to the refresher orb timing and the double wall, it is extremely good. But there wasn't much to do with it. It was like he'd get an illusion and it just runs there hitting, and it's like...
It's very powerful slow-wise. That's the nice thing about it. So if you do have a lot of walls, they can't get away. They had one fight near their offlane tier 1 where they're chasing Yuragi north when he had Aegis. If they can combo that with a net worth advantage, it'd be incredible, right?
It would look
then
good,
you'd be like, wow, they can't get away. It's amazing. But if they're behind in net worth, it just doesn't give you that catch-up potential that a black hole would.
Yeah, you really have to get to that late game if you want to make the Darkseer work in that regard. And they didn't, and that was partially because of that mid lane, because of the Storm Spirit. BZM plays it like a beast, and we chose this as our player versus player. With the damage difference, it's quite telling, T.
Yeah, I think the difference in this game is the fact that Bryle, on the Pangler in game 1, it was a proactive hero that can kind of set the pace of the game because his teammates could also follow up. In this time, he's the puck, he's kind of the control. He doesn't really have the heroes to help him out. But on the flip side, BZM, playing the Storm Spirit with heroes with the Windrunner, the Power Shots, the Night Stalker, etc., he gets that. So I think this mid lane matchup is super volatile. Depending on the rest of their team comp, will actually allow them to just explode into the game. So this mid lane is volatile. I mean, game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be explosive for sure. BZM looking buff in that game 2. Let's see if he can do that in game 3 as well. But first, speaking of people that are buff, I believe Slacks is standing by with some.
Absolutely. Hello, Shiver. I went through the crowd looking for the biggest Giga Chads that I could find to start some cheers. My friend, OG fan, right?
OG.
All right, well, let's see.
This game.
Let's see if we can get a crowd chant going. Can we go? Get the crowd excited? All right, here we go. OG. All right. Okay, OG. All right, let's see if we can find someone else to get a little bit more excited, maybe for TSM. TSM, any thoughts? TSM. All right, maybe it'll work if we bring them together. Crowd, can we help out if they come together, please? Come together.
TSM.
Oh, no, oh my God! Oh, he's run away with it! Holy moly. Yes, the crowd is extremely hype here, Shiver. In fact, too hype, too muscly. I don't even know why these guys are here.
But I think that OG is winning this game. OG is win.
Okay, no, okay, they're going against Shiver. Take it away. One of these guys are definitely going down.
All right, thank you very much, Slacks. We are, of course, preparing for the third game of this grand final, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with more Dota.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome, everybody. I am here with TSM. We got Moomiander and Tomato, whatever you want to say it, however you want to say it. Today, we're playing Guess the Hero. This one is very easy, gentlemen. Before you is a picture. We go hard mode, you get 2 points. Next one is easier, you get 1 point. And then if you don't guess it, you get 0 points. So, that is it. This is a very zoomed in picture of a hero. You must guess who it is. And we will zoom out. Now, they are wearing cosmetics.
This is hard mode.
This is hard mode, yes.
There's no way. This is like zoomed in 1,000 times or something.
Yeah, this is like zooming on.
There's no way. Guess what?
The heroes are color coordinated, guys. I mean, think about the colors.
Windrunner.
That's not the right colors, but okay, sure. Locked in on Wind Ranger. Abaddon.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it is Abaddon. That is a hard. That is a snipe from Devon. Nobody has gotten that one that I've worked with so far. Well done. All right.
Beast.
Number 2.
Like, you like Pugner wear a hat like that?
No. Yeah, he does, but he wears a turban. Not this hat.
Yeah, like it's bigger.
Yeah.
This one's like it is a small hat, but it looks bigger than them. Okay, I'm gonna go with techies.
Techies.
Halloween techies.
Afraid not. Here is a easier one. This should help.
It is like the wings coming out the back, like Arachna or something.
Gonna need some answers here.
I'm just gonna pick
Undying?
I'll go with Broodmother.
That's a Necrophos right there. That is a Necrophos with a tiny little top hat and his little spear, you know. Next up? Puck. Instant lock. Well done. That's 2 points right there.
When I see that, I think of Skydraft, but I don't think Skydraft.
I think Phoenix with the fire.
You think Phoenix is gonna wear a cape? It's gonna burn.
What do you think this is a cape?
Silencer?
Silencer. Afraid not. Here's a bigger hint.
Hey, ancient apparition.
Oh, ancient apparition. There you go. Okay. We still got 1 point on that one.
What the froge is that?
Is that like a his hat? What the hell is that?
So that's his helmet. The back of his helmet. They're trying to trick us.
Yeah.
This is the back of his helmet.
A sniper.
Sniper?
Yeah.
Omni-Knight.
Sniper.
I'm afraid it was Earthshaker, guys. That is Earthshaker
I've never
anvil
seen that set in my
on
life.
his back.
What's the name of the set? Do you know?
Earthshaker's anvil set.
I'm pretty sure.
I know.
Ricky Maru.
Whoa, the 2-pointer. Well done.
That set I use. Ogre Magi.
Oh, Oh my God, the headshot lock! Well, guys, I have to admit, you have done absolutely well. You really do know your heroes, Tomato. How do you know them so well?
I don't know, sometimes I'm bored and I spend like hours just like dressing my heroes.
Wow, that's super cool. All right, well, thank you so much, guys, for watching.
Get ready for the third game of this Grand Finals. The series is tied 1-1. OG, TSM, FTX, both first games were pretty one-sided for the team who won. Will Game 3 be a more even affair? We're finding out as we are ready to begin the draft of this third game. Purge, what would you like to see changed? Because of course we now established Storm Spirit, first pick material, Enigma, first pick material.
I don't.
Yeah,
the
Purge.
The Storm was
What do they
really
do?
Good, but I feel like they need more supplementary heroes. The Pugna was pretty effective. Maybe they need a better way to lock down Storm or something like that. Who else did they pick with Puck in their first phase? And it was Pugna, right?
Pugna into Puck.
Pugna.
Yep. I felt like the Pugna, it kind of like anchors drafts in some ways, but also is a vulnerability if you pick in the first phase. So I feel like Pugna was maybe the issue.
Here we go.
All right, they lost.
And they go run it back. Indeed, the Storm still left in the pool. OG gets another chance to pick it up. I'm actually quite surprised the fact that we still have the same pick order and the same sides.
Yeah, this is the third game in a row where OG has been second pick. I think for OG at least, they are comfortable in this pick order because with Mar and the fact that you want your offlane pick to have strength and dominance, I think they'll be very happy being on this side. But it'll be interesting more on TSM because in this, after 3 games, they've had choice at least once out of these times. And the fact that they're giving this away to OG, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, they're confident they can open with Pugna and still get some sort of combo that's not bad. We'll see how that goes because OG they picked this with Storm in the last one, so this is looking like an identical draft.
But does OG go Storm here? Or this time do they pick up another hero, giving TSM potentially that Storm, and then looking to counter it later down the line?
TSM's definitely going to be picking Storm if they can get Storm Pugna.
Because there's one way, if they don't pick Storm, for example, it does force TSM to potentially think about the Storm counter bans in mid-game. So then maybe you get more and more heroes going later into the draft, more options, rather than being forced into the, it's only Night Stalker available, only Slada.
Ooh.
There you go. So they pick DK, they counter the Storm, instant stun.
It's a hero that was very popular during the group stage, but kind of phased out, hasn't been banned or picked much, but still is pretty solid.
Yeah, I don't think the win rate for it was too low. I mean, the only nerf to it was 5 damage off of the Aghanim, or the shard, yeah.
Yeah, it was a 46% win rate on the hero in 28 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's all right. That's a pretty classic DK win rate right there.
I feel like it also opens up a Grimstroke to be even more powerful too. Some of the best times for it is with that instant stun, so that there's low reaction time even if you have BKBs. So, but it's still interesting to see that OG had the same opening and they still pivoted. Maybe giving respect to their opponents, that their opponents, if they're opening the same way, they're like, okay, well, clearly they're gonna have a tool. And they're like, all right, shake up the deck just a little bit.
Right, the response will be different, so.
There's Monkey King.
We'll go for Monkey King, and that means Storm is the most likely gonna get banned or just ignored this draft, surprisingly. TSM will once again start focusing on heroes. For Amar, they are gonna ban some out.
Even with the DK, I think against Pugna, you still think about banning the Storm. I mean, it's too good. Like, Pugna Storm, it's one of those combos that it doesn't feel like there's really a good counter that exists to it.
And don't forget, at the very start of the major, we actually had the SEA teams trying to do DK carry. And OG's already shown that they're ready to kind of throw out their playbook of what they did in group stage and playoffs and try and do stuff. So maybe they're leaning back even to the early time of the major with this pick. You see TSM banning out Viper. They don't even think it's like an offlane DK. It's just potentially just mid or carry maybe for OG.
Yeah, I felt previous game also had the stock of Night Stalker rising a little bit. I would imagine that we are either going to see that banned or picked up.
Yeah, that is actually another hero now that with OG having a great game with it, it's an excellent pick for both teams, but it does seem to be a bit of a situational one. The other reason they're banning offlane heroes for OG is because they know they're not going to want to put the DK there if we have Monkey King. So they're going to still go to the other heroes that counter Monkey. They're going to guarantee their safe lane matchup. CK would have been better, so he's banned first phase. So maybe they're moving the Monkey up in priority because they know it's going to solidify that lane even with the Pugna.
Gonna see Seb on a new hero. Monkey's picked and Winner is banned.
Yeah.
Hey, he's played a couple of other heroes this tournament.
Monkey.
Jakiro. Bane.
No, he has played a
Shaman,
lot, to be fair.
Clock,
He's played
Io,
like
Phoenix.
like 12 different heroes. But the best ones have been banned.
The most successful one definitely being banned in that win range.
Those were just in the group stage when he was like figuring out what the most fun thing to play on the main stage would be. He's like, all right, it's Windrunner, guys.
This is level 30 heroes.
Yeah.
But for OG, like with this DK going mid, I'd still love their offlane to also have some form of vision or initiation, because then it just simplifies your game plan where your offlane is setting up the fight or your DK, and then your Snapfire is always layering in. Monkey King under early pressure, that was an abnormal game in the previous one where you crush lane and have items. Normally, you're constantly farming and hoping not to take the bigger fights until you get 2-3 items.
Yeah, Monkey's definitely susceptible to like feeding early if he's not absolutely popping off. Low HP hero, you catch him out with the stun. He dies to magic damage. And the Death Prophet. I feel like this second ban phase always takes so long. Like this is where you really get into the reserve time.
Both of them sources of percentage-based damage, the Doom and the Death Prophet there. And since they already have one Strength Core, it would have really fit well.
I think as well, TSM just showed how good Death Prophet was in game 1 when you put it in the offlane, that core roll, you just go phase BKB, how quickly you leave your lane, take the mid tower. If you break down the map, a hero that wants to skirmish and need like 10 minutes of farm, you don't get that time because you're having to waste resources defending objectives, moving around the map. So I think I'm liking these value bans in the second phase from OG.
I like the Phoenix ban from TSM FTX as well. I feel like it combos really, it's like the, I remember when people were running mid Monkey King, people were counterpicking it with Phoenix. It just absolutely just dumpsters Monkey King and lane. You can follow it wherever it goes. And then in the fights, you have this massive magical damage for both the Pugna and the Monkey King. You're a natural vessel builder as well against 2 healing heroes.
I remember that game of Gladiators where they had the Monkey into Phoenix, and it was a rough one every time.
Rough.
Yeah.
So Mirana has been a fairly popular hero during the group stages, mostly for the SCA teams. But it's been a while.
Yeah, and that's why they banned Abaddon, because they were going to go for chain stun pickup type of lineup, so definitely a little different.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as DK gets a Blink Dagger in this game, it's just going to be all-out fight. Just constantly look for pickoffs, look for the fight. Snapfire might even just go straight Blink Shard, look to join the fights as well. So TSM, they need to either have counter skirmishing heroes or just the super beefy defensive objective style.
It's kind of cool too, because one of their heroes, the 5 Pugna, is already prevented from saving, because you're not really, you can heal the guy, but usually you want like a Nightmare Dodge or a Disruption or Ab-Up Shield, something like that to keep somebody alive. So once again, the Pugna kind of provides some draft disadvantages in terms of these counters.
It also means that we're most likely going to see Snapfire on the position 5 role for Seb, right?
Probably.
Should I check if he played DK5 in his pub? I'm checking.
I mean, that would mean that we're going to have a core Snapfire, which, you know, could be the case.
Yeah, that's possible.
That part's not bad, but the DK support, no way. No way. I don't believe it.
No.
No, he hasn't. Don't worry. Sorry, crowd.
Every time the draft gets to this point, I just look at Batrider. That's like the cheese hero right now to just last pick and absolutely destroy draft. Like Broodmother's not really a hero. You rarely see Meepo or any of these other like cheese type heroes. Huskar kind of. I think prior to the group stage, people were picking Huskar, and a few teams were messing around with it during the group stage. But yeah, really, it's like Batrider looks really good for both teams right now.
I don't think any team have even touched Batrider in the tournament. Like OG, BZM hasn't played it, Amar hasn't played it. Same thing, yeah, neither team's actually touched Batrider at all at the major.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, like I said in the prior draft, I remember Bryle playing it back when it was a very strong hero, like first pick hero. So he does play it, but it's just been a long time, and he's gonna be Leshrac here.
Well, here's their Pugna Storm-ish combo. The Leshrac very similar, needs his mana, pushes towers, can frontline a little bit. Even if he gets chain stunned, you can cover himself with items and Pugna heal. So I think it's a pretty good solution.
If there wasn't a Pugna, I'd be like screaming for an Oracle. Even though the hero's kind of dead, when you have Monkey and Leshrac in the same draft.
I don't know, dude. I feel like you need a fat guy right now.
You do, exactly.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, there he is.
There's the big boy.
Like none of these heroes run in and do stuff. Get things started. So that means it's
Monkey 4 probably.
Monkey 4, Moon Meander Classic. So he's more than happy.
Does this help OG in any way? Like now they can feel more confident putting the Dragon Knight in the offlane, right? With
I think even if you play the Monkey King as a 4, you just run Monkey against the DK and just throw Pugna in the offlane.
Okay, we finally get to see an Invoker on main stage. No-Tail's happy with that as well.
A lot of Invoker fans in I was going to say in the chat. What's wrong with me?
I mean, this is technically a live chat.
Live chat.
It is. The BZM Invoker has been quite phenomenal. So looking forward to seeing that on the main stage indeed. Does mean that we're most likely going to see a Dragonite played by Amar, or would you rather see it played by Yuragi? Like, what's the deal here?
I kind of feel like it's 100% being flexed into the carry role more, and it's just allowing this Invoker to be this quad spec style. Leshrat's going to come for this tower, boom, instantly remove that mana. Same thing for Wraith King. At 15 minutes, OG is going to be knocking on your doors. They're
I love also the pivot to, you know, having the Cataclysm. Like, if DK gets a stun on anybody, they're so dead. How the hell do you survive Snap Ult, Mirana Arrow, and then a Cataclysm? Like, this is insane combo with the DK.
Pugna's like, look at his Nether Ward, like, oh, it's so useless now.
Well, you beat it with Reincarnation, obviously.
Yes,
you
of
just
course.
die anyway.
Well, refresh the Cataclysm.
So Nether Ward is slightly a counter as well, right? If it's within Invoker and he hasn't BKB'd, you could produce a lot of damage.
Well, how does it work? If Invoker's way over there, out of range of it, you just outrange the Nether Ward, right?
Yeah, that's why you buy a Blink Dagger on Pugna and you just hunt the Invoker. Wherever he Cataclysms from, you jump in and drop the ward.
That's why they banned the Beastmaster, so the Pugna rushes bots onto the Hawk to get
Okay, all right, relax.
Yep, that's it. Ban out Faceless Void would have given them some easy win with the Chronosphere Cataclysm.
Yep.
Nether Ward doesn't save from that.
With the anti-mage ban, I feel like I have to ask the question, is there any way somehow TSM fits in a Storm Spirit?
They would have to do like Lesh offlane.
Yeah, I mean, that actually seems pretty good with
if it's
Monkey King setup.
If it's against like DK, it could work, but maybe a more conventional rundown carry type hero, it could be rough.
Okay.
Because it requires you to keep your 4 there much longer because he's squishier as a 3-position hero, but they could switch it up if they wanted to be crazy like that.
I guess I don't know if they need a Storm in their draft right now. It just doesn't feel like something they need.
Isn't this still just a Night Stalker game for TSM? Against all the heroes of OG, once you survive that, you just go phase BKB, the vision, it allows for you to actually take some of these fights or even just dodge them. Yeah, the value of running away is also pretty good in Dota.
Yeah, it'd work out really nice, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of offlaners still in the pool.
Yeah, I think Night Stalker and they banned Brew. I was about to say that, but yeah, Night Stalker or Brew are the ones that come to mind because they're the ones that can control the like 10 to 15 minute kind of fights that allows TSM the time to get the items to come out swinging for that first Roshan engagement.
I mean, Night Stalker BKB is a pretty good timing as well. Obviously, Brewmaster's a little safer because you just got to split first.
There it is.
But if he rushes the BKB, gets it at a decent timing, he can be that front line of first team.
Now, OG, are you going to do DK offlane, or are you going to put it carry and Amar's going to get whatever hero he wants?
So the cool thing about the TSM draft is that when you last pick a Night Stalker, you think like, okay, illusion counter, right? That's how you beat it in lane. You pick a PL. That's tough into Leshrac, but it is a free lane for TA. It's a completely free lane.
It looks pretty solid to me because it's going to give him some really nice late game potential. Just got to get on those supports. Pugna's going to struggle a little bit to defend himself and everyone else in the team.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any surprises. We will see Seb on Mirana this time around rather than Taiga. So Taiga will once again take the Snapfire and Mirana in the game for Seb. How are we feeling about this one?
I think Seb probably will be laning with the DK still. So even though the hero looks weird to be a 5, he's still going to be laning probably in that 4 role. But for OG, it's very much they need to hit their stride from the laning phase, keep that momentum going, because at some point, they're going to run into the wall of the Night Stalker vision, the Wraith King tankness surviving for it. But yeah, no, this is the type of game that OG carrying the momentum of game 2, it gives him a good shot.
Yeah, Seb's been shooting arrows all tournament, so it's going to be basically the same. He'll be fine.
Same hero, just this time riding him out. Sure, yeah. Whoever wins the upcoming game will be at match point for this best of 5 grand final. It's going to be very exciting to see who that will be. We have a slight change up on a commentary duo, so let's head over to OD Pixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, we're getting very ready for Game 3 between OG and TSM FTX. Some exciting stuff here, Sin. We're getting the BZM Invoker coming out, always a joy to see. And of course, that last bit, the Saberlight Night Stalker. I think you sort of got to see what Amar was having fun with in that last game, and we've seen it before from him. He wants to bring it out again now, and of course, a very good game for the Night Stalker once again.
Yeah, and like the panel pointed out, it's going to be Seb playing another Archer in this game. Obviously, the Mirana instead of Windranger. In a way, somewhat similar heroes. In a way, they're very different. But the thing they have in common is they need to hit that high impact skill shot stun.
Absolutely.
This time around, though, for Seb, he does have some reliable setup. A lot of the time when he plays the Windranger, he's the one initiating the moves. Now, this time around, they're obviously largely dependent on Dragon Tail to set up those arrows. And they're playing against effectively 0 direct saves, right? They banned out the Abaddon, and TSM were not opting to go for something like an Oracle or anything to that extent. So could find major impact.
All right, let's have a look here as we get ourselves into the third game. See if we get ourselves a bit of a closer matchup. Of course, the first 2 games pretty much been a stomp either way, with TSM FTX taking that first match and OG game 2. Just for the last pick from OG, anything's around a carry TA. Do you think this is a pretty good game for it, or are there things that TSM FTX will feel that they have in their sort of arsenal to deal with a carry TA?
I would say, theoretically, this isn't the cleanest TA game. Like the panel pointed out, the laning stage should be pretty good, laning up against supposedly Night Stalker +1. But the thing is, there's a couple of those classic, I wouldn't call them necessarily counters, but there's a couple of problems, right? You're playing against Decrepify, which can save either the target you're on, or you can get Decrepified yourself until BKB. You're playing against Leshrac, who has a ton of damage instances to remove Refraction. And Monkey King ult as well is actually a classic TA counter, especially if he goes Diffusal, which Moonmeander could do as a position 4. He could go for something like the current Orb of Corrosion that he's eyeing up into that Diffu, and that's something Yuragi will need to take care of. But you know, with the right items, TA can play against most. I think in this game, the items you need to look out for are BKB and then ultimately a Nullifier.
Sure, and how's sort of the lane for Yuragi against these 2 melee heroes?
It should be completely fine. I don't see why he wouldn't just out-farm Night Stalker in this lane.
I'm going to get some good damage in onto Tiger there with the 2 stuns set up at the start. You know, some of the other lane matchups, Bryle on the mid Lesh, of course, as talked about in the panel, a lot of potential here with the duo of him and Dubu in that sort of mid stage of the game where Dubu's going to be able to keep him fueled up and pumping out the damage with that endless amounts of mana. How's sort of the lane against BZM and in sort of the overall game, how much issues does an Invoker provide against a Lesh?
It's kind of tricky until you get BKB on Lesh. I think Cold Snap actually ruins this hero quite hard if there's reliable damage instances all the time. Can't really cast your Split Earth in the fight. You're very much dependent on moving around to deal your damage. So I will say Invoker is pretty good. I think Invoker plus TA traps or Invoker plus, you know, a Dragon Knight stun with Exort Invoker is always going to be scary for anyone, right? You can just Sunstrike Meteor, blast someone, again with no saves on TSM. You can't Decrepify the guy Invoker is on. That's not going to end very well. So, yeah, I think Bryle could have his own fair share of problems. The laning stage should be fine, though. Leshrac does completely fine against Invoker, does fine against basically anything, right? Can always find farm with Lightning Storm. But very curious to see how Bryle opts to skill build here, because sometimes we've seen mid-Leshes go like 1-4-1 and just really focus on getting the tower. He's opting for 2 points in Split Earth here, maybe to ensure range creeps a little bit better, or to be able to contest the Forge Spirit.
Some good harassment here from BZM. Bryle ready to trade back with the ball already done. And then Water Rune at the ready, he'll be able to grab that one. Would you imagine we're going to see much movement from each side's supports towards this mid lane? Any chance for an early gank to get a kill for each mid?
Oh, hang on, we're going to maybe get a kill top here. At least very good damage. Moonmeander, if he could find a level up there, he might have actually had that. Looking for the courier.
Has got the boots of Yuragi on. Yuragi will be able to get them delivered over. Actually, try and turn back over towards Moon. And he's hit the 2. He's also got a Salve and a Fairy Fire, so feeling confident to trade back with Tiger.
Yeah, that might look like a bad trade for Moon. Like, effectively, he took like 300 damage and maybe dealt 100, but the thing is he ensured Saberlight, I think, 3 creeps.
And Tiger, he could be in trouble here. They're in on top of him with the silence. He'll pop the Fairy Fire, turn with the blast, Moon with a nice dodge there to protect him against the
Yuragi's
will live.
Perhaps.
So if Yuragi can run away from these 2.
It should be okay, but if he gets another attack here and gets a reset on the Jingu, that would have been huge, because then Yuragi wouldn't even be able to come and contest this current wave. Might have to wait for it to run into tower, but now he's fine. So yeah, nice kill up here for TSM. I was not expecting them to be able to find first blood against this lane, but obviously Moonmeander just trading early on against Taiga and not expecting that surprise skill point in Crippling Fear perhaps to come into play there from Saberlight. Not necessarily on your mind in that moment. Playing
in the mid. Seb is going to see if they can get the kill onto Bryle. Dubu TP's over. Ready to turn and take their attention away from the Lesh. Briar will survive, even with that Sunstrike coming from BZM. Not quite enough, and they were very well prepared for that. With that ward that they have in their own jungle, they did catch Seb moving earlier towards that mid lane.
The trade-off here is obviously with both the bottom supports running over. You're going to have Wraith King farming against Dragon Knight. This is for all intents and purposes, pretty boring lane. The two heroes are just going to hit creeps and none of them can threaten each other at all, really. So unless the supports rotate back down here, that is not going to be the lane to watch for a while. I think there's going to be much more likely action top, and it's actually happening right now. Misha, I keep calling him Misha because the name, it's in the name there. Taiga for Misha. Under a little bit of pressure, but we'll be okay.
And in terms of the build, does it still surprise you? I feel like during the draft, there's maybe the expectation that BZM would go for the Wex, but going for the Exhort this game. Is it this just sort of just looking to capitalize on those solid stun setups?
I think BZM goes for Exhort Invoker every game, if I'm not mistaken. It's their favorite way of playing, as Yuragi will find a kill on Moon here.
They'll be able to get rid of that Monkey King finally after Moon was creating quite the annoyance for them, pushing them away from the wave.
When you think about OG's team identity in this tournament, I think it just makes sense for BZM to play Exhort Invoker, right? They like to play these 3 scaling cores and really focus on being able to find that farm. In contrast to, if you haven't watched OG Dota for a while, Thompson would almost exclusively play Quas Wex because his role in that team was way more of a roaming nature. But yeah, BZM in this team, always that Exhort Invoker, huge impact late game, looking to farm up. So can't say I'm too surprised here.
Solid CS as well in the mid so far. 14 denies against Brial, 25-15 against the 22 and 5. It's going to be off to a hot start with the XP. Already about half a level ahead. We'll see top lane, Saberlight and Moon. They'll try and make another move onto Tiger, Yuragi. We'll see if we can do anything to help out Tiger. Cookie over to the side, Moon. He wants to dive this. He's in with the Primal Spring. Tiger will be able to turn with the blast. Tiger goes down. See if Moon can get himself out of the range of the tower. Sunstrike coming in, but it won't quite catch him. Moon
Arrow.
able to make it out.
Bit of a minefield up here. He found a way out. I actually think if the arrow hits, Moon still doesn't die. He had a raindrop and 14 ones and a fairy fire, so would have blocked the majority of the arrow damage. Oh, he's actually going to go in on Yuragi.
Back in. As low as he is on the HP, he wants to try and set up for an aggressive move on Yuragi. He had the stick charges good to go. Tiger is back around to help Yuragi out, if you did so. The dive won't continue, but Moon continued to play incredibly aggressive and just trying to keep Yuragi on his toes and away from the creep wave. And it is showing Yuragi at the moment getting the least amount of farm out of the lanes in comparison to the other cores.
Yeah, I have to say that's pretty surprising. This is not how I imagined this lane would go, but TSM are doing an excellent job in controlling that top wave and getting all that farm. I think the panel were saying as well, this should be a great lane for TA, but it is effectively a 300 gold lead for Night Stalker, who is widely considered a relatively weak laner until nighttime, right? But they managed to find a kill during day, and he has more CS, so...
And now they're bringing Dubu up here as well. So extra pressure being put onto the safe lane of OG. Of course, on the bottom half of the map, Tomato, he's had a fantastic start. Top net worth, and now he's able to safely move into the jungle, progress on his armlet. It's very hard for OG to really make any sort of move to slow this Wraith King down at this stage.
What they're going to do instead is they're going to use Amar, Dragon Form bottom as soon as possible. He's pushing this wave in. He's very... Oh, hang on. That's another death for Tiger, probably.
Certainly is here. TSM FTX continuing to pile up the pressure on this top lane. And OG, with the two of them, they're not able to deal with it. Yuragi and Tiger starting to struggle against this early aggression.
It's going to be kind of telling how TSM adjusts now to Amar being level 6. So he's probably going to want to use his first Elder Dragon form bottom tower and start pushing that. I wonder if they're just going to leave Wraith King to solve that on his own, which will, the tower will take some damage, but not too much, or if they actually want to try to turn this into a gank. It's very obvious what the goal is here for Amar. You see him even pinging down here, might want some team backup to go for this tower. Tomato will be making his way over. There's the Dragon form, and he's going to, for now, just be alone here while TSM will maybe look to mid, but it's only 1 point in Edict on Brial, so I don't really know how much they can get done.
It's more of a killer with that sort of build. See again, Moon. It's really been on Tiger's case this entire game. Tiger just cannot get away from this Monkey King.
They don't like Tiger.
And ensuring that there's not going to be any easy way of him getting over towards helping the safe lane, and Brial heading in and taking away some of these stacks from OG. Tiger and Seb, they'll look over towards him.
Oh, he has the haste.
He's ready to run down Yuragi. Yuragi is into the mail, but they've got the detection. Dust is out, TPs are coming in, but the Boundless Strike lines up onto the two of them. They'll take out Yuragi. They'll look for Seb as well here. He's got a few leaps to play with, but the damage far too much surely as Bryle burst through him. Double kill for Bryle. An excellent move off the back of that haste.
This should also end in a tier 1 tower. I don't think OG have heroes to rotate that can defend this right now. Invoker is not ready at all, playing as Quasic Sword, so it doesn't really offer much in the way of defense. And with TA dead, I don't think she wants to re-TP up here, but let's see if that is the case. No, she's going to TP on the outpost, so... Oh, good arrow. Oh, wait, was that an arrow? No, he got clapped by the Ogre.
The Ogre's got him. All set up for the trap.
Oh my god, he's actually going to die from that?
The cookie in
Oh,
no! The neutrals getting a bit of revenge there against Bryle, as Bryle was taking quite a bit from OG's jungle, but the jungle fought back against him, sets up for Yuragi to get the kill on him, and also to be able to chase down Moon. Yuragi is going to be very, very happy with that, especially after he was having a bit of a tough time in the lane. They do lose the tower, but with those kills, it's really boosted Yuragi back up. He's now second highest in the net worth, only a few hundred behind Tomato.
It's a little bit unfair when the game is 2 teams against 1. The jungle just teaming up with OG to get a double kill for Yuragi there.
We'll see Bryle. He's going to get straight back out on the map towards the bottom lane. Same time top, Saberlight. He's going to get Sep. He's able to run him down, and bottom they do manage to kill off Amal.
Wait.
So the Moon and Bryle, after being taken down top, they TP towards the bottom. Tomato did die. I think
he must have failed a toggle
I think he must have, because he had backup. It definitely didn't look like a scenario where he should have gone down, but he did.
He failed a toggle with Corrosive Breath on, I think. Or he died on purpose to get a free refill. That one I don't believe in, really. You know, sometimes you give the players the benefit of the doubt. That did not seem on purpose. He was having a laugh at it too, I think. They still get the tower, they get the top kill. Yeah, we're going to see it. So Tomato here with Armlet activated. Toggles with Corrosive. Yeah, it happens.
We'll see it again in poor Tomato.
Honestly, oh my!
Oh my!
Probably a good thing he didn't have ulti skilled there. I think he would rather die than waste
I think so. I mean, his team still got the job done. You know, they were able to push that tier 1 tower.
And while Amar does get a gold bounty there, he doesn't get any experience. So
the mid
was dead already.
They can catch target. They won't be quite on target with the slow. Cookie to take him out to safety. And these are some early tier 1
they
towers.
saw Moon here.
Down. See if he's going to get any sort of help. That's the team trying to head over to help out Moon, but it's a lot of damage here for the Chaos Meteor and the Forge Spirits. Moon is going to get saved though, Dubu. With the heals, keeping Moon alive. Now Saberlight and Bryle, they've gotten their way over towards the back lines. To the side though, the Kisses are coming out. The Dragon Tail's done as well, holding Bryle down. Bryle, he'll get punished for trying to dive in and take a kill away from OG as he'll fall.
Yeah, OG very adamant about defending this triangle, as they should be. They're playing a TA strategy. You need to make sure this area is under control. It's a huge part of what Yuragi will be looking for in order to carry this game, so... Can appreciate the aggressive move from TSM, but they just got hard countered there by the Dragon Tail into Snapfire ult.
And do you like this one from Amar? The Ether Lens Rush.
I don't know. I feel like we don't see this very often. I guess with this, can you outrange the Talons from Night Stalker? Can you stun farther away than Crippling?
I wouldn't, not when you're in melee form, I don't think.
Now, when you're in range form, absolutely. With
yeah,
this. And I think that's,
not in melee, surely. I
think the logic here is that he needs to outrange Crippling Fear, and it feels like if he buys Dagger, then... Oh, hello. I don't think he can really use this for anything. Okay, it's being annoying.
I mean, there we go. We saw the range coming into play there. So that's a decent amount.
He took 600 damage. That's not all that bad. So yeah, I think it's in order to outrange Crippling Fear, and it is... He's not as dependent on the Blink Dagger, which can be really tricky when you're playing against a hero like the Night Stalker, right? Who can flank you and just get any sort of damage on you so you can't make use of your hero. So I really like the theoretical approach of this. This is one of those item builds where it's either going to look really good or really bad, right? It's probably not going to be somewhere in between. So let's see if Amar gets a lot of value. It's nice to have them on it too, though. You know?
Yeah, I just have a bit of a different approach. You know, normally Amar is going for the carry items. This time he's...
That's a good point. Amar bought a utility item.
It's a bit of a different Amar with it.
Can you believe it?
Down the mid. TSM FTX wanting to finish off this tower. Bryle getting set up upon him. Mars in with the Dragon Tail stun. Dubu fueling Bryle back up to full HP, but it's a lot of damage coming out here. Bryle, he'll go down. Yuragi takes him out. They'll turn over towards Moon as well. With the damage coming in, Moon is going to have no chance to jump. The Sunstrike is set up straight on target. BZM takes him out. An OG with Amar around in the Dragon form, they can look to push down the tier 1 themselves.
Yeah, even with that save attempt from Dubu, pretty much instantly decrepping against the 2 Forge Spirits. There's just too many stuns and too much slow. Like, he's not getting out of there on Bryle. as the Yules now, but no, it's looking good for OG here. They get the mid-tier 1 first. Playing against Leshrac, you're generally very happy if your mid-hero is the first one to knock down that tower. Still have yet to take the bottom one, though. We've heard S4 talk about earlier today how important it is to open up that tower, but I think OG with their lineup don't necessarily need that much access down here with how happy they are to play triangle with TA. And probably just park someone like Amar down there a lot of the time to just, you know, farm up and soak any ganks.
Yeah, TSM FTX, they're just going to come straight back in the mid, try and look for a fight to allow them the chance to get the mid tower. Yuragi turns up, and they can't commit all the way deep for Tiger. Tiger's able to step away, but the space was there for Brawl to finish off the tier 1. So they'll balance things out in the mid here, TSM.
Yeah, Moonmander's going Orchid, so Diffusal was not on the menu for him. Still do feel like it does seem like a pretty good Diffusal game. Got a little bit of a tech issue. I'm sure that will be resolved shortly.
They
can hear us?
Yeah, they can hear us. We'll keep you informed. Hopefully the screen for those here in the arena will...
They all died!
Stop it, Sin. That's a 5-man black hole! No, there's no Enigma. People watching online are probably thinking what these guys talking about. There we go, the screen at the arena's back on. There we go. It's probably Slack stripped over a cable. So we've got it plugged back in and we're back on with the show. 7-7, 15 minutes in, less than 1k in it. It's a close start here off the back of the lanes. Yuragi, Desolator done. We saw already in that last fight how hard he was hitting, and with the Deso, it does get that bit scary if they're able to get the TSM FTX lined up. And also, of course, giving them the opportunity to maybe step in for the Roche, especially with the Invoker and his Forge Spirits. A lot of opportunities for that if they win a team fight.
I think it's also crucial for OG that their carry in this game has significant physical damage, like overwhelming amounts, because you're playing against a Pugna Netherward, right? So your spell damage from your Quas Exort Invoker is going to be reduced by quite a bit in these team fights. But TA with Alacrity can offset that problem in a big way. Just hits insanely hard. You see the damage on TA currently.
Yeah.
Hitting for 263 pre-Alacrity. So the Alacrity, that's going to be like 300 something, almost 350. He needs to be controlled by TSM, or they need to be able to decrep the target reliably. Arguably the better choice would be to decrep Yuragi in general, because I think if you decrep a teammate, they can just die to any of the other spells, right? You get absolutely annihilated by Snapfire, or by Dragon Knight, or by that Invoker. Snapfire can also outrange the Netherward, which shouldn't be underestimated. That's kind of an added benefit of the hero. It can deal full spell. Dagger over Deso, so his damage output himself isn't the best, but he has the power to set up for both Leshrac and Saberlight on the Night Stalker to connect onto a target. So they're valuing that higher Deso entirely, which is interesting. He's just going to go AC instead.
Look at this, OG. And of course, with the Deso in the meld, they can take Roshan down very, very quickly. It has been scanned out by TSM FTX. They're going to start making their way straight over to the side.
Nice
Seb.
silence.
It's being a bit of a distraction. They'll lose Seb, but the space is still there for Yuragi to continue finishing the Roshan. Turn over towards the pit soon if they want to try and up the Aegis. They turn with the stun over towards Saberlight. Sunstrike comes in. Saberlight dies to the hits of Yuragi. Yuragi is in trouble one time round here though as Moon bursts in with the boundage strike. We'll be back of course for a second round with the Aegis and PCM. He's already looking for the setup back onto Moon. Trap slow as well from Yuragi. They'll look to run down the Monkey King. Moon's up to the high ground, but the hits from Yuragi shred through him. As OG, they'll take the Roshan, they'll take the fight around it. TSM FTX able to get some kills in return. Let's see if Tomato is going to be under any sort of threat. He's still feeling strong. Has got that reincarnation at the ready, so he's not scared at all. In fact, he's going to head straight towards that top lane to start to farm it. OG, they may look to see if they can set up and take him down twice. TPs are coming in. Tiger's ready to help out, and he has got the kisses, so they'll have great damage if they can get an opening stun on Tomato.
Oh, this is... Oh! Ooh! All right.
I mean, we saw his reactions earlier in the Manta-style video piece that they were showing, and there we have with the blink Tomato. As soon as he senses something up, he's away.
Oh, these fucking zoomers, man. They're so fast.
That was great stuff there for Tomato. We're going to get that again in the slow motion.
Yeah. So from his perspective
this is
here,
what he sees. As soon as he sees Seb, he knows something's up. He catches a bit of a glimpse there, and
all right.
He plays it cool. He knows, all right, well, I've seen you, but I'll wait until the spell comes out, just so he can look even more stylish with the escape, and he does. He's out of there. OG got the setup on the Night Stalker straight away with the kisses. The Boundless Strike does come down to put a stop to the ult, but the damage is already done. OG, they're going to try and push him for more. They'll focus down the Nether Ward. Dubu now hiding underneath the tower with Tomato. Amar, he's ready to try and hunt for more. He's looking for Tomato, wants to get the setup on the Wraith King. OG, they've got the full squad here for the fight. They get the stun opening onto Dubu. He goes down. The space created, though, for Tomato to at least get the blink off and get back to safety. OG with the 2 kills, they'll try and push on for the tier 1.
and it feels like quite a bit ago, but I don't think we mentioned that the bottom tier 2 tower of OG's fell because Tomato was split pushing that while the Roche fight was going on before he connected over there. And that's why essentially that turned into kind of a draw. Since they killed the Aegis carrier afterwards and got a bot tier 2, the gold in the game didn't really shift, but they got a little bit extra map control. Oh, BZM. Good stun chain here, bottom lane.
Oh, he's in trouble. Has he got anywhere to play his way out of this little town with a tornado? Get himself out of the Wukongs, but the AoE damage coming out from Bryle takes him down. Over to the side as well, the top half of the map. They get the jump on Seb. 2 quick kills for TSM FTX. Sableye already seeing if you can maybe check out something else here as he's on top of Yuragi. Amar will jump in. Yuragi actually able to get the blink off in time. Tomato, he'll look for the opening on towards Tiger. They're in on top of the snap fire. The final void there from Sableye taking him out. 3 kills for TSM FTX.
If Saberlight would have chased it a little bit further, that could have gone dicey for the Dragon Knight as well, but Amar will be safe, as Saberlight is now showing himself on the wave. They're just going to cut this wave and take the outpost, which they have access to because of what Tomato did bottom, so this could play a key role in the upcoming map control battle, that they have this access point now. It is very, very strong. I would say for Night Stalker teams to play with Outpost is very powerful, right? When the enemy team is going to try to get this Outpost back, if you do have that Dark Ascension, you will always have guaranteed vision in the area, even if you don't have any wards. So it can be quite the threat to try to take down. Bottom lane, oh my god, Moon. He is in big-ass trouble here. Gets the Orchid off.
He's going to maybe be able to build up the lifesteal, but Amar, the Breathe Fire, making sure there's no chance for Moon to live that little bit longer. Get rid of the Monkey King. Now, BKB is very close for OG now. BZM just about half the gold of a recipe away, and Yuragi also 700, and he'll have the Ogre Club. So they'll hit this timing when they've both got the BKBs. And of course, outside really the Wraith King, a lot of the threat from TSM FTX will be limited. AC is done though for Tomato, so that physical will hurt hard, especially when he and sort of Saberlight are punching in with these 2 right clickers.
Yeah, with Saberlight's BKB, it seems pretty reliable that they can get onto at least a support and just blast them immediately. The thing they need to be careful about is if they blink in and try to initiate on a BKB target and the BKB does come off, the turnaround potential for OG is exceptionally strong with that Dragon Knight. So BKB usage is super important for both teams, which is hardly surprising, it always is. But in this game, the damage is so explosive from both sides that if you don't pop your BKB in time, it's not a matter of how low you're going to get before you get to use it, it's that you're literally going to die from full to 0. There's just that much coming out from either side, so got to have your reflexes ready.
I think eyes on Dubu again now to make some great saves. He has the 4 staff done, so a way to try and break his cores out of the sort of Dragon Tail Sunstrike setup. Talking about that, Dubu will get hit by the 2 of them. As Dubu is going to fall low, Saberlight's going to try and jump in, but with the BKB up from Yuragi, Yuragi's ready to jump in on top towards Saberlight. Saberlight will get his way back up to the high ground, and Tomato and Bro, they've stepped up, taken down Amar and Seb. Now they can try and look for Yuragi with the BKB on cooldown. Yuragi, he could be in trouble. And with the dust out, Tomato's in with the stun. They'll try and cook him out towards the side. Good deafening blast from BZM. Pushes back the 3 of them. Ice Wall as well, trying to hold them out. Yuragi's able to blink up to the high ground and TP out. Yuragi will live. Tiger turning things around here with the kisses, but Tomato's made his way around over to the Snapfire, takes him out as well. Moon's starting to play around with BZM as BZM has to run back towards the base. He'll live, they won't look to chase. TSM FTX taking out the 3, they'll take out the tier 2 as well. a solid fight there where they were able to make sure that Yuragi didn't get too much done there during his BKB. Saberlight taking away a lot of the attention, and they are able to follow up onto the TA once the BKB had run to an end.
You could definitely see what Saberlight, we're going to see that in the replay in a moment, when he was going for with that chase on TA, because he knows this is the primary kill if they can get it. This is the crown jewel of the fight, but he didn't manage to find fog over the tree line here. I think maybe because the creep wave was where it was, Yuragi could see him, so he was trying to poke and prod and still survive, but overextended just slightly, and Yuragi was very quick to react to the circumstances, find the kill, and get out.
Yeah,
and even stuck his tongue out in the meantime. He's just a jack of all trades, this guy. Just absolute control.
He may get out of there that time, but the rest of his team not having too much fun against TSM FTX in that scenario. 3K lead now for TSM.
The prize is mine.
Also kind of crucial that Dubu didn't die in the initiation, right? We didn't really get to follow up on that so much, but
he got really low.
Beat stick of health. He had like 5%. Resets up with the stick, re-engages in the fight, and plays a role. So important that he was that quick to self-decrep when he got jumped. They didn't have enough to finish it off. Obviously, I mean, Decrepify against Quasic Sword Invoker, I talked about earlier how dangerous it is, but that's in the context of a team fight where the Invoker gets a Deafening Blast Meteor combo, right? Against Sunstrike, it doesn't really matter, because it's pure damage, so...
And Moon, again playing sort of his favorite area of the map here, just focused on holding back this bottom wave. Meaning that OG has to really consider how many resources they want to try and put into dealing with that Monkey King down bottom. Ryle, Bloodstone, nearly at completion. As for OG, we'll see if they're able to go out to look towards a fight themselves, because right now it's TSM FTX that are keeping the pace up a little bit more. Another smoke from the side.
They see Yuragi there with the Night Stalker Night Vision. They know he's melded here. He's gonna run away.
So they can get the jump, Saberlight. Starting to open things up as they'll look towards Tiger. With the silence, Yuragi's going to attempt to turn. Saberlight popping the BKB. They back off away from the EMP. That's the BKB down for Saberlight.
Poor Dubu getting arrowed in the smoke. They know he's there, but they obviously can't engage in. So yeah, OG pretty good there. They got a Night Stalker BKB charge and ulti, and they lost nothing, and that means there's an opening here for OG when this nighttime ends. I believe it was day now when Night Stalker popped this, or I feel like you can never truly trust this timer in the top when you mouse over. I'm not 100% sure. It will say until night. It says until day. Okay, it said until night when he
I think it did when he just
It said until night when he had the ulti running.
Yeah, so...
Okay, well, it's still night, so not too big of a deal then.
I'll see if they still want to fight anyway. OG, they have got Amar ready to lead in. They've got to be quick with the catch, and as we've seen the last few times, Dubu is always ready to try and protect heroes from that chain combo. As OG, they won't catch anything with this move. TSM FTX, two set up here as a team for OG to try and get that jump in on anybody. It's BKB, it's done for Tomato now. So now he as well will be ready to get in on the front lines and really commit. The only real threat of the physical coming out from Yuragi. Of course, he has his team to rely on just getting on top of the TA, making sure that Yuragi has a real difficulty getting the job done in a team fight during the seconds of BKB he has.
Oh, Seb's in trouble.
I'll try and get him to stun. Seb, open the leap to try and break away from it all. Tiger dying in a couple of hits here from Tomato. Once there's one hero down, OG, they've got no fight to take. They back off.
Seb with the 3 leaps and Moonlight Shadow. You have to get the hell out of there. You've got quite some ground to cover against these heroes if you want to reset. He also has the Force Staff that he didn't have to use, but this is the bigger deal. Roshan, there's 25 seconds on Snapfire. Can OG do anything about this? They will buy back.
I don't want to let
TSM were hoping for. They have the outposts from earlier, which is very, very important in this game state that they control this area. It's going to make OG's advances here a lot harder to pull off. Look at the drawing they're doing here on the minimap of where they want to smoke. Quite the path, right? Nobody cared about the drawing. They're going another way. Okay. Well, straight on, arrow. Not going to connect.
Not going to connect. They still want to try and jump on Mars. Looking to get in, but Saberlight reacts immediately with the BKB. They turn over towards Amar. Amar forced to safety for now. The kiss is coming in, but Moon, he's in with the silence. Puts a stop to the Tiger ultimate. BKB popped by Tomato is turning over towards BCM. There's Tiger going down, no buyback on him. Bryle from inside the pit, doing the damage out towards both Amar and Seb, as Yuragi's committing in, trying for the Roshan with this BKB. He'll push himself out to the side. Bryle getting bashed by the Roshan, ever so low. A step out of the pit, gets slowed by the trap, but Bryle will live. Saberlight, Tomato, they're back in on top of Amar. Amar goes down. Bryle did finally fall there to the damage from Amar, tick damage, but that's overall a rough fight for OG. TSM FTX, they'll be able to get back into the pit, take down this Roche. As once again, we're just seeing the struggles around that BKB usage of Yuragi. He's just not able to do enough. There's too many tanky heroes, and with the AC Aura, he can't quite burst through them as quickly as he'd hoped for as a TA. If they take the Roche, and they'll let Aegis go into the hands of Saberlight.
And they were very close to not even finding the Lash. At least they get the Pugna and the buyback, but you're going to see in the replay here, I think he ticks out to the final tick of Fireball that Amar left on the ground, so very, very close to living with that positioning inside the pit. But yeah, this part of the fight I think is actually the most important. Moon Meander taking out Taiga. The Monkey King and Night Stalker matchups are really bad for Snapfire, and that's what you're going to get when you pick it this early in the draft as OG, this deep in the tournament. Teams have the solutions ready. You're going to see here, so if you look at his health, the only thing affecting him, I think that TA trap is not dealing damage because it was placed so late.
Yeah.
So you either died to the last tick of Corrosive Breath or to that Fireball tick, so very close.
4K lead now for TSM FTX, and they have this Aegis in the hands of Saberlight to play with. So he'll be very ready to jump. Yuragi's got to be careful.
That's daytime now. 25 seconds until Dark Ascension, and you'd imagine TSM, I mean, they want to put their Aegis to use, right? So they can't wait for the next nighttime, so they're going to have to use it together with Dark Ascension. The good news is they can run Saberlight in super aggressively to try to force BKBs or key spells, since he has the Aegis on him. All right, they're poking Tomato.
If they can take him down the once, Dubu healing him up, they'll pop the kisses. If they can get either of the two of them out of this, Dubu will fall. A little bit of a window now, 70 seconds, no Dubu. And Pugna, he's been providing some great saves. They try and jump into the high ground, but Seb immediately gets turned upon. Seb goes down, Deafening Blast down, the Deso hits over towards the Monkey King as Moon will fall. And they get more out of this. Still Bryle, Saberlight, and Tomato, very, very strong, the three of them. Even if they are outnumbered right now by OG, it's hard for OG to take these cores down.
And there is a less shard here. Bryle getting that from the Roche, it's very difficult to access the area.
OG's got to be careful. There is that jump available from TSM.
And now the Night Stalker ulti is going to run out, so this is actually a power play for OG.
They're going to try and go. Amar is in with the combo straight on towards the setup of Bryle. Bryle's able to buy time with the Yules up to into the sky. Yuragi is going to be ready for him as he comes down. The Tornado's there. Bryle taken out. They bring down the Lesh. Tomato standing his ground, turns over towards the TA, but Yuragi's able to slide down to safety with the Hurricane Pike. He turns with a huge hit over towards Saberlight. That's Saberlight down the ones. They've taken out Tomato. No ult for him as he'll go down on the respawn. Arrow from Seb perfectly lined up. OG. They clear up the three cores of TSM FTX.
They just bide their time. They wait out the Night Stalker ulti. You know, they have access to that. They know it roughly when he used it. They know how long this lasts, and they're just chilling, you know? TSM stay in the area. They try to control it. They hope OG's going to run into them. They just don't, and then it's an easy fight.
Well, he's found here. A 4-star for Cross as well to cut the end of the arrow. That's going to be a dead Moon Meander. Out for 70, spent up to get that Bloodthorn done, so some good space now for OG to push for some tier 2s.
They just swung the game in a big way. They were 4K gold behind a moment ago, and now they're 4K ahead almost after taking this mid-tier 2. Just this one sequence, just a huge dip.
Absolutely, yeah. TSM FTX just getting a bit ahead of themselves there, sticking out in OG's jungle when their supports were dead. They felt that they could deal with it, having the Aegis on Saberlight, but it was not enough. OG able to pick them apart perfectly and get that huge start with a big burst jump onto Bryle. The fight starts, Bryle, he's already about 3rd HP.
It's just, you always have to consider when you're playing as a Night Stalker team, if you're outnumbered and Night turns today, effectively this fight is not really a 3v4 with an Aegis, right? It's more like 2.5, because Night Stalker, his net worth has very low value. He has a BKB and a Halberd, and he can't do any damage with his items, so all he is running around, has a little bit of control, and the Wraith King can't do it alone there. Tomato, after Bryle gets killed off.
No, OG, they're ready to go for more. There's a couple of seconds until Moon's back up. BZM, he's in with a jump. Straight away. But the opening onto Dubu. Meteor's coming down. Dubu gets destroyed here by the jump of OG. 7k lead. OG starting to get that momentum.
Yeah, this Invoker is nasty. BZM with the Hex. Can pretty much blink and blow up anybody who doesn't get Force Staff. Do they even have... They only have one on Pugna.
Yeah, it's just Dubu.
So if he jumps and kills the Pugna first, or somebody else stuns the Pugna, it just sets up Invokers to do basically whatever he wants onto one of these targets, as long as he's the first to go. This top tower, no way in hell they defend this. Also having the Alacrity talent here. Yuragi is going to deal insane amounts of damage. Let's see what he hits for. 450.
Now these buildings are going to go down incredibly quickly. They'll want to turn up to try and do something about the tier 3 and the barracks. I mean, already Amar showing his hand, ready to dive beyond the tier 3s to look for setups.
Yeah, no NS ult, so they want to force something. They still have 40 seconds until nighttime. Saberlight is not particularly useful right now. Nice arrow. Seb fishing a little bit.
And we see Tomato, he looks like he doesn't really want to head back until he has the nullify done.
Big pick BZM.
He's headed back to look towards him. Ooh, he's got the tornado ready. Teasing with Tomato there, waiting for him to come towards the end of his TP. Jump forward from BZM. He wants to try and run Tomato down. Tomato, he's going to need backup ASAP from the rest of his team. Amar, he's turned up as well. Hex into the control. There's going to be one death on Tomato. He'll be back for round 2. Moon trying to help out here. He's out with the blink. Good blink off the back of the reincarnation as Tomato will manage to get himself out of there. Moon will die in the chase. It's not actually over there from OG. Amar, he's in on top of the two of them. They're on top of Brow. Brow forced over to the side. Playing around with Amar. He's getting shoved all over the place with his 4-star, so he finally falls. Tomato's in on top of Seb. Seb taken out. Double kill for Brow. Brow's still alive this time round. They'll keep him up. BZM trying to continue to chase, but the shard off the Lesh. Holding him back with the stun. Yuragi's in with the jump. He's on top of Brow, but Saberlight's in as well. BKB popped by Yuragi. He'll continue to commit. Tiger connects with the Scatter Blast slow. Saberlight trying to run. He's slowed down by the Nullify, but he will live, and now it's time to re-engage. Turn over towards Tiger. TSM FTX turn. Take out another, and they want to try and see if they can get Yuragi as well. Saberlight popping the ultimate, but the Blink's already offering Yuragi. Should be far enough away to get out of there.
Well, is he, though? He doesn't have a TP. There's a trap.
If he can close up on this.
Saberlight's gonna run to the end of the world to try to catch this guy, but I think we just reached that end. No way, you're okay. That was just not gonna be good.
This time around, sort of OG extending too far as TSM FTX are able to take them out, outplay them. They keep Bryle alive. Bryle was the first focus really in that fight, but this time he survives. They can take the fight, they push back and get a tier 2.
Bryle's going to be a pretty serious problem now that he has that BKB that he used for the first time in that fight. OG, I don't know if they have enough single target damage to kill him unless they chain stun him. And if they do chain stun him and he gets decrept and glimmered, I still think he will survive, pop BKB, Bloodstone, and get to work. So you have to be very careful about how they approach fights, OG, especially until TA hits 25. I wonder what he's going to take. We've seen Yuragi take both talents on 25, but this might not be the game for refraction instances, which is the most common one. It's taken way more than the Meld Bash, but maybe this is a Meld Bash game since you can't necessarily really rely on the defensive instances that much against this lineup. Very curious what he opts to go for. Pretty tense moment. OG had a huge lead and now we're pretty much back to square one.
Very, very close game.
Don't Google the net worth graph of this game. That is quite the roller coaster.
TSM ready to show themselves in the mid, though. The Moonlight here from Seb.
Close to 25 on BZM, another one to look out for. Probably going to see the Radial Deafening Blast, I would imagine. It's a very powerful spell against the Radiant heroes, right? You have the knockback against Monkey King, you have the disarms against him, against the Night Stalker, and against the Wraith King. And a lot of the time they're flanking from different angles, so you can only hit one of them, but with the Radial one, might be able to catch everybody all at once for huge damage mitigation. He hasn't chosen yet. He chose now. Wonder what the pick rate is for these. This has got to be like super lopsided for Radial. Actually only 70-30. That's kind of surprising. I thought it would be more. All right. And the passives are pretty damn good, so.
He'll have his refresher ready for the next fight, BZM. And on if he wants to hold on for that buyback gold. As it absolutely is getting to the point in this game where if one team takes a rough team fight, highly likely the buybacks will have to be forced out. Mid lane, in fact all lanes, all tier 2s are gone. So one fight, and you'll have the winning team straight up towards the tier 3s.
Yo, I can't believe Amar's inventory. I feel like I'm watching a different player. I'm watching Seb playing Dragon Knight. Look at this. There's no damage. Amar, what are you doing? Where's your armlet AC on Dragon Knight?
He's even got the wards, you know, yeah.
And he got the Trickster Cloak. Yeah. He's got a defensive neutral item
Changed
even.
man.
Brown boots. Yeah, he's reformed. Grew up mid-series. Seb is so proud.
So far, it's been working pretty well. Those Blink Dragon Tail stuns have set up a fair few times. He's been able to get the jump on Brow the last few. See what they can get now. OG ready to pick the pace back up. They're out with the smoke. We'll see how prepared TSM FTX are for this. It's been a few minutes since the last bit of action, so a little bit more relaxed. Ubu's going to be jumping Tomato. He's actually going to get straight in on top of Uragi. Uragi puts the BKB, but the disarm was already there, so a few seconds of BKB where he can't really do too much at all. He's going to hide himself with the Mel. Tomato trying to run, but the kisses come in. That's Tomato down the ones. On the back lines, Moon. Wukong's command is down. OG having to back out away from the Monkey King ult. Saberlight will continue to chase. OG. Uragi's got to be careful now with his BKB already used. It's not as easy for him to frontline as a TA. Nobody to die, just the reincarnation here taken away from Tomato.
Yep, they did force out the Dark Ascension again though.
Let's see if they can get back in.
It's daytime in 5 seconds. OG would love to fight. I think TSM should perhaps take a little bit of a chiller here for 80
OG's
seconds.
going to try and force it.
Get the hell out of there.
They're well aware of the time of day that it's become. They've got the jump on Saberlight opening up. Tomato gets in to cover him. Turns with the stun on towards the Dragon. Another bit of buyback straight away from Tubu. Tomato trying to stay in on top of Amar, but Amar's able to kite him out to the side. Tomato, he'll turn over towards BZM instead. So if they can bring down the Monkey King. Mumianda trying to run, but BZM commits. Gets the kill. Double kill for him. They're completely on top of Uragi here. TSM FTX trying to kill this TA. Uragi still alive. 3-man cooking there for Tiger. Jumps back in with a split up from Brow. Catching the two and then Brow will fall. Moon, he brought back to re-enter the fight. Tubu with the life strain, trying to damage Amar, but he's still too tanky as the DK. Amar will be able to step away. Steps out for 70. He's got no buyback available. OG continuing to keep the fight going as Uragi. He's backing onto Tomato. Tomato getting low. Reincarnation's on cooldown. He's not going to have a second life. He goes down. Cooking again from Tiger. Over towards Brow. BZM, he's getting low. Has to keep his distance away from the ledge to be able to kite him out. Nullify onto Brow. Takes him out of the use. Brow's out for 2 minutes. Meander, pretty much the last one standing in this fight for TSM FTX. He'll try and live, but he cannot. Uragi, double kill for him. 4 dead on TSM FTX. They put multiple buybacks in an effort to win that fight, and they lose it horrifically. TSM FTX knocks out. OG, they're ready to go down the mid, and with no buybacks, this is going to be serious damage to the base, maybe even the game sin.
Yeah, if they realize there's no buybacks here, the game is actually probably over. What's a single Night Stalker going to do here? He can try to cut the wave at the risk of losing his life. He will do so now.
If he can get a couple of creeps, he will have buyback Saberlight. He's 48 gold short of the buyback. See if he can live long enough to get any money. Turning for 1 CS would do it. Okay, maybe another. 30 gold short of the buyback.
There's a courier.
That'll do it, okay. Oh, no, that still won't do it. He's still short of the gold.
He's more gold.
They're looking to end the game here. Down the mid. We see as well Tomato. He's only 180 gold short of the buyback, but he is short of it. There's no chance of defending. OG, they'll go to the edge and they'll take the game.
Damn, what a crazy last fight that was. Funnily enough, one of the deciding factors for OG in winning this game was TA choosing the 25 talent with the refraction charges, so he did opt for that one. That's why it took them forever to kill Uragi. I thought it wasn't going to be that important, but actually it bought him like 3 or 4 additional seconds in that team fight. He buys back, comes back, and he's just impossible for them to deal with. OG very wise in their selection of that fight. They go in, the moment Night Stalker ulti is unavailable and it's daytime, they force this fight.
Yep.
And it was super close. If that's nighttime, they don't win that fight.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's that same area pretty much 2 times where OG took those fights around that perfect moment of switching back to daytime. TSM FTX not prepared for OG to make that sort of quick move when it changes from night to day, and that second time round, that will secure them the win. Couple of TSM FTX members a little short on the goal to get the buyback, so they had no chance of a defense. As that game 3 will go to OG as they now lead the best of 5, 2-1 against TSM FTX.
Match point here at the Stockholm Major. They are now 2-1 up against TSM, FTX, and also a slight PSA for all of you because it's after game number 3 of a best of 5. The teams do get an extra long break before the next game, so this is your cue. Like, if you need to go to the toilet, if you need to get food, do it now because there is a little bit of a longer break than you're used to between a series. But let's see if we can break down that game 3 because it was quite a crazy one. We were hoping for a more even game. We definitely got it. OG still in the end, of course, crushing it and taking the victory. Jenkins, you were very excited about Amar's build on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff to cover in that game, but Amar, his build, it looked insane. I mean, Octarine Core, Ether Lens, Blink, Force Staff. At a point, he had wards in his quick buy, and I was sitting there thinking, like, okay, this guy puts a Moon Shard in his quick buy. Surely he's messing around. No, he bought wards, and he was placing them. And I had the thought that I think we've been misunderstanding Amar as a player. I think the casters, and panelists, and analysts have been wrong about him. He's not a greedy offlaner. He just really understands farm. In this game, he realized that he has this mid-invoker, Quas Exort, and then a TA carry. Where are you going to farm? And if you go late game, you're going to win. So he just goes for this insane support build. Also, it makes a lot of sense because his stun set up for 3 other heroes. There was the Mirana arrow that could come out. There was the Invoker, the Invoker spells. What was the other one? There's another one. The Snapfire ult, like so many, I forgot what it was called. So many things to set up for. So like literally all he needed to do was press stun on somebody, and then they win the early game. And then he's also setting up for his 2 insanely late game cores to farm.
Yeah, and the TA worked out quite well too. It really helped limit what the Night Stalker could do in fights, right? Night Stalker runs in a lot of these other games, and it feels like you just can't touch him. He presses BKB, he silences, everyone has to run away. TA literally doesn't care. She just turns and starts hitting him for enough damage where he can't fully engage, and it didn't allow Saberlight to play his normal game.
I mean, this was the type of game where TSM, they were actually rolling over some of these earlier fights with the Night Stalker, but then they got to kind of that tipping point with all the Force stuffs. Sure, you have on the DK the Blink, the A for the Force. Him being able to also help out from a bit of a distance. They were able to keep that TA alive in some of these clutch fights, and you saw it there as well. Just OG, they're always in position as 5, and then they itemize to help each other out. So even when they are weaker under the threat of a BKB timing, they're just ready to kind of counterplay that with just pure numbers.
Yeah, normally when a game is fairly even, the tipping point happens around the Roshan. We have a replay of that as well if you want to relive that one, because it did come down to these clutch fights, Jenkins, to see who came out on top, and OG is just the team fight Dota team that...
Yeah,
does anybody do it better?
I feel like BZM in this game in particular, he was absolutely clutch with a lot of his like deafening blasts and his ice walls. Like these were preventing Yuragi from going down a lot of times where like, you know, Yuragi looked really good in this game, but it was set up by the fact that his whole team was enabling him with Force Staffs and Invoker spells.
Yeah, and even like Amar on his DK, every time he's always playing on the fringe. Sure, in that previous highlight he does go down, but the way in which he stuns, disengages, unlike other DK players, where they're often stunning and committing,
they just,
trying to get damage.
They just run in and
yeah, exactly. He's always kiting back, keeping it alive, and you see here, that was the double 4 stuff that you had on top of Yuragi there, helping with the DK +1, and just the small little things they do here just to keep the fight going.
That fight in particular was insane because the way that OG engaged that was they jumped in right before the Night Stalker ult was about to end. So they had to time that, and if you do it right as the Night Stalker ult ends, what happens? The Night Stalker, the TSM's not stupid. They're going to run away, right? Like, if ult is timing out, you're going to run away because you know it's not nighttime. So OG, they jump early. And whoever timed that, whoever called that, that was sick. That was insane. That was the game-winning fight.
And look at this, the double cookies, triple cookies. And this was a rare fight where both teams actually had perfect vision. You had low ground vision from TSM, high ground from OG. Everyone saw everything. It was purely down to the mechanical skill, from both the teams.
Yeah. It was just so hard for them to kill TA in that moment as well. Like, the Leshrac was relatively tanky, but it just takes so many items to survive against the enemy squad. You need some kind of potential immunity or Yules. You need a plate mail, you need the BKB, you need regen. And against TA, it's just so much harder because once he gets Nullifier too, he just hits you no matter what state you're in, and he's pretty happy.
Yeah, we say a lot of the good things that OG did during this game and during all these fights, but what went wrong for TSM in particular that they could not hold on to the lead they got in the laning stage?
The lead that TSM couldn't get? I'm not sure. Do you guys have any ideas?
It feels like the Night Stalker timings when they're finding those fights, it just fell flat at that one point. And I guess the Roshan fight as well, right?
I don't even know if it's timings. I just feel like they got really outplayed in a lot of team fights. The 4/4 staff and the Invoker spells. I think that you consider banning Invoker late phase. You don't want to first phase ban this. I think still the Enigma and these other heroes that we've seen are still very important. But late phase BZM Invoker, maybe not here. Maybe get that out.
Maybe play against it a little bit more so that you know what's coming a bit better.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it getting banned out indeed, the Invoker from BZM. Very strong. Very curious to see what Slax is up to right about now in the crowd somewhere.
Hello, my friends. Welcome. Now, I was talking to this young man named Victor. Victor, how you doing? What'd you think of that last match?
I mean, it was amazing. I almost lost my voice. It was an even match, a lot of good fights. It was amazing to watch here with all you guys.
Now, Victor says that his dream was to be on OG, win this tournament, go up there and be a champion. What is your MMR?
1K and a half, something like this,
1K and a half. So that dream will never actually happen, but it can happen here today. Victor, I want you to pretend like you just won this event. I want you to go up there and claim your prize. Seb's behind you, everyone's behind you. Crowd, help me out. This is your moment. Don't touch the trophy, please. Okay. All right, here we go.
I'll try.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our boy Victor and walk up there. Yes! Oh, Victor! Congratulations, you did it! You did it! Yes! Woo! Don't touch it! Fantastic.
Yeah!
How did it feel?
Oh man, it's amazing to be here in the center of the stage of this magnificent arena.
Well, we might see something just like this very soon. We'll find out right after this game, but thank you, everyone. Back to you, Shearer.
Thank you very much. And OG definitely one game away from taking that trophy, and they will be allowed to touch it, by the way. Only privilege for the champions here. And we talked a lot about pressure and about playing on the stage, because obviously for both teams, this event is the first with the crowd. Some players, of course, excluded. So far, though, Jenkins, I don't think that either team cares.
It doesn't seem like it.
It doesn't seem like it.
It seems like they have nerves of steel. Well, maybe not nerves of steel. You could argue that both teams also have people that are going to be bringing them down if the energy's too high, or bringing them up if the energy's too low. I think, yeah, you could name off a few names there. You've got the 50-50 Saberlight. You got Moon Meander. You got Seb. Taiga, of course. He's the old dog, or he was supposed to be on OG, but then Seb standing in. So yeah.
I think they're both just doing a good job bashing heads together, playing their drafts the best they can. That game was much closer. They had strengths and weaknesses, and we got to see a much longer game. They just really, really wanted to win the Roche fight. They did not, and it kind of ended the game a little bit quicker, but leading up to that point, it was very close, and I think both teams are showing that they're ready to play through the nerves.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen nerves right now, but in this extended break that we have going into Game 4, I think that's where it might show, where, the winning team, they might get a bit too excited, but you should be able to calm them down with Seb Notel. On the flip side, TSM, they won Game 1, and then, they lose 2 back-to-back. So being able to recover, that extended break might help them a little bit. So I think Game 4, that'll be the true test on how
you think OG is going to get too excited, potentially? Because I feel like this team lives for the excitement.
Yeah.
Like I think they feel the crowd. They really capture the OG spirit.
I want them to get more excited, if anything. My phrasing was probably wrong. I think they need to get even more excited.
Oh, you want them to power up?
Yeah, exactly. Like when they hear OG, you know, when Tiger's doing a black hole or something, he's hands off keyboard. He's clapping sometimes. Like, I need that type of energy from this team.
TSM, though, they got Moonmander. This guy's waking up every morning listening to Attack on Titan in the shower to wake up. So if he feels like the odds are stacked against him, it powers them up too.
Yeah, it would definitely power them up indeed. And there is that extended break. I think that it's very important there for coaches to have a say as well. And I want to focus on TSM because it's really rough. If we're coming to the conclusion that they probably just got outplayed in those fights, how do you fix that?
I mean, the real question is, are they going to stick with the same opener? That's really what led them to that point. They opened Pugna. Later on, they're like, okay, Lesh is going to work really well with this. It was pretty good, but TA ended up being a pretty big negative against them in those later game fights. So are they still going to be so confident in their opening that they take it a third time in a row?
I mean, when I was walking around back, instantly, Misery was next to Moonmeander. You know, they're talking, coming off the stage together. And I think that is kind of probably what you're leaning towards there. The fact
what they say.
I didn't
Spill the
really
beans. Spill the beans, Tigo.
I really like the panel right now. I think we should actually stop playing, just listen. No, I didn't really hear what they said. I just saw them close together, you know, go. But realistically, the first bit, Pugna, sorry, I think that's probably the thing that they might veer away from. It's something OG hasn't been rushing towards. And also, they've just lost 2 games in a row with it. Even though it's been impactful, the draft feels like it's been harder to get something that you want to get out of your draft. Even though in game, it's exceptional. Just the drafting part where OG is excelling.
I don't even know if it's a drafting thing. I feel like OG just got a lot better at punishing Dubu in these last 2 games. Like, they're just jumping him on the backlines. And it didn't look like it did in the first game where Dubu won with it.
Yeah, that's true. It kind of makes more reason why the TA was so effective. It was decent against the Night Stalker for when you needed to hit him when he's BKB'd. It was pretty decent against Leshrac, and it also made Dubu have to react every single time
he just gets one shot. Yeah, he just
and then in the ultimate late game, there's always going to be a nullifier that counters so many things, so many aspects of your draft. So maybe it was the TA that was the problem. But last game we said the same thing. It was like that one hero comes out. Oh, good. They just got that one good pick and they win with it. Happens the next game with a different hero. So
yeah, bro,
it's scary.
I feel like it is the Invoker. Like, the TA looked really good, but there was a lot of clutch Invoker saving the TA and then blinks out like at the last possible second. That doesn't happen if you don't have an Invoker. What other hero can like disarm and slow and provide that much utility from the mid lane? It's
Techies.
He can disarm. That's right.
Slow.
True. Yep. The one
from the mid lane.
Yeah, the ability that nobody skills.
Game 4 winning. Ooh, immortalized on the trophy.
No, I don't think we're gonna see it, guys. Speaking of what we heard backstage, I did hear words from a coach.
Oh, okay.
I walked past No-Tail. No-Tail was having a conversation with security. And the security was like, what's going on? Because obviously they have to sit in the back and they don't see what's happening. And he was explaining that they needed to win 3 games in order to win. But I think, because No-Tail normally not on the coaching side of things, he had to lean with his hands on his knees. You know, I think he is pretty stressed, less excited to see his team perform here. But it is always nice to see people getting excited for what's happening here, even if they don't know, you know, the game and what's happening in terms of the esports side of thing. I believe Victor came back into the arena. I'm not sure actually, but. It is
Victor's
very cool.
a crowd favorite.
Victor's
they
crowd
love
favorite.
Victor.
Yeah. Earlier we did hear he walked up the stairs. Big applause coming in. All right, guys. So we know that the teams are backstage. They are getting refreshments. They make sure that they get enough food, not too much food, by the way, because then you are too full. It's a balance.
Yeah,
it's a
you gotta stay away from the carbs.
Stay away
Go
from
for
the carbs.
Like the proteins.
Yeah. It is actually a science to see what food you can eat and still perform at your max. But we're gonna give those players that time to recover and come back for the next game. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we're back, it is time for the 4th game of this best of 5 grand finals, where OG is on match point.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
we're set, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're set, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're set, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're at, break the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know where we're at, crank the volume, crank the. We know where we're at, break the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. Cancel all your plans because this party won't. Cancel all your plans because this party won't. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. Party won't. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're set. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know where we're set. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're set. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
in the Grand Finals. TSM were supposed to be the team to perhaps break the curse, but so far it's looking like OG slightly the stronger team here. They're 2-1 in the Grand Finals here. We're going to go to a fourth game. That might just be the deciding game if OG can bring it home. I'm here with Jenkins, Tigov, and Purge. This fourth game, we're gonna need to see you step up from TSM.
Yeah, we are going to need to see them step up for sure. I think they've got it in them for sure. I think it just depends on adjusting the opening, throw away the Pugna, maybe pick a second in the first phase, get a little bit of a reaction, make sure it looks like a better Pugna game. Maybe that you get to see a Mars offlane hero, so you know that your lane isn't going to go terrible. But they've got to change something.
Yeah, swap up the draft. I mean, just changing anything at this point. Just change the formula. Like, it looks like OG had that one figured out, and just play normal Dota, and hopefully we get to see a game 5.
But that change-up that we're asking for, it's somewhat easily done because, you know, it's always been the same pick and side in every single game so far. It's always been TSM on first pick and Radiant. Yep. Potentially coming to this fourth game, if TSM have that priority, they can just change up by choosing maybe second pick this time, and it'll completely change the entire draft of the Grand Finals because, you know, now it's completely flipped.
But do you really want to do that on a potential deciding game? Because that's new. Then you kind of got to refigure things out.
And that's the fun of the break. That half an hour, that's exactly what they've been talking about. They're finding out all the variations, and then they might settle on one that makes them comfortable.
That's true. It does give them more time for draft ideas, to really mix it up, to really think it out multiple stages, because they had time to go through that. So we might really see a little bit of a draft reset here.
Yeah, draft reset, a reset of strategies in general. When we've been talking about OG in the past, it was always about the pace that they were able to set. For example, yesterday morning, they were able to match the pace of Thunder Awaken, who up until then was kind of the team to set the highest pace. I feel like there's a little bit of a different story when it comes to the series that we have in front of us, because both teams seem to be kind of similar in terms of pace.
Yep, I think the main thing for OG is they're showing flexibility in their style, where they're not always relying on farming up the lanes, getting 3 cores and going. In the series so far, at least Amar has shown us a different side to him. He's being a little bit more sacrificial, being a bit more involved in the fight, allowing Yuragi some time to farm up. And I think that development across the series, which is something that you haven't done in the entire major, that's something that can take your opponent off guard.
Yeah, you're never going to prep for Amar to build a Force Staff on offlane DK.
And an Aether, then second item.
Yeah,
though.
yeah. First item.
Oh, yeah, it was Aether, Blink.
Rush Ether, yeah, it was insane.
Even got Shard before he got Blink, I think, too. That was pretty crazy.
Maniac.
Yep.
Well, our questions are answered in regards to potential changes in draft priority and stuff, because everything is the same. We have the Enigma ban there also to round it out. Means that TSM so far, previous couple games, they went for the Pugna in this pace and this place. But this is the time where they might need to change something.
Is TSM even talking about the draft right now?
I mean, they look like they're chilling.
Just
Yeah,
chilling.
they're chilling.
What are we going to pick? It's the Pugna. They're literally teasing us.
Oh man, they're memeing.
Yeah,
Oh, they're
it's gonna
memeing.
get
They're
there.
memeing.
The Pugna's
They're
come.
memeing.
Wait. Oh, okay.
There's Snapfire.
Alright, so
That's
they
of
do
course
change it.
There you
Steel
go.
pick as well. OG's been first picking Snapfire in the previous 2 games.
I believe Braille has played this mid, correct?
I know he did play it mid because in NA it was
did.
like the thing to play mid for like 2 months. So every NA mid player knows how to play Snap mid.
I think the really strong thing about a Snap opener right now is that you can both cover, first of all, it's flexible, of course, but you can also, it's still good in like both lanes, right? You can still pick a really strong kill dual lane, but you can also still have a comfortable mid that rotates and puts pressure on. And like there's few other heroes that can pivot that well and still be super effective.
I think if OG here, it could be like a Pango +1 situation. Because if it is going to be like a Snap core, you kind of want the Pango core as well, so you can always chase him down in the early points of the game.
I mean, you could just Pugna Storm here, you know? I
could,
feel like that's, you know, it's a debate.
Storm.
I mean,
Is the Pugna coming?
Surely. But it seemed like OG thought that the Snap was a counter to the Pugna to a degree, and so they're unsure.
Yeah.
Do we pick it? We know we want the Storm.
If they pick Pugna, they just pick a really strong dual offlane. They crush whatever carries they are assuming. And if it's a slower carry, then maybe they accomplish their job anyways. All right, maybe they're not going to kill him as well, but then they can outcarry that carry.
Why not like Monkey King here? Their second pick, they can flex the Monkey throughout the draft. Then you have double jump for this Snapfire, so when you do throw out that Monomer Kisses, you're able to catch him on the back lane.
I must say, I mean, TMS better have a plan for this BZM Storm Spirit, because we did have him lose some games during the group stages, but that was a different OG squad, I feel. This time, how are they going to beat this Storm? Like BZM Storm, come on.
Huh.
All right, we have completely swapped it, sort of. Anyway, TSM decides to take a page out of OG's book.
But the last time TSM took a page out of OG's book, they did just beat OG, right? The Enigma Pango opening, they put them out of the game quite quickly. So, yeah, this was their half-an-hour prep. They just looked at game 3 and was like, oh, we don't have to prep. It's already done here, so let's take that.
Here's the question: Does the TSM get an ether lens on their DK?
Oh God, yes. Surely that was a lot of like Night Stalker with the AoE.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see Saberlight picking up the.
I mean, it was cool against the
ether
Monkey
lens.
King too, because he would like long range cut down trees and stun.
Yeah, it
people.
was cool.
Like, it was pretty cool.
It made sense for a lot of reasons in that game.
But I do like the DK response. Good lockdown against Wind Ranger and Storm is really powerful. Lots of magic damage between these two heroes. That's excellent against Wind Ranger, so they have that part covered at least a little bit, and then they can transition to some nice gank squad stuff too.
I mean, we got to see the combo literally in game 3. It was very impactful, and it does punish these initiators who want to jump in. If you're waiting under vision, and let's say Storm jumps in, instant counterplay, and then you get to move from there. You always put a hero pretty much to half HP with the DK combo plus any other hero, and that's where OG, they need to be careful that when they do engage, they're timing it with BKBs or at least vision advantage.
Yeah, this is definitely a Storm BKB rush sort of game. Not that that's not been the build. That just seems like the prevalent build on Storm in general, but that's when you really want to start fighting if you're OG.
Turn to ban.
Both teams developing some opponent-specific bans here.
Turn to ban.
Usually it's mostly Amar, but seeing Death Prophet banned, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, still the Monkey King removed by TSM. One more ban for OG.
They're kind of keeping the flexibility of DK alive. With Monkey potentially in that safe lane, DK in the off lane, of course. You don't really want to have that melee matchup.
Was it No Tail or Seb that tweeted that Moon Meander's Mirana was like the best they've seen?
That was No
No
Tail.
Tail, yeah.
That was No Tail.
Yep.
And then it was Saberlight who tweeted at OG that he'd beat them, and then Seb that tweeted at Saberlight that.
There's a lot of tweeting action going on between these guys, yeah.
For sure, for sure.
But the Mirana looks like a pretty good pick for TSM.
Ooh. I like the idea with the Mirana. It would work out nicely. It might change their lanes. Maybe you want to wait to pick it until you see... I guess you have to pick both your heroes now.
Why is Mirana a good pick here? Why does it fit?
Just lanes well with DK, obviously. That's lots of stun setup, especially if they get like a initiator mid as well.
I don't think it'll be a 5 Mirana in this case with these guys.
Now this is a game where they might get that Slada for OG. You have a Grimstroke already, you now have a Storm jumping, double Inkswell targets to get on the back lanes. They want to look for fights with these heroes.
That's a good point. Yeah, in most other games, Slardar hasn't looked that effective because it feels a little finicky. But yeah, with Inkswell, it makes it feel a lot better.
Again, it depends on TSM pick, but just to keep it in mind if you're TSM.
Yeah, they're really thinking about this. A lot of the reserve time in the last draft was used on the bans. This one, more so, it's the picks.
It's very difficult to flex heroes when you're first pick, because this position here, you have to pick 2 heroes. You've already locked in, to snap the DK. You kind of want to keep them open, but you have to reveal something. That's why teams often enter this phase of, support plus another core, and then you get to kind of hide the core for just one more pick.
So if you want to make sure that you keep that flex potential alive, you have to kind of pick your 5 in these 2. So, for example, Bane is still in the pool. If you guys are talking about Mirana, Bane instantly comes to mind as well, having a good setup. And we know Dubu is superb when it comes to positioning, which is incredibly important on Bane.
Yeah, you're right. They could snap mid and then do some Bane Mirana. Like both of these heroes are very flexible, so they have a lot of choices to run through in their heads and decide what the best option is.
I still feel when you see this much skirmishing, okay, they go Lash.
Ooh.
Same as game 3.
So why these 2? You got a little extra tower pressure coming out, that's nice. We know Tomato can farm great on the Wraith King.
These heroes just get tanky really quick, so against heroes that want to jump you and find you, Lesh can go Hood into yours, Hood into BKB, yours BKB, naturally able to keep alive, and now you're going to have a tri-core of Lesh, Wraith King, DK that are like 20 minutes in the game. You can brush off a Storm jump or an Inkswell combo if you're able to mirror the farm of your opponent.
Yeah. Also, in terms of the early game, if Leshrac goes to DK's lane, it's a guaranteed kill, it's set up. If Leshrac goes to Wraith King's lane, guaranteed setup, guaranteed kill. Snapfire, same thing. Like, they have 2 heroes that do a lot of damage, and then with setup, and then 2 heroes that do setup in both of the side lanes.
And it's another vulnerability against Grimstroke as well. I definitely agree with that tankiness factor that helps you survive with them going in, but if you can go against them as well, Grimstroke cannot defend himself well. Wraith King's going to be able to dive really far into the back line and get those pickoffs. And more stuns can't hurt, frankly. Should be easier to defend Leshrac because of that. Last game was a little bit harder against the TA at times, but with Wraith King and DK running in, I just feel like it's going to be a lot easier for Lesh to play this game.
Well, it's definitely making OG think long and hard about picking up this one.
Finally,
and it will be the Mars.
Finally.
Yep.
The Mars.
Mars.
Other than Timber, this looks to be his best hero. I think like the Razor gets first phase banned just because it's looked really good as of late. But Mars is just, I mean, it's something else.
I mean, they needed a way to kind of keep the fight in a certain area, and this early siege from Leshrac plus DK, now they have a play where Mars can just position in the lane, and then Storm +1 can rotate in when needed, rather than having to all come at the same time. Mars is kind of just the counter-aggression in the early game.
I do feel like it does quite well in lane against Wraith King too. You can just kill all the skeletons, low cooldown cleave.
That is some filthy odds for OG on the Twitch.
Wow.
I mean, that's what it's like in the arena too, let's be real.
Yep.
That's true, actually.
And OG is a game up, and we did establish that the game we just watched, the previous one, it was OG outplaying TSM, FTX, especially in those team fights. I guess if you want to avoid that, you just pick easily executable lineups. Do you feel like they have that so far?
TSM's is definitely very much like that. I mean, OG's is not that far away from that either. The Wind Ranger makes it easier for them to start fights. The heroes that they have with Inkswell is going to make it easy to get pickoffs on like one guy for sure. So yeah, both lineups I think are pretty easy to execute this game.
And finally we get to see some of that Night Stalker respect ban coming in at the very end.
10 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban.
And Medusa will be the final ban for TSM FTX. They are expecting a quite the hard carry coming out for Jiragi.
Banning out Scotty carries, basically they would really undermine Leshrac's ability to transition into late game, because the Scotty is just such a hard counter. So maybe OG will do something similar. Who's left for good Scotty carriers?
Still be like the Morphling for OG.
5 seconds remaining.
We've seen that work out before.
Yeah, Morphling on LAN. I think that's a Morphling player's dream.
He's 2 games and 2 wins so far, and it's been in the clutch games as well.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to instant stat morph before, you know, like a DK stun comes in or Wraith King stun, that feels really good. Much easier to execute that on LAN.
Ooh, an IO last ban coming out, still respecting the flex potential for TSM, of course.
It's made Leshrac pretty powerful, and not to mention save stuff when OG's all about single target burst, at least jump, burst, kill one guy, relocate could be good.
10 seconds remaining.
This is the undying game.
You think so?
You throw down the tombstone, it kind of helps cover the Lesh and the DK.
You know, Storm has like top 5 win rate versus Undying. Wow.
Okay.
All right.
Everyone was shocked at the silencer.
Well, it is not the first time that they've picked it. Better yet, the first time that they did pick it, it was also against OG in the first round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, Dubu played it. He actually won 1 point in his glaives, and he just glaved it up.
Did he have a Wraith Band as well or something? I swear he had like a weird build. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one, but could be okay here. If he gets jumped, obviously he's dead, but the whole goal is they start the fight, you global silence. Yeah, maybe they stun into Inkswell you, but there's nothing after that.
Ooh, Belastica coming out.
That's a lot of fight from OG. Like, again, it just feels like game 3 where they're going to play out their laning phase and they're going to look to take the fight. They're going to easily get the BKBs early. Silencer, unfortunately, as a hero is very hit and miss. If you are able to dictate every fight in the early game and your global has great effect, you can crush the game. But if you don't find that, your enemies get the Mantas, the BKBs online, even the tier 4 items, it can be a struggle.
And rupturing Leshrac as well is really powerful because he's normally going to want to run around the fights, so that might really limit his ability to DPS for his team. And it's going to leave it on the back of basically just Wraith King, who might just be chain stunned.
All right. This potentially is our final game of the Grand Finals, but I would like to hear you guys' opinion about it. T?
Oh, yeah, I'm leaning a bit OG. I see heroes like Storm and Bloodseeker. I kind of lean that way.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I'm also leaning OG. And I have a flower.
A little bit of a biased panelist coming out. But hey, we've seen this before. The Okay, the jinx is complete, I feel, but we're going to find out how this plays out. It's time for the 4th game of this Grand Finals. Let's head over to OD Pixel and Synderen.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 4, ladies and gentlemen, just about to get ready to get started between OG and TSM FTX. Sind, we're seeing them do it again. There's a silencer coming out. Not a lot of the other teams really looking or even considering this hero. They've decided that this game they'll change things up for Dubu, put him on something a bit different. Do you think this is something that OG is going to struggle with, these global silencers, when you consider what they want to try and do?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool pick in this game, and I think they have the tools that you want to have when you're playing with a silencer. I find this hero is at its strongest when you have reliable engage. You have the Dragon Knight stun, you have a lot of follow-up. So every time OG gets jumped, you have to play around global, and every time OG want to initiate with their Storm Spirit in particular, this seems to be TSM's potential solution here to bring this to a 5th game. But you know, it's hard to go against OG in terms of predictions, because I feel like they've just overcome so much adversity in so many of their games. Like whether it's from a strategic nature, the fact that they would drop to the lower bracket after being knocked down by TSM earlier in the tournament. They just seem to find solutions, even when the games are in not perhaps the most ideal spot. At the same time, how many games have OG actually in this lower bracket until the Grand Finals been down severely in any game is the question, right? I think the laning stages for the most part have been all right. And now's the time to continue that streak so you can close it out.
Oh, here we go already. Some good vibes here between the two teams as they get ready to get things started. Let's see if TSM FTX can indeed push this to a game 5, or if OG can take the championship title here on this game 4. Of course, TSM FTX, they have shown us already one time this series how they can deal with the Seb Wim Ranger.
This is what happens when you give the players an extended break after game number 3. They prepare all of the alt chat pre-game. So now they've had time to think about who they want to shout out, what they want to request for game 5. It's funny to see. It's almost like, you know, the vibe has kind of reset. Like they went and had a little snack, had a break in the back with a clear mind. And let's see which team that favors more. Maybe this is a much needed break for TSM after losing 2 back-to-back games. A little bit of a reset would definitely be helpful for them.
Interesting setup here from OG. They were going to try and look for first blood down bottom. They had Tiger sticking around for an opportunity, but won't be able to catch any TSM FTX. So, of course, he'll head to the top, look to back up Uragi. And that final pick for OG. And how does sort of the prospects look for a carry Bloodseeker in this sort of match? Will there be a lot of opportunities for him to run freely around the fight and cause chaos?
I think it's the least obvious pick that OG went for me. I guess the logic here is that they're trying to, you know, they have some decent synergies with Arena into Bloodright. They have Shackle Shot into Bloodright, and obviously Storm Spirit pull into Bloodright, so the Bloodright synergies are there. But a lot of the times when I look at Bloodseeker, I look at playing it with a lineup that has a lot of reliable spread damage, so that you ramp up that thirst and you can start running over fights. And you don't have any of the really traditional Bloodseeker pairings in that sense. So maybe they still feel like the fights are going to be tooth and nail, and they're going to do enough for him to snowball it out. I will say he's not necessarily playing against the best core matchups, right? Both Dragon Knight and Wraith King are heroes that can kind of stand their ground when they get ruptured and aren't dependent on moving a lot. But against the Leshrac, I think the rupture could definitely come in handy.
We're going to see them try and make a bit of a move here with the Inkswell. Bloodright won't quite clip the 2 of them. Saberlight Moon able to step out to the side. And looking at things down on the bottom, of course, as I said, you know, Silencer, not a hero that we're seeing that much at all. How much can Dubu do down here in the lane to keep Tomatoes farming safe?
Not that much. I think both laners are going to farm. Amar and Tomato should both have a pretty good time here. It's similar. The Windranger Mars lane can kill with level 3, I think, potentially, especially on Dubu if they find a Shackle Shot in which they can then combine into a Spear. But yeah, TSM's lane's offensive potential is very limited. And they didn't pick Silencer for the laning at all. Like, I think they identified that they could handle it, and that's always going to be the trade-off with Silencer. He's not one of the strongest laners. Oh, there's the exact play we talked about. Nice counter, though, from Tomato.
Yeah, immediate stun there onto Amar to make sure that he can't follow up with any sort of spear potential. So good save from him. Top lane again. Trying to get aggressive onto the TK, but at this point, Saberlight, there's not too much vulnerability to the burst. Bottom lane, Seb. Dubu's very, very low here. I'm sort of baiting Seb to hunt around the tree line for him. He'll turn with the curse. Seb going to take quite a bit of damage from this one. Will live, and in fact, he's baited them into maybe set up for something themselves. They turn with the shackle into the spear. The charges will be there for Tomato as he'll try and run away from this one, but Amar and Seb, they'll take him down. First blood for Amar. Top lane as well, TSM to be careful here. Moon getting very low. So immediately Yuragi tried to strike whilst he was boosted up by that passive.
Exactly, they're putting so much pressure in the bottom lane that it's helping their safe lane quite a bit. So Amar and Seb very useful for Yuragi's game, even though they're on direct opposite sides of the map. And you see this weakness of Silencer in a situation like that, right? Like, you've used your spells, the enemy team outlives them, and they start trading, and you don't have much left in the tank. You don't have a low cooldown spell that you can throw out again. Really get it done. Okay,
Saberlight is trying to take down Tiger. But not enough damage on his own, and now Yuragi might have the chance to chase him out. Saberlight getting low, cooking from Moon, holds back the Bloodseeker. Run another blood right. Saberlight. Oh, he's going to get caught by it. Yuragi takes him down on the top. 2-0 already. OG starting to pick up the kills in these lanes.
How was that enough damage? I really didn't think that was going to kill him. That must have been on the edge for how much health he had. It's 120 damage level 1.
Yeah, sure. I wonder if we can get on the replay the HP that he had, because it must have been...
That's really close, I promise.
Not always, indeed, you see that level 1 Bloodbright getting the kill. You see it again here on the replay, how close it was.
So he's up to 90. He's
he must pick up very close. Oh, it's so close.
Oh! Literally on
I mean,
the
yes, it's 120 pure damage, ladies and gentlemen. It was literally the same amount of damage as HP that he had. Oh my goodness, no wonder it looked as close as it did.
My lord.
Oh, poor old
I didn't think it was that close.
It really was. Right, back down bottom, Seb. See if we can get away from this one. The Skeletons, they're going for it, but Wimrun's going to be back up in a second. Oh, he's away. Just in time as well. That second Skeleton about to get a hit in.
Moonmeander. PZM's on his tail. Can't continue though, or he would die to Bryle. Oh, never mind.
He's gonna go for it. I mean, he has Tiger to help out. They take down Moon.
Nicely done. So he baits Bryle to chase him to the right first, and then he can go and finalize this kill without putting himself at risk of getting followed up on by Lesh. So wisely done there by BZM.
3 kills already here for OG. Here to get a bit of a lead in the lanes. Huge amounts of farm already on Amar and BZM. Top CS for them. See Seb come back in the mid. Build BZM back up. See if they can set up for the power rune. See whose hands it falls into. 6 minutes in. It's going to be BZM. He gets a haste. Definitely has the potential to get something done with that.
And this feels so good for Amar, right? He's gone triple Bracer, and he's laning against Wraith King as Mars. He's level 6, Tomato!
He's straight in for the kill, and Amar, he's able to walk in and take it.
So far ahead in this bottom lane from that early start. He was a full level up on Tomato and immediately converts that into an arena kill. Even getting, he wanted more. He started spearing Dubu there, but
look at these
connect.
quick moves. Top lane, we're going to have a TP over from BZM as OG baited some action. They set up with the X-Force stun over towards Saberlight. Zip forward. Saberlight, he cannot escape this. There's going to be too much magical burst coming after the storm as BZM catches him by surprise with the TP top.
In the meantime, Seb is going to get some space. So effectively what OG have done here is that they traded a little bit of Wind Ranger experience away bottom to get Amar level 6 faster. Seb is low level right now, only level 3 sitting in that mid lane, but look at what it gave them. Gave them a solo kill bot, Amar needs no help any longer, and now Seb can sit and take mid while Storm rotates top, so just textbook stuff, moving the heroes around in this early laning stage and getting huge value. Very comfortably at the top of the net worth, 2 of their cores, and Bloodseeker almost 3rd. Might actually get 3rd if he manages to farm up this stack together with Taiga. Even level 1 Stroke of Fate actually does so much damage to a triple stack.
Yeah, they should be able to clear this.
Yeah, you'll get it.
Less Moon, they can try and steal some of this from OG.
Okay, got a bit of it there, Saberlight. Got a couple of the medium value creeps. Actually, they steal away a decent chunk now.
Yeah, they get the majority of this.
That went better than I thought it would for them.
So good steal here from the two. Maybe with the cookie setup, they could try for a kill. Immediate Phantom's Embrace does come out to try and slow down the silence. That will give the chance for Tiger to get the ink spell off himself. So Saberlight can't commit for the kill. Moon's going to opt for the TP out. He's way in time. Heads up play there.
In the meantime, bottom lane, Amar. Again, Tomato will retreat to the jungle, and that's going to be 2/3 of a tower claimed by a solo Mars. Like, this isn't any involvement from a gank or a pushing hero, anything like that. No siege creep either. He's just slowly over time whittling away at it. Tomato cannot solve this lane on his own at all against a Mars with triple brace and soul ring.
So tanky here early on.
This itemization is incredible value for the time being, and Amar knows exactly how to get the impact with it that he wants.
Absolutely, makes it very unappealing for TSM FTX to make some sort of half-hearted move down here to deal with him. They'll have to bring the numbers if they want to try and threaten Amar in this early game.
Yeah, I think theoretically speaking, even Leshrac rotating down here isn't a guaranteed kill. If there's any TP rotation from a Storm, that could end badly. Because they have to burst through 1,600 health on that Mars, and Wraith King is not going to do much of it, that's for sure. So, yeah, only Leshrac can really do that. And they just don't want to use the resources there. They're going to look for their own move top instead and likely just concede bottom tower.
Is under attack.
As it stands though, Tiger, the only one showing on the wave. Ideally, TSM FTX, they want to find Yuragi. They may just have to settle for Tiger though. Saberlight reveals himself with stun opener. Take out the support, and with Braille around, they'll get some damage done to the tower. Yuragi will have to step out to the side. High chance the TSM will get the objective out of this movement.
Yeah, Brawl's got 4 points in Edict, so in 10 seconds this tower is going to be taken out, unless OG actually planning this. This is a high-risk but high-reward move from them.
They're bringing in Amar as well. He's TPing over, they're ready to try and get the action started. Saberlight's been ruptured, Arena's down, Spear controls, Saberlight, he's going to be going out for sure. Off to the side as well, Seb catching Moon with the shackle. As they take the kills and keep the tower alive.
Most teams drop that tower, and I love that OG defended it. Such a good play call there.
They're going to get the zip over as well. BCM, he's back over towards the mid. He's going to get the setup onto Braille. Braille in trouble. Caught out by the X-Well stun. He'll get taken out. The curse is there on BCM.
He is fine. Yeah, he's fine.
Quick moves from OG, from defending the top tier 1 to making the move on Braille in the mid. 8-1 and a 2k lead. OG off to a fiery start.
Again, BZM finds himself the Fairy's Trinket in this game, so he has Fairy Trinket as well as 3 nulls, so a lot of mana cost reduction here in his build. Just converts to so much damage, and it puts even more pressure onto Dubu as well as the Dragon Knight. I think these two heroes together are their key to unlocking a solution to the Storm, but with the disadvantage they're under already, it's going to be a little bit tricky for TSM to find the kind of fights that they want. They need time to build up Tomato. I think this is his hardest start that he's had. He's still top net worth in his team, but it's just going to take that extra bit longer this game. The 11-minute armlet phase is not bad at all, but it's not what we've seen from him in general.
As you can see, just slightly slower than the average that we've been getting. Just to show how much of a rougher time he did have with the way that Amar was able to just take over that bottom lane. Getting that early kill, that solo kill on Tomato as well, being the huge reason for the slowdown. See what TSM FTX's plan is going to be next. Maybe looking to fight once Braille has the Yules done. It's going to be important, and trying to do their best to use that global silence from Dubu, so to give them the opportunities to catch some of these heroes before the BKBs are done, because of course OG, their cause, they are going to be rushing the BKBs straight away. Both Amar
I think TSM just are unable to kill enemy cores, and OG balance to save Saberlight.
just long enough there to make sure he's out before a spear comes out from Amar. Saberlight will live thanks to Dubu. What's that long cooldown though? Couple of minutes, no global. Highly likely that OG may be able to set up and look for another attempt at a kill whilst it's on cooldown. At least TSM FTX have to be careful how they go over to their half of the map. Moon tries for a TP out, but Amar ready and waiting with a spear. See in the mid as well. They're going to make quick moves over towards Tomato. He's shown himself in the mid. They'll take him out the once. See if they can set up to do it a second time. Silence does kick in on towards the Storm. Shackle will buy a little bit of time for them to close in. Zip forward. BZM closes the gap. The arena's down. They'll trap Tomato. Tomato will fall.
It is huge for OG to know that Global Silence is on cooldown. Like, even though they do save the Dragon Knight top, it just opens up for this mid move. They can play with so much initiative. There's effectively, you almost want to say there's a dead support, right? Because with Silencer without Global at this point in time, level 6, he doesn't offer very much against OG's heroes when they get the initiation. He can contribute when his own team is going first and then prevent some sort of a counter combo with Last Word and get a little bit of damage in the slow out with the Curse, but against these jump in burst moves from Storm and Grim or Mars Grim with a power shot on top, Silencer doesn't offer very much right now. It is one of the weaknesses of the hero you really need to find value out of Global, all right?
They know the importance of trying to make moves whilst the BKBs aren't done yet. They find Jiragi. Good smoke up from TSM FTX. See if OG can punish this. BZM's going to turn up, get himself up to the high ground to see the positioning. TSM FTX back off and look to try and push it on the mid here with the remainder of that Elder Dragon form. So a quick kill on the carry and a good opportunity to try and look for another tower themselves.
Yeah, Saberlight with his dagger needs to lead the charge here. He will lead the charge onto an illusion though, and that makes for an easy opening.
Yeah, they're going to get the jump immediately over towards Moon. Moon cookies up towards the high ground, turns with a blast. Spear will finish the job. BZM even thinking about going for more, but the curse does catch him. Low on the mana, he'll pull back. As the Yule's done now, Bryles, so a bit better chance with the setup. Some sort of way to save himself by time if he ever gets jumped upon by BZM.
Yeah, not only save himself, but also the possibility to kill, right? If the Storm jumps him and he uses him, it's a guaranteed setup for Split Earth, unless if he gets immediately countered by a Shackle Shot or a Mars stun, but Amar has not gone for Dagger. He's completed a BKB 15 minutes in instead. This Mars is more or less invincible, I want to say at this point, unless he gets chain stunned until his death. Seems like a tall order, so he can play very aggressively. I wouldn't be surprised to see OG look for a smoke toward that mid-tier 1 tower soon if they find any pick bottom that would allow them to get that extra bit of map control going their way.
See if they can go for Saberlight. Quick blink. As soon as you see Zamar. Definitely the struggle for TSM FTX in these team fights will be that, you know, if they just started off getting one kill inside the arena, they've got so much chase when you consider BZM, Yuragi, Seb running down heroes. As soon as a team fight starts to go downhill for TSM FTX, it's highly likely that they're going to lose hero after hero from the chase down of OG.
Yeah, you can't fall behind against this lineup in a fight. It's just not going to end well. That's definitely a synergy that Storm and Bloodseeker do have, for sure. I'm sure BZM would have loved that rune, but unfortunately he was all the way back in base with no mana, so Regent's is going to be grabbed by Yuragi.
The smoke here from OG, they're ready to look for some action. Saberlight is going to try and stand his ground. It turns with the Elder Dragon form and a stun. Amar finding the angle to get the spear over towards the tree. Brawl turns with a split up, but he's not able to catch Amar. Saberlight goes down, and Amar has got the arena. He's going to try and see if he can maybe get in range to set up for more. With Arena and BKB, he's still very much fight ready. Under the trees, under the tier 1 tower, they'll stay hidden in the fog. Amar won't quite be able to find them. TSM FTX indeed having to just play so careful here, really respecting the fact that Amar, he'll absolutely just charge in, drop an arena, and trap any of these heroes that present themselves.
I think they're just going to continue to push this mid-tier 1 now, all right? Brawl will evade the spear, so maybe OG, they're thinking twice about it. They don't have to commit either. They do have the Storm and Bloodseeker both farming jungle while they're keeping TSM on their toes around that mid-tier 1, so nothing much going to come from this from OG except just, you know, more map efficiency. They're just getting more gold in the meantime because TSM don't know how many heroes they need to defend with. Effectively, OG just bullying them here with 3, with Amara standing in front. This almost impenetrable wall. They're going to try to force his BKB here.
Let's see what they can do. They get the stun to open things up into the Ray 5 blast as well. Amar getting low, but now the ink swells out. The arena's down. He pops the BKB to remove the silence. Spear back onto Braille. They take out the Lesh. Tomato also trapped in the arena. He's trying to run, but Yuragi's going to sweep him from the side, get on top of the Wraith King, take him down the one. Saberlight's been ruptured. He's got to hold back. Tomato is going to try with the second light to fight, but BZM's in with the BKB. The Vortex pull back. Tomato taken out a second time. Double kill for Tiger. Moon, he has to come to an end with the kill. distances. He's got to try to escape with the pick pole, but he cannot run from this lineup. OG, they take out the three of them.
And they're going to take the mid tower now as well. There's just no way TSM defend this. What an amazing play there from Amar. Not only does he, he baits them to go on him, but he holds the BKB until he gets global. He arenas them, doesn't BKB. The moment global comes out, BKBs gets a two-man spear. You're going to see the replay of it here, just perfect. And I think TSM maybe a little bit naive here. I think you need more heroes if you want to get this kill. You're not going to kill this with just 2 cores. There's that global into immediate BKB soloing the Lash more or less effectively.
Yeah, good bit of heal and protection coming out as well from Tiger. He has the shard done. And yeah, Saberlight that whole fight unable to get involved as he was held back on the side. With these BKB timings, just not a lot that they can do outside of Tomato trying to get the hits in. And Tomato himself, of course, at this stage, no BKB done for himself, getting completely controlled by OG.
Is that the John Travolta meme? Almost. Huh? Yeah, well, looks like there's a little bit of confusion in the TSM camp. I'm not sure what caught them off guard there, but OG are just outclassing them in this game.
All two boot. It's looking very dead here. They get a quick jump onto him. Another kill added to the score here for OG, 16-2. As they sweep the map in order to make sure that TSM FTX don't feel safe anywhere that they step out. They've got to be so careful, especially with Amar leading the charge. Blink BKB, he is ready to catch anybody that he sees.
Oh, top lane Saberlight, BZM. He has Arcane Rune.
He's not getting out of this one. This is just going to be another one, surely. The Gale Force as well, blowing Saberlight back over towards Seb. Moon Meander. He'll get out of the Blood Bright, but he won't get away from these two. Vortex pull back, another kill for OG. TSM, FTX just seemingly unable to slow them down at all.
They don't have the solutions when they get jumped. They need to be so selective with when to use Global Silence, and it's not them taking the initiative. I think for TSM now, you have to wait for Tomato's dagger, and then it's go time. I think the longer you wait, the more you're going to start. You're just going to continue bleeding. You're losing map control. You're losing the power runes. BZM now getting a DD as well. It's getting worse by the minute. You're running out of time, basically. The moves have to start happening. I don't know, like maybe you can wait for Brawl's BKB, but how many heroes is that going to cost you? It just feels almost impossible not to get jumped by this OG lineup in the meantime. And even if you do farm that item and mitigate your losses, you're still losing on just raw economy from waves being farmed. And so much of this comes down to Amar's Mars being able to just box out heroes, right? Like wherever he goes, how many resources are you going to bring? He's effectively playing Mars like Timbersaw this game. You know, goes to a lane, like come at me guys. They're going to have to use so much. I mean, look at this. The comparison between the two offlaners is quite the world of difference.
He's having a perfect game here, Amar. 5-0-6. Insane amounts of CS as well, way over the 10 per minute. This is a very, very scary Mars, and they have so much damage to follow up on it as well. We see as well this game, BZM picking up the early shard. So there's an extra bit of burst from the overloads that he's going to be able to provide his teammates. It means that anybody caught will die in an instant. You know, still at a stage of a game where there's no BKBs up for TSM FTX at all. You get jumped, you will die.
Yeah, pretty much. The Global Silence has... I'm not going to say it's run its course, because it can still have a major impact, but I think TSM were planning on more than 2 kills in 22 minutes with this lineup, so... Yeah, maybe it's time to panic a little. Better keep it cool. Look for the options that you do have, which are, once again, very item reliant. So, Dagger on Tomato is complete. Leshrac BKB, 700 gold away for Bryle. I think TSM at that point are going to go for what, from our perspective, almost looks like a Hail Mary. I wonder if they feel the same way. Moon is toast.
It tries to get out in the trees, but Amar knows exactly where he's trying to play out of there with. As he goes down, and now over towards the Roche. OG, no. There's very little that TSM FTX can do to stop them from getting this Aegis into the hands of almost certainly BZM. That's TSM just trying to take something in return. They're working on towards the push down bottom, but TPs are coming in. OG, ooh, not quite able to catch him. Saberlight's able to blink out in time, but BZM, he does look to attempt to chase. TSM FTX will get their way out of there. A bit of damage done to the tier 1, but not even able to finish that off with the space they were trying to play with.
They put the Aegis on the Bloodseeker for Storm.
Yeah.
I guess BZM just feels so safe in this game that he doesn't need it. A lot of the time you want to put this on Storm because the second life with the full mana bar is just insane value. But it can also be nice on Bloodseeker for sure. Oh,
he's been found at the top. Let's see if there's any way of getting out of this one. There is, and Brawl goes down. Finally getting his BKB now that he's back in the base. Over in the mid, Amart, they just make it play so quickly here. He's going to look for the spear setup. Tomato does have backup of Moon. Any way they can save Tomato. Seb's coming in from the side as well. Gale Force making sure that Tomato, he cannot run back towards the safety of the rest of his teammates. They'll try and run off to the side, but BZM's going to be there ready and waiting for him. They take him down the one. Samar in position to set up for a second time. Tomato, he's dead for sure.
Just an absolute masterclass by OG in this game of what you can do with an advantage when you have the right heroes in the right place, you know? You're playing against a lineup that theoretically does have quite a lot of play potential, right? Dragon Tail, you have Wraithfire Blast, you have Leshrac and Snapfire with the long-range artillery, high damage, and Global Silence roll-up, but it's OG just completely oppressing them out of their side of the map. Aggressive warding, just quick moves, and taking all of the initiative. And it feels bad for Dubu. It's very, very hard to play Silencer like this. If your team is this far behind and you're not making moves, you're like, your finger is on Global Silence all the time, but you're like, is this the right moment? Should I save it? Is there going to be, am I going to regret this if I cast it immediately when one of my cores gets jumped? And he has been holding it for quite a while, but we're still missing that move from TSM where they're showing that they're, going to try to find a way back into the game. I think if you just keep farming even further, now you've got your BKB on Lesh and you're still not trying to take initiative with this. How many more items are you looking for? Are you waiting on the BKB on Dragon Knight as well? Are you waiting on the one on Wraith King? And then once again, how much is it going to cost? Like, how much are you bleeding out? You're going to lose bottom tier 2 at this rate if you don't defend that one. In just a matter of time, you would imagine, before Moon Meander gets his 8th death on this Snapfire against Storm. Just constantly on his tail. Dubu's going to cast spells bottom.
It's a bit risky.
Knowing his position.
Well, they may look for the chance to dive him immediately. As soon as he shows himself with the spells, he's out of there. He knows not to stick around. As OG take this tier 2 tower, TSM FTX continuing to just not be interested in trying to make a move until they have the triple BKBs.
Tomato is about 1,500 away from his, or rather closer to 2K. And Dragon Knight needing the recipe, so a little less than 1,500. So quite some time here, a couple of minutes.
It's a dangerous spot to be up top. Tomato is going to get caught by the controller, Seb. Jump forward from Amar. Is there any way to protect this Wraith King? It will have Reincarnation. It just came back online.
Yes, 5 seconds on the TP. They can't even global TP out here.
Arena's out. There's no chance for Tomato's escape. As OG take him out. Put that BKB on hold for a little bit longer.
I mean, I guess as far as the gold goes, it's kind of flatlined for a bit now for TSM, so it's, I guess in a way they're doing a little bit better than I was expecting, given the circumstances, but I'm sure I'm speaking for everyone when we want to see TSM get the next kill, First of all, get a kill. Secondly, the dream scoreline that could bring them back in the game.
I think we did get that scoreline once before in one of the series, and it did actually turn it around. I want to say, I think it was in the Fnatic OG one.
Well, it's not happening here.
It's not happening here.
Sorry,
BZM making sure that the dream doesn't occur as he takes out Moon Meander. 23-2. He's pretty much got that Lincoln Sphere done. I mean, between that and the BKB.
I mean, this is backwards.
That's true.
That's pretty close. I'll take that.
Saberlight. There's still, of course, yet to get that BKB picked up. It looks like he's going to... Oh, no, okay, BZM's ready to go back in. Not quite able to get the correct read on his position. He's still got some mana to play with, and Seb, he's coming in from the side. They've got the shackles. Saberlight. There's no escape from it. Inside the base, Tomato just gets taken out. Amar and Yuragi diving the high ground, killing Tomato. They just can't even catch a break. They can't even get the opportunity to get these BKBs done.
And every time they get a new item, the same's happening on OG's side. Now we've got a Lincoln Spear up on BZM, getting his level 20 talent after this wave. Just keeps the ball rolling. Yuragi also working on a Lincolns of his own against that Dragon Knight. Now Brawl's going to go in, but they have two dead heroes.
I mean, it's a good stun. All right, kisses. That's going to be a dead Jiragi. That's a huge kill for TSM FTX to get. The thing is, the rest of OG, they're ready to fight and take kills in return. Amar, he's taken out Bryle. They'll turn over towards Tuba. In fact, Amar, he's going in towards the tier 4, jumps in with the arena, catches Moon. As they may have lost their carry, but Jiragi knows he's not even needed. The rest of his team able to take a very, very favorable trade once again for the squad.
I mean, it looked like a potential opportune moment because the Aegis expired and they get that jump on the Bloodseeker who doesn't have BKB. So I can see where they're coming from. You're also a little bit desperate at this point, right? Like nothing has been going your way for 15 minutes. It just feels like perhaps electing a 3v5 there was not the way to go. They did get the kill they wanted, but it cost them everything.
On Tomato.
Oh no. Oh,
they're making their way straight towards him. He's out with the blink. The Gale Force will start to blow him back. If there's any way they can get any jump, it doesn't look like it. Tomato dancing around. Feeling confident that they won't be able to get the jump on him now. He'll be fine. But still the eternal struggle here for TSM FTX to get these BKBs done on their cores. Very, very hard for Tomato and Saberlight to just get out to get that final bit of gold. Saberlight should have it off this creep wave. At least, yeah, very, very close to.
Were you on the phone with No-Tail?
Radiant are scanning.
See if OG are going to be able to find another hit onto TSM FTX before the BKBs are out. Satanic turn on Amar and well on the way towards the Lincoln Sphere. This is building to be invincible, almost really, to the damage output the TSM FTX have. And one chance there that they showed the ability to get a kill with Jiragi. Getting caught as close as he was. Unlikely to happen again. 17k lead for OG, 28-3. BZM styling on them in the mid, clearing out the wave.
There's a BKB for Dragon Knight, so they get one more. Tomatoes is still not complete, minute 30. Having an absolute terrible time in this game. 0-7-0 on the Wraith King.
That's rough.
I think this might be the hardest game he's played all tournament. Well, I'm sure it is. Question is by what order of magnitude? Just been completely shut out. Just nothing going their way, and you know, there's only so much you can do. Like I've talked about, you need to kind of select the key moment where you're like, okay, this is when we go for it. This is our all-in play. I feel like the chance of this all-in play succeeding just goes down minute by minute because, yeah, sure, you're getting your BKBs, second Lincolns now. There's Lincolns on Storm and Bloodseeker. You're fighting into Wraith-packed Windranger now, and Amar has Satanic. So who are you going to go on?
So hard for them to get the jump. They can't rely on that Yule setup. They can't rely on that Raid Fire Blast with Tomato when it comes to the cores with the Lincolns. Bottom lane, Saberlight. He's out of there, but Bryle, he's been found. Tries to TP out, but Seb finds him with the shackle. It's Bryle down for 70, of course. Was spending up, so no chance for a buyback. We'll see over towards the mid. Jiragi's going to look for Moon, and he's going to catch him. The stun connects, Moon taken out. (30-3). We've seen quite the difference in the score lines during this major and some beatdowns. A lot of them done by the hands of OG. This one, when it comes to the kills, pretty much dwarfing them all. 30-3, a huge lead on the kills, and the goal close by as well. 20k advantage for OG.
This is generally not the kill distribution you're expecting when you say this game had 1 kill per minute. But you know, one team is accounting for, what's that, 91% of all kills. It's tough times for TSM. You know, you're trying to look for a bright point for them, but they need to present it. It's just OG with all of the initiative, making all the moves. BZM going for a huge dive. If he would have caught anyone there, that's one for the highlight reel, but no target. No one's connecting on that huge ball lightning. Straight down through the mid with a TP. If that connects on Silencer, it is a one-shot.
Well, here we go. Smoke
okay, now it's time.
They've got the BKBs. What can they do? They're going to try and jump Jiragi, but he's immediately responds with the BKB. The Linkers of the BKB, they can't quite get through that and find a stun to connect. Jiragi's fine. Quick reaction, but TSM FTX not to be hard done by. They're going to go for it again. Another smoke. They know that Jiragi's BKB is on cooldown for a minute. This might be the window that they need to to find some action. But OG, they're fully aware. They're going to start to group up and make sure that if Yuragi is the one to be found, the rest of the team's around him.
Look at Amar's positioning. He's just running into
Look how much HP he has. You don't want to jump this Mars.
This guy's not dying. He has Lincolns too.
They're going to try and get around Amar and look for the back lines.
All right, Amar's going to just run into
There's the jump. They'll get themselves on top of Tiger, immediately looking for the Grimstroke. They'll get him. Over to the side though, Amar will drop the arena. Doesn't manage to catch anyone though. Saberlight turns towards 7, Yuragi. Off the back lines, BZM will zip straight forward towards Dubu. The God's Review takes out the Silencer Spear as well, connecting onto Moon. 2 down. Yuragi, he's looking to clean up as well. Saberlight falls. Tomato goes down the 1. See a buyback come out from Moon. Tomato's going to opt for the BKB TP out, tries to toggle his way to safety, but he cannot survive. He goes down, chased over towards Browse. Moon with the Scatter Blast trying to push back OG, but the Shackle connects. Triple kill for Yuragi. GG is called. OG, they'll take game 4 with that the series instead. The championship title as well. 3-1 against TSM FTX. And we really did see this last game very much a testament to how well OG's played here at the Major. They make the lower bracket run, and to do it with the newer squad, the newer names, and with a change in roster at the beginning of the Major. Seb standing in. I mean, these guys, they're incredible. Some of their individual play and the way they're able to pick themselves back up after one of the roughest starts we've seen a team have in a Grand Finals. That game 1, getting beaten down by TSM FTX, but after that, a game 2 stomp. Game 3 coming in with the outplay, and then this game 4, arguably the biggest stomp we've seen here on the main stage, Sin.
This team, this org just can't lose finals. It's just impossible for them. Every time OG shows up to, it's just magic, you know? They've had finals harder than this one. They had a most insane comeback. I believe it was back in the Kiev Major years ago. On the ropes, 2-2 the scoreline back then. This time around, it looks like a tough start for them in the first game, but after that, just they clean up their act. And I mean, it's fair to say this wasn't even close after game 1. It just wasn't.
It really wasn't. OG just on another level in comparison to all the other teams here at the Major. And again, just another sort of showing of it's these newer names that you've got to watch out for. Very much making a huge name for themselves now on the squad. You know, Amar, Yuragi, BZM, Tiger, and again, Seb. You know, he's done it at TI. One of the older ones, of course, but Seb coming in, taking that position to stand here with the new lads. And my goodness, something about this squad, as you said, Seb. And of course, No-Tail stepping in to coach them through, for most of them will be their first LAN event in front of the live crowd. No doubt about it, the audience here giving them that extra bit of power to come out with these incredible showings.
And still, on the other side, TSM, second place, amazing finish for them as well. You know, they've had a really long run in this tournament. They looked like the team to beat at one point. Tundra were the other ones, and TSM took them down, and then obviously OG were the ones to deliver that killing blow, so they only got third. But here they are,
Here
OG.
we are, ready to lift the trophy as OG. They'll step down, ready to claim that championship title, and my goodness, do they deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for OG, your ESL1 Stockholm Major Champion!
was one hell of a grand finals.
It was a beatdown, Slacks. Let's be real.
It was a beatdown in the right way. Oh, thank got the lucky hair confetti there. Very good. All right, we got to do some interviews with these boys. Let's take them out while they're hot, while they're ready. All right, time to grab, time to grab. Here we go, down the line, down the line.
Taiga, I gotta ask you a question. I don't know where they are, but your parents are in the crowd, right?
Yes, they are here.
Can you find them?
They should be
behind the trophy, please, face the crowd.
You want them to come
behind
to
the trophy.
I just want to know, how does it feel winning this major? Your parents in the crowd, that must be incredibly special.
It is very special. Honestly, I feel like at home when they're here because I just want to play as many games as possible for them to watch me play. That was my goal, and I did it.
And through the lower bracket, as many games as possible, right?
Yes, that was the goal.
I thought you guys were just here to do a podcast. What the hell happened? You came out here, you guys won. Congratulations. Any words for your boys, the new next generation of the best Dota 2 talent?
Believe in yourself, boys. You are the best in the world. It's incredible to watch. I'm just honored to be here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yuragi, all these guys here are here to cheer for you and your squad. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
Nothing.
We heard from No-Tail when he did an interview earlier, like when you lift that trophy, he said pure bliss. Is that kind of what's happening?
I guess.
Speechless.
Seb, you stepped up, you took the bullet, you did the substitution yet again, and another huge win. Anything to say for your boys here? Anything to say for the folks at home?
I mean, I don't know, man. Life is so weird. I was just sitting at home, you know, doing normal things. I mean, playing some pubs too, and now I'm here. It doesn't feel real. What can I say? They are awesome. I got carried. It's just amazing. I'm proud of them. You know, I don't know, GG to all the teams that were here, all the players. Everybody deserves it in a way. Today it was us, and I'm happy. Big shout out to Misha and Shu. You know, I told them, I mean, I was in their position, Johan was in their position, and I feel like with the job that they've done, OG could not be in better hands. So, yeah, I'm really proud and thankful for them too.
Absolutely. Thank you.
BZM, are you ready for them to nerf null talismans?
No, what? No, please. Please don't. Please don't, no?
It will probably happen. I think you made it look a little bit too good. How did you feel getting your hands on the Storm Spirit multiple times this Grand Finals?
I mean, we were banning first to game Storm Spirit. No, first. So I was like, why do we ban when we can get it ourselves, you know? So... OP hero, guys, OP hero.
Thank you very much. All right, Amar. You've had a lot of words this major already. You have learned from this. You know, you're no longer toxic in your own words. Going forward, you're still standing by that?
I mean, we will see. Who knows? Maybe I will come in a ranked game and I will be toxic. Who knows?
Right now, you won the major. You're a major champion. You got a little bit of extra oomph in bragging rights, for sure, though.
Yeah, nobody can talk to me now. What can I say?
What a fantastic performance from all these guys.
Gentlemen, if I could please come to you, get you all right up in front of the trophy if you could. I'd like one final bow for the crowd as we let you guys out. Please, one more time around the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your major champions, OG!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been so good to have a major back with the crowd. You have all been fantastic. It has been amazing, and I really hope this is the beginning of more of this,
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.